Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
What an interesting sight. A world transforming in an instant and death aura creatures being born. Within the blue sun, the creator watched everything unfold. Light itself served as his vision, allowing him to observe the planets he had destroyed. From their ruins, endless death energy festered and gave birth to monsters. 2 days had already passed. Fortunately, during this time, he had been absorbing the blue sun's energy while researching what kind of planet he should create next. Leaving abruptly would be a mistake. If this death energy monster were allowed to spread freely, it could cause unnecessary trouble. So this dimension has its own rules, the creator murmured. No gods exist here, yet demons still do. He narrowed his gaze, and this one was born specifically to hunt me. A trace of disdain crossed his expression. How could such weak death energy possibly kill me? Boring. He raised his hand and casually waved again. The death energy labeled 130 collapsed in an instant, vanishing as if it had never existed. Genesis froze when he saw the change in his status. His attributes had increased by 100,000. That's absurd, he muttered. These numbers are ridiculous. Yet instead of concern, curiosity followed. So many unexplored regions remain in this dimension. This truly is a completely new world. His expression turned serious. I need to speed things up. The other 2 dimensions are slowly converging. Absorbing energy bit by bit was no longer efficient. If necessary, he would simply create worlds. The energy contained within the massive blue sun was enough to sustain 36 worlds. If there was no perfect world, then one could be made. From a region 10 light-years away from the blue sun, the creator envisioned planets 3 times the size of Earth. Each planet would possess its own moon. Spread across a circular domain with a 10 light-year radius, even 10 Earth-scale worlds would remain isolated unless a super-advanced civilization emerged. Under the authority of time and elemental laws, the planets continuously reshaped themselves. Creation truly lived up to its name. 10 worlds were formed in a single act. If Lafan or Momoga witnessed this, they would be terrified. Once these worlds stabilized, the world tree's attributes alone would likely surpass 100 million. Not some exaggerated number from a fabricated story, but real, terrifying power. Even Shen Yong's inflated stats paled in comparison. The World Tree System's data was modest, yet the implications were frightening. But this revealed a serious issue. Too many lives could not be destroyed at once. On the Western continent, the 3 great Orc kingdoms had declared a fight to the death. Simple minds, reckless decisions. That continent held at least 1 billion intelligent beings. If Demiurge led an expedition the day after tomorrow, how would they react to such numbers? 700 million deaths wasted. Would Momoga and Lafan really stand by and do nothing? Time passed. After Nabe's remarks, the drinking group stirred again. The remaining 6 sisters grew envious and demanded to join the battle as well. This time, however, Lafan did not leave the Great Tomb. Instead, he ran off with Momoga and the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. Fighting is fun, Lafan said lazily, but you can't fight every day. Besides, the real war is about to begin. Wouldn't it be better to find a good seat and watch Demiurge put on a show? The viewing location was chosen by the king himself. 10,000 meters above the western continent. When the familiar observation magic mirrors appeared, Lafan nodded in satisfaction. By then, Demiurge and the others had returned to Dragon King Province. After 5 days of rest, the army was fully recovered. The soldiers felt both fear and excitement. As long as they fought and survived, their points would continue to rise. Once the world was unified, the accumulated points alone would be enough to live freely for 10,000 years, without lifting a finger. Ryugu Saiyan watched the scene with a troubled expression. Lafan was holding the human king in his arms. Momoga was holding Shaltia. She wanted to cultivate, yet both of them dismissed the idea. What's the point of cultivating? They said. Just watch the show with us. And so she was dragged here. Unable to cultivate and unwilling to watch 2 couples flaunt their affection, she turned her attention to the 4 mirrors instead. Each mirror displayed the army of a different nation. Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom alone fielded 73 million troops. Others followed. When she saw the endless armies gathered along a great wall that stretched hundreds of kilometers, Ryugu Saiyan was stunned. She had seen wars before, but never on this scale. This world's population was vast. Tens of millions of soldiers were mobilized and the coming battle would be merciless. She took a sip of magical beer to steady herself, then asked seriously, "Sister-in-law, how many people live in those 3 kingdoms?" The human king smiled. "This continent has about 1 billion people," she said calmly. "If 70% are eliminated, that's only 700 million interested." Ryugusein nearly choked. 1 billion people. If Momoga farmed that many lives, wouldn't he ascend on the spot? Even she would gain absurdly from it. Inside, LaFan's thoughts raced. "I'm not even grinding anymore. My stats are already in the tens of millions. Genesis is still strong. I'll play guerrilla warfare, sneak around, steal bases, and let my summoned life do the killing. My bugged skill will handle the rest. I don't need their points. Let Momoga do the farming. Genesis element, don't die. Just harass them from the shadows, distract the outer space enemies, and let me take off." Momoga was already furious at the human king's words, but when he heard LaFan's inner thoughts, he was completely stunned. Tens of millions of stats, and he never mentioned it. "I treated you like a brother, and you were hiding this. This guy is toxic. Fine, I've decided. I'll let the millstone handle the cleaning. I'm not going down there myself, and I'll send my little sister to farm too. Her HP is painfully low." Ryugusein finally spoke, her voice strained. "Do we really have to kill that many people? I don't think that's a good idea." The human king looked at the Dragon Palace saintess, whose expression resembled that of a benevolent holy mother, and spoke calmly. "Countless sacrifices occur every day in this world. That is unavoidable. Sympathy alone changes nothing. If this planet is to be unified, if true peace and lasting happiness are to exist, then bloodshed etched into the bones of life is necessary. Only fear can teach restraint." Sholtia immediately waved her hands excitedly, as expected of the king, such a magnificent and forward-thinking philosophy. Ryugusein forced a bitter smile. "Second sister-in-law, you agree too?" Sholtia's smile only grew brighter. "Of course, my cutest little sister." Momoga nearly lost his composure. These people from the Dragon Palace Holy Academy kept calling him elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. Were they deliberately implying he was beneath LaFan? And when exactly did he accept a younger sister? "No, wait, she really is my younger sister, forget it." They came from the same hometown, and as an initial spirit, Ryugusein couldn't hide her thoughts anyway. From what he could tell, she was kind, sincere, and possessed genuine saintly qualities. Someone worth knowing. More importantly, she could help distract LaFan. 2 birds with 1 stone. LaFan suddenly spoke, his tone casual. "By the way, letting Demiurge and the others handle 700 million lives is a waste. Why don't you two do it?" Ryugusein froze. 700 million? Kill them herself? What did he think she was? "No, absolutely not. I don't want to be an executioner. I don't want to become a demon king." Was this a trap? Was he deliberately trying to pull her onto their side? But that didn't make sense. From everything she had seen, they were good people, and yet they treated everyone outside their circle as if they weren't living beings at all. The way they spoke of brushing lives felt like playing an online game, grinding monsters for experience. Why did they think like this? Ryugusein didn't know that for LaFan and Momoga, that was exactly how they perceived the world. Everyone else was just a green-named mob. Kill them if bored, ignore them if not. Seeing her silent fear, Momoga spoke evenly. "I'll pass, let Lamo handle the cleanup." LaFan nodded approvingly. "Smart, let summoned creatures do the grinding." Ryugusein was speechless. Their discussion was cold, too cold. Even knowing she couldn't stop them, she still spoke up. "Could you not be so ruthless? Every life has meaning. Even if we stand above them, we don't have the right to decide their fate." Sholtia frowned and looked at her seriously. "Little sister, they're just ants. You say every life has meaning, but do humans care about ants beneath their feet? Would anyone stop walking because of them?" "No, in your eyes, life is equal. In reality, only equals are considered life. That's the rule of the world. They are ants to us. We are inherently unequal. You've already stepped into our ranks, so don't lower yourself. And even lowering them to your level is unfair. Why not lower them to the level of real ants? Beneath ants are cells. Every breath we take kills countless cells. Should we stop breathing to be fair? This argument itself is naive. I only explain it because I consider you family." Momoga listened quietly as Sholtia spoke with conviction, offering no rebuttal, but Ryugusein felt her worldview cracking. Equal lives, why did such a cruel logic feel impossible to refute? Why couldn't she find a flaw in it? Seeing her shaken silence, the human king sighed. "You're still too weak. You shouldn't be trapped by questions like what is life." LaFan and Momoga exchanged annoyed looks. They didn't care about metaphysics, they were just lazy. Yet Ryugusein asked softly, almost unconsciously, "Then what is life?" Sholtia shook her head. "I don't know, I only know that staying by Lord Momoga's side is my greatest happiness." The king smiled gently. Isn't everyone's meaning decided from the start? To meet the person you love most and stay with them, life is simple. People make it complicated. Rugusayan blurted out without thinking, my favorite person, then mine is Restart. Momoga froze. That might be a problem. Rugusayan immediately covered her mouth, panic flashing across her face. She knew they already knew. But saying it out loud in front of Lafan was outrageous. Lafan didn't seem angry. Sorry, I don't have a habit of giving gifts to women. Relieved but determined, Rugusayan stood up. If that's the case, can I take myself home? Both Momoga and Lafan were stunned. Did she just offer herself like a free gift? Lafan's inner thoughts churned. If you'd said this earlier maybe, but knowing your heart is still with Restart, I can't accept that. Momoga nearly choked. Holy crap, bro, are you serious? So you accepted her only because she wasn't approaching you for Restart's sake? This guy is terrifying. If Rugusayan ever let go of those feelings, would she really succeed? Unlikely. No, stop thinking. I absolutely cannot let my brother act recklessly. This world is dangerous enough already. I don't need to fear my own brother too. Seeing Lafan's unwillingness to accept it, Rugusayan sighed. All right, let's stop discussing these boring issues. Go and call Lamo over, Zyros. You should also farm some healthier. Health is too low. Hearing Lafan's voice, Momoga could only use her mind to send a message. The stunningly beautiful, mature woman who was sleeping in the 11th floor heard her master's call and immediately became excited. The portal opened in the next instant, and a peerless Valkyrie appeared standing 1.8 meters tall with red hair, wearing purple-red armor, and possessing a super-perfect figure. Upon seeing the beautiful Valkyrie, Momoga was also taken aback. Who are you, beautiful lady? Master, please don't joke like that. I am your most loyal subordinate, Lamo. Hearing the spirited female voice, Momoga was annoyed. Ahim, what happened to you? Although you look great, holy crap, is that a millstone? That hideous monster with a head hundreds of meters long has actually become such a beauty. Momoga is amazing. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momogia also retorted, what do I know? With a respectful expression, the millstone said, Master, don't you like seeing me like this? I just want to give you my best performance, Momoga. Upon hearing this, stopped dwelling on the issue and steered the conversation back on track, saying, all right. The reason I called you here is to have you eliminate 70% of the life on the continent below. What do you think? Upon hearing Momoga's words, Lamo was immediately filled with excitement. Although he was a demon god of greed, he did not dislike killing and annihilation at this moment. Lamo's usually aloof and serious face gradually turned into a sickly sweet expression, complete with a comical smile. Eliminate 70% of the life on the continent below. Any requirements? Watching the Yandia like comical way she pulls the millstone, Lafan thought to himself, this is just ridiculous. How come all the powerful women in this world are Yandia and comical? And does being considered powerful simply mean being derogatory and ridiculous? Momoga stroked his chin and said, as for the requirements, target the weak, leave more elites alive, of course. If you can't control it, indiscriminate killing is also acceptable. Upon hearing this, the millstone waved its hands wildly, its expression turning extremely greedy, capable of slaughtering 70% of life. For a demon, this is the ultimate happiness. Yes, my master. Seeing the Yandia pulling the millstone, Rugusayan was afraid, because he was the Holy Mother and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Can I refrain from doing it? Seeing Rugusayan's refusal, Momoga calmly said, what's wrong? Below is the Beastman continent, different from humans. They are a race, heretics. Can't you bring yourself to do it? I'm sorry, you're utterly hopeless. Where were you when you were slaying the Demon King? Mercy. Are you trying to play dumb with me? Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momoga smiled and said, these orcs are the Demon King's army in other worlds. As a member of the clan, isn't it your duty to eliminate the demon race? Demon King's army, demon hero. Rugusayan's eye looked at Momoga, Lefan, and Lamo with an extremely disgusted expression on his cute little face. It's as if they're saying, you are the greatest demons, the source of all evil in the world. Why are you bothering me with this? Seeing the disgusted look on Rugusayan's face, Momoga decided not to make things difficult for him anymore. Fine, then go and do the grinding yourself. Oh right. I need to tell Demiurge and the others. Otherwise it would be bad if they got hurt by mistake. I'll take Lamo with me. After saying that, Momoga left with Lamo. At this moment, Rugusayan's eye looked at Lafan and the Human King with embarrassment. Sorry. I was too cowardly. The King of Men looked at the adorable Rugunsaya and shook his head, saying no need to apologize. Every life and every soul is different. You have your own way of living and we won't force you. You truly deserve to be called a hero. You probably couldn't be a villain. As Lafan spoke, he tossed a few bottles of magic cola to Rugunsaya. Rugusayan accepted the magic cola. Thank you. Lafan opened the magic beer and looked into the crystal mirror. All right. Now let's watch their performance. Within the invincible divine kingdom, Ju Ming looked utterly bewildered. Several days prior, she had suddenly felt her entire body's power swell. That power was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy the world in an instant. But it only lasted for a second before disappearing. She now longs to find that feeling, to regain that invincible power, because only then will she no longer be an ant. However, after several days of research, she still had no clue whatsoever, but she would not give up. Ju Ming had no idea that at that moment she possessed 1/10 of Lafan's attributes, which amounted to millions of all attributes. What a terrifying number. However, Lafan knew how much of a ripoff Ju Ming was, so he instantly restricted her power, keeping all her attributes at around 20,000. Otherwise, who knows what strange things this idiot might do. It was because of this terrifying power that Lafan dared not casually bind others to become his followers. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control this power, which would be a very troublesome matter. Of course, Lafan had also arranged the titles, 5 high-ranking family members, namely Albedo, Nabe, Kindness and Aura. As for the Blue Rose and the Dragon Queen, the 5 of them directly became the merciful family members. The battle-made corpse, except for the Insect Girl, consists of 5 members who become Nabe's familiars. The Silly Goddess and the 4 newly added goddesses were made to be Aura's servants. As for Albedo's position as a member of her family, it will be temporarily reserved, and there will be a perfect family member and 10 ordinary family members. The perfect familiar is reserved for Momoga, to prevent Momoga from being killed in the future, since the perfect familiar possesses 20% of its own strength. We'll see about the other 10 later. It can't be said that Lafan is biased. It's just that his relationship with Momoga is really too good. Lafan had been good friends and brothers with Momoga for 12 years, and he had long regarded Momoga as family. Of course, Momoga also regarded Lafan as Zhao Qian's family, and both of them wanted to give the best to each other. Despite Rugusayan being present at the drinking party now, she can never truly become one of their brothers. They're just friends at most, anyway. There's plenty of food and drink to be had, so who would mind having one more drinking buddy? Momoga brought Sholtia and Ramu to the front lines of the battlefield, where they saw a massive army of 1.87 million. Momoga said that this was really cool. He had thought about it before, leading a 1 million-strong army to conquer cities. But this world is too dangerous, which makes Momoga afraid to take action himself. Demiurge and his 3 companions were preparing to launch a sneak attack, but they were stopped because they had overheard Momoga's message a few minutes earlier. So they gathered a large army here to wait. After all, the army was already on the march, so it wouldn't take too long to gather them together. An army of 1.87 million, forming a line several kilometers long, with every single soldier standing at attention, awaiting the arrival of the supreme ruler in the heavens. At midday, under the blazing sun, a massive army of 1.87 million people of different races formed a huge square several kilometers long. awaiting the appearance of the legendary supreme ruler. At the very front of this army of 187 million stood dozens of powerful generals, each possessing legendary strength at the steel level. There are even a few who have reached the level of heroes, and some who have even surpassed the level of heroes. With such a massive entity and such a terrifying army, conquering the world doesn't seem like a difficult task. However, all of the dozens of people were kneeling and bowing, because 4 powerful figures had appeared in front of them. They are invincible beings who stand above millions of troops, and are the highest judges above the divine kingdom. Demiurge looked at the army's performance with satisfaction and glanced at the Blood Emperor in the front row. Entrusting the army and the city to him has saved me a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a huge blue portal appeared in the sky, and then 3 figures slowly emerged. An undead clad in a magic robe, a striking red-haired Valkyrie, and a gigantic, silver-haired Lolita-clad girl 757. Upon seeing the 3 appear, Demiurge bowed and said, "Welcome to the supreme being ruler of Death Lord Momoga." As Demiurge finished speaking, the 187 million strong army immediately followed suit. Shouting, the deafening sound made Momoga's blood boil. But he was forced to calm down the next second. He stared intently at the orderly army below. No need for formalities. You do not need to participate in this battle. One of my 72 demon gods, Lama, will eliminate it alone. You may go to the Western continent to reorganize and manage the army in a day. Hearing Lefan's words, the 187 million strong army trembled in fear. One of the 72 demon gods? Is this the supreme ruler? Commanding 72 demon god subordinates, my god. How powerful this is! Lama was overjoyed upon hearing this, for it meant that his master was a demon among the 72 demon gods. However, that man was still very dangerous, even though I learned through inquiries that he was the master of the 10 supreme heavens. The 72 demon gods are inherently weaker than the 10 supreme heavens, CFBB. Because the 10 supreme heavens are the strongest and most invincible beings. Fortunately, the man and his master had a good relationship, as long as the 10 supreme heavens did not interfere. This world-thigh's dimension is nothing more than a toy for us. The demon god Hitada. The thought of being able to wreak havoc without end, without having to worry about being suppressed or annihilated by the 10 supreme heavens, filled her with unbridled jubilation. It has to be said that Momoga is a master of arrogance. His vague words seem to imply that he really has 72 demon gods. But he is just bringing this particular demon god with him at the moment. Lefan then left, letting Lamo and Demiurge talk. Before she acted alone, Sholtia looked at Momoga with even greater excitement, for at this moment she understood Momoga even better. It turns out that Lord Momoga has 71 more such powerful demon gods. As Momoga left with Sholtia, Ramu looked down at the ants with displeasure. However, she still teleported down to the lower level according to her master's orders. At this moment, Demiurge looked at the millstone, and as a fellow demon, Demiurge trembled with fear. Although Demiurge is a high-ranking demon, the being before him is a true demon god. Demons, demon gods. My god! Such a powerful being is merely a subordinate of Lord Momoga. And there are even 72 such terrifying subordinates. Demiurge respectfully asked Lord Lama, "Are there 71 other beings as powerful as you?" Sebastian and the others looked at Demiurge with puzzlement. Why was he showing such respect to the Valkyrie before them? You should know that we are also beings created by the same supreme beings. We are beings equal to 10 worlds. Even if the opponent is a demon god, so what? At most, they are just equal to us. Well, I don't like talking either. I'll go and eliminate 70% of the life. You can rest for half a day and then set off. Seeing Demiurge's respectful attitude, Lamo didn't take it seriously. Yes, the millstone is one of the 72 demon gods, the kind of beings that are incredibly violent and powerful. Besides Momoga, There are also the 10 supreme gods she fears nothing. After all, the concept of a demon god is inherently insane. As the millstone disappeared, Sebastian said unhappily, "Lord Millstone's attitude doesn't seem very friendly." Demiurgeon, the contrary, was fanatical. "What do you mean by demon god?" "That's our demon god, the god of the demon race. You think demons and devils are good people?" Hearing Demiurge's words, Sebastian frowned. "No wonder I'm not fond of her. She's the epitome of evil." Marley weakly said, "Lady Lamo is so powerful. Sister Rensai introduced us to powerful beings before, saying that the 72 demon gods are beings above her, and that she can crush the great supreme heaven." Upon hearing this, Cocytus recalled the previous meeting through the power system of the Hall of Mercy. As expected of the supreme beings, Lord Leffen is the creator of the 10 supreme heavens, and Lord Momoga is the creator of the 72 demon gods. One god and one demon, is this the power of these two lords? The crowd kneeling behind the 4 judges also heard their conversation. Hearing the terror of the supreme ruler, they felt immense pressure to actually create gods and demons. What kind of powerful being is the supreme being? Fruda was completely stunned. He had just seen the terrifying sight of the millstone. Yes, the magic of the millstone directly affected an area of tens of kilometers in radius. This terrifying magic was simply the highest pursuit of Lu Xun in a week. As expected of a demon god, could he be the legendary god of magic? How powerful must the supreme being Momoga, who created such an existence, be? But why can't I even see his magic? Has he become so powerful that the entire world is enveloped by his magic? Right, that must be it. How could such a powerful being not possess magic? Perhaps the magic we use now is provided by it. My God. To be able to serve under someone like that. This is just too wonderful. Is there anything more wonderful than this? Beyond the Great Wall, stretching 160 kilometers along the border of the Kingdom of Beasts, a stunningly beautiful female warrior with red hair, clad in crimson armor, slowly appeared. Although the speed and control of the rules have increased dramatically in human form, the strength, defense and destructive power have decreased a lot. It's a pity that these orcs don't care about money. Humans are definitely more fun. As long as you have money, you can disown your parents. In this world of beastmen where strength is paramount, money has become a burden. Lamo thought for a moment, then raised his hand and endless golden light surged forth, followed by the appearance of a huge golden scythe. Although I'm not a battle maniac like Baal, I'm still a destruction maniac. As she spoke, she held a golden scythe, her whole body hovering above the golden blades, which seemed to possess their own life, constantly emerging. This is still the powerful ability of the millstone. Money control, and a skill unique to limited-time world bosses. Money magic blade, these sharp blades crafted from money, will indiscriminately attack and kill anything in their vicinity. As the millstone burst into a 5-time sonic sprint, tens of thousands of golden blades began to move around it within a 10-kilometer radius. Furthermore, because the millstone moved at 5 times the speed of sound, these golden blades also reached a terrifying 5 times the speed of sound. With a deafening roar, the Great Wall, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, was blasted open by the millstone. The instant it struck the Great Wall, Lamo raised its sickle and began playing a killing game. As for the tens of thousands of golden blades, they had begun to indiscriminately destroy everything. Whether it was living structures, earth or anything else, they were all being indiscriminately torn apart by them. Fortunately, these golden blades have a special affinity for life. Otherwise, these patches of land would probably have been cut into cracks, or even collapsed. Back beside Lefan, Momoga looked through the magic observation mirror and said, "That's fast. At this rate, they can probably finish them off in half a day." At this moment, Rugu Sayin Yai, who was looking through the magic observation mirror, felt a chill run down his spine, because all he could see was golden light flashing continuously, and then 10 orcs being cut up one after another. Looking at the scene before him, which was even more terrifying than hell, Rugusayan was truly frightened. Is such a powerful being merely a subordinate of Momoga? Moreover, Momoga seemed unfazed. Could he possibly see the speed at which the millstone was being pulled? Of course, you can see that the gigantic Mora's speed is 500. But the speed of the human-powered millstone can soar to 800. Even if you can't see it, you can still use soul detection. However, it is indeed a bit of a stretch for someone whose speed is only 200 to watch someone whose speed is 800. After all, he is the shield hero and his defense health and attack power are all amazing. However, his speed is his biggest weakness. Even though he's already level 180. His speed attribute is only 276 points. But compared to the average level 100 shield warrior's speed of 150, he's already very strong. This is also the result of his hard work these past few days. He has put in extra effort to reach the level 365 limit and has been focusing on improving various attributes. If trained to the extreme, Rugusayan can become very strong. It is estimated that they can keep Ren Ci de hanging off course. Ren Ci, who has not become a member of their family. If she becomes a member of the family, then everything will be unlikely after all. Having become Le Fan's kin, their attributes all start at millions. Le Fan shook his head at the golden image and said, "It's not pretty. Momogia, have you turned into a fishy creature?" Momoga listened to Le Fan's question and looked at his MP increasing by hundreds per second. He nodded and said, "It has increased. Once everything is completed, I estimate it will reach 6 million magic power and 40 million health." Looking at the magic observation mirror, Rugusayan, who had been terrified, came to his senses and said fearfully, 7,600,000 magic power and 40 million life force. Momoga nodded, looking at the adorably frightened Rugusayan's eye, and retorted, "Right, what's wrong, Zaza? You've changed your mind." Sholtia, nestled in Momoga's arms, was also astonished. She glanced at her less than 800 magic points. Then at Momoga. Lord Momoga's magic is 10,000 times stronger than mine. My God, what an incredibly powerful being this is. The human king, seeing the arrogance of Momoga, knew he couldn't let his brother-in-law get too cocky. With such high magic power and life force, he was just a sitting duck and a power bank. If he encountered a strong opponent, he'd be easy prey. ****, brother-in-law, don't get arrogant. 40 million lives and 7 million magic points are nothing. Don't be too high profile. It was better for the king not to speak than for everyone to remain silent. Listen to this, is this even human language? It's nothing. How did the king of men come up with those two words? You should know that a normal level 100 player has about 4,500 HP and about 700 MP. Now it's increased 10,000-fold. And it's still just a drop in the ocean. Just how strong is this human king? As expected of my wife, she's so sensible. I can't let Momo get arrogant. My resistance and speed attributes are both over 10 million. Do you think I'm being cocky? Life attribute and magic attribute are such common attributes. Who doesn't have hundreds of millions of them? Zero. Even someone as powerful as me needs to play it safe. But recently, creation and the elements haven't been destroying planets anymore. I guess they destroyed one planet and then successfully escaped. Although destroying planets grants me terrifying stat boosts, it would be troublesome if they stopped capturing us and the enemy found our way here. So, being able to escape and develop our resources safely is the best option. Momoga hadn't felt anything when the King of Men attacked him. But when he suddenly heard Le Fan's thoughts, he became annoyed. Damn bro, I'm your bro. Stop thinking about how to make fun of me. Don't I have any pride? It's so infuriating. But I can't let him know that I can hear what he's thinking. It's infuriating that every time I try to act cool, he mentally insults me. I'm so angry at this moment. A frightened-looking Rugu Sayin asked timidly, Sister-in-law, what are your attributes? The king shook his head and said, I can't say for sure. It's improving every second, so I can't give specifics. Hearing the human king's boastful words, Rugu Sayin Yai immediately knelt down. Sister-in-law, how can I become a powerful being like you? Upon hearing about Momoga's terrifying attributes, Sholtia felt that she was truly unworthy of Lord Momoga. Now she wants to become stronger, but she can't find a way to do so. However, after seeing the arrogant king, she mustered up her courage and asked, Yes, sister-in-law. Please teach me too. I also want to become stronger. Looking at Rugu Sayin and Sholtia's questions, the human king smiled and said, There are many ways to become stronger, but you may not be able to accept them. For example, right now, Zyro you cannot accept killing. This is the fastest way to become stronger. Hearing the king of men's words, Rugu Sayin shook his head. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I really can't do such indiscriminate slaughter. Sholtia looked at the cowardly Rugu Sayin and sighed. I can kill like this, but I can't become stronger through killing. The king thought for a moment, then realized that using the rules to modify Sholtia didn't seem like a good idea. Sending Rugu Sayin to Mars to become a god and collect faith is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Since neither method is very good, let's just wait. I'll give each of you one in a few months, once I've finished developing the system. 560 heard the king of men say that he was not human. Momoga was furious. Could he really create a system by hand in a few months? Sister-in-law, please stop showing off. You've already slicked back my scalp. My wife is great in every way, except she's too honest. Can't you be a little more tactful? It's all your fault for being so honest and straightforward, making me realize how dangerous this world is. If you had been more tactful, letting me naively believe that we were the strongest in this world, wouldn't that have been better? It's because you're so honest that I live in constant fear, and I can only end up as a lazy bum. Listening to Lafan's various laziness-filled thoughts, Momoga felt really annoyed. It's all your fault, you be *****D. If you hadn't been telling me such terrifying information every day, would I be so cowardly? I could do whatever I want with my current power. It's all your fault. A few months. I wonder what the world will be like in a few months. Rugu Sayin said with a worried expression, yes. She had been here for so many days. So naturally she had asked Sholtia for information. It turned out that the Great Tomb had only been in existence for 2 months. The world has changed dramatically in just 2 months. Who knows what the world will be like in a few more months? Seeing Rugu Sayin's worry, Lafan sighed and said, It's been 2 months. Momoga smiled at Lafan. Yes, time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. We've gotten used to this kind of life, the king of men. Thinking that Lafan was bored, asked curiously, husband, are you tired of this world? No, how could I get tired of it? There are so many interesting things to do every day. Lafan hugged the king tightly as he spoke, then said again, being a salted fish is also a kind of happiness. Hearing Lafan's words, the king of men agreed, saying yes. Being ordinary is the true way to live. Seeing the sudden display of affection, Momoga was not to be outdone, so he immediately hugged Sholtia, who happily enjoyed Momoga's embrace. Then, Rugu Sayin is left as a third wheel, constantly interrupting the couple's displays of affection. What can she do? All they could do was pick up the magic beer, pick up the barbecue drink cola in big gulps, and eat meat in big bites. The millstone transformed into a terrifying natural disaster, covering an area of 10 kilometers in radius, moving at 5 times the speed of sound wherever it went. Nothing grew. Everything was ruthlessly cut down without pause. Of course, because of this rapid charge, many powerful beings escaped unscathed, and some were just lucky, but only the elite survive. With such rapid movement, the entire beast kingdom was wiped out in less than an hour. Subsequently, the kingdom of birds and the kingdom of larks suffered greatly. In just 5 short hours, the fertile land and dense population of the entire western continent were directly transformed. Now, you can't find a single intact building or piece of land on the entire continent. Everything has been cut up. Most of the survivors, seeing such a hellish scene, couldn't bear it and collapsed on the spot. Many more committed suicide, no longer wanting to live. Meanwhile, the million-strong army waiting on the eastern side of the continent continued to wait until the portal appeared. The immaculate peerless Valkyrie appeared. Her words cold and ruthless, "The cleanup is complete. You may proceed." After saying that, the millstone disappeared instantly, leaving Demiurge and the others terrified. Because there was also a magic legion here. With the cooperation of Fruda's magic legion, a giant magic crystal mirror was summoned in the air. They could see targets within 100 kilometers. They had already seen the Great Wall, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, being shattered by the dust. They had long witnessed the terrifying power of the inhuman millstone puller. But only 5 hours have passed since then. How could such a vast territory be wiped out in the blink of an eye? How is that possible, let alone cleansing? Even in a small place like Longwang province, people surrendered voluntarily. Managing such a large area would normally take half a day. Yet this region, dozens of times larger than Longwang province, was cleaned in less than 5 hours. Everyone was subdued by this ineffable power at this moment. Not a single person in the army dared to disobey. Because of such a terrifying being, the Supreme Being still has 71 subordinates. Even more powerful than such beings is the Great Supreme Being. Rebellion, that's not defense, that's suicide. Demiurge observed that the army was united in spirit, though this was only due to the overwhelming power they possessed. It doesn't matter, this army void of any disloyalty will become the sharpest weapon on the battlefield. Conquering the world is only a matter of time. As the army set off, they encountered trouble. Because the destructive power of the millstone was so terrifying, the ground was cut apart. Such a huge army simply could not advance at the same time. Otherwise, the ground would collapse due to the vibrations caused by the marching steps. The army then dispersed, dividing into 187 legions, each setting out independently to pacify the entire western continent. Of course, the so-called reorganization was actually just recruiting the orcs who had not yet died in battle. After all, this continent has been destroyed and nothing is left. Demiurge is now worried about how to manage this continent in the future. With so many fissures in the land and such a vast continent, even 100 men would need to work for a year to reach it. Perhaps this is a problem left for them to deal with by the Supreme Beings. Is this a test of my wisdom? This is a great challenge. Right now, Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom has plenty of people, so perhaps we can mobilize a large number of them. Let them work together to repair this continent. 10,000 meters above the western continent, the figure of the millstone appeared. Master, I have completed the mission. Momoga looked at his terrifying attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Go and rest. Lamo didn't say much after hearing this. She was very satisfied with this killing spree. She could kill freely for 5 hours without anything stopping her. Even on the western continent, where slaughter is taking place, countless death energies are constantly gathering again, and it is estimated that they will soon form the underworld. Lamo believed that Momoga and the others knew about this, so he did not reveal it and a portal disappeared. Ryugu-san was not looking at the magic observation mirror, because she couldn't bear to watch such a massacre. So she chose to train at an altitude of 10,000 meters for those 5 hours. Sholtia was initially very curious after all. This little girl seemed a bit abnormal. Could doing all sorts of push-up squats and jumps really make her stronger? Sholtia knew that the Rugusere in front of her was 25 years stronger than her. If she could use this method to become stronger, then there would truly be no justice in the world. As the millstone-pulling performance ended, Sholtia asked Momoga curiously, "Lord Momoga, can she become stronger by training like this?" Momoga looked at the cute blue-haired loli who was squatting up and down in an area of several dozen meters, nodded in approval and said, "Okay. Because she is a genius, a genuine top-tier talent." Hearing Momoga's words, Sholtia asked curiously again, "I wonder if it's okay to learn it, the king of men." Seeing Sholtia's curiosity also reminded her, "No. He is special. If the talent of ordinary people is 1, then his talent is 100. It is estimated that only one genius like him can appear among trillions of people." Hearing the king's words, Lafan also became interested. Who wouldn't be interested in a test of talent? Sholtia was eager to know her talent. Then, "Sister-in-law, what is my talent level?" 8 o'clock. As the king of men's ruthless high voice rang out, Sholtia was completely stunned. How could this be? "I only have 8 points of talent. The opponent has a perfect 100 points. How can their perception be so high?" "Don't be discouraged. You are much stronger than ordinary people. Normal ordinary people only have 1 point of talent. Even the one below, who claims to have the strongest talent among humans, Frood, only has 3 points." Hearing the king's words, Sholtia looked down at the old man below and finally came to her senses. "So my 8 points of talent isn't low at all, Momoga?" Hearing the human king's words, asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, what about me?" The human king looked at Momoga using his newly developed soul exploration system, 20 points. And this soul exploration system can observe the other person's talents. And what are talents? So-called talents are the soul. The world is inherently realistic. Talented people will show their abilities from the start. Those who achieve great things later in life are simply people without talent who have encountered extraordinary opportunities in their later years. Momoga was quite unhappy to hear that she only had 30 points. "Can't I even beat Zyroza?" she thought. "How much are you, sister-in-law and Lafan?" The king sighed and said, "To my shame, my talent is only around 130 points, while my husband's is probably limitless." Lafan, who was initially curious, was also taken aback by the king's words. But looking at his exaggerated resistance attributes, and considering he was a player, so you acted without any inhibitions. Any rules are useless to oneself. This ability to observe is probably also a skill. Momoga looked at Lafan in surprise and said, "Infinite." Lafan smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. It's just that no rule in the world applies to me, which is why my wife can't find out about my talent. I personally estimate that my talent is around 20. Hearing this, the king of men knew that Lafan was being modest and that he was no longer going to dwell on the topic. Momoga watched as the performance ended, and the problem of managing Demiurge and the others below was nothing to watch. "Then it's about time to head back." Hearing Momoga's words, Ryusen, who was cultivating in the distance, immediately stopped his training. "Did they go back? Aren't you going to see the deathly aura turning into demons below?" The king's sudden words stunned both Momoga and Leffen. What the hell? Death energy turned into demons? Could it be that they killed too many people, thus giving birth to demons? If that's really the case, the reason creation and the elements were able to escape is probably because they destroyed an entire planet. The massive death energy directly formed terrifying demons, forcing the outer space enemies to stop their pursuit and deal with these so-called demons. If that's the case, then the lack of massacres these past few days makes sense. Because the enemies outside are afraid that Genesis and the elements will summon demons when they're not in harmony. Therefore, it's certain that this demon must be an extremely powerful being. Otherwise the enemies outside wouldn't be afraid. and creation and the elements wouldn't be able to stop destroying planets. After all, creation possesses the Death Scepter. Destroying a planet could probably earn tens of millions in average attributes. It seems we were careless, but a demon born from a mere few 100 million lives shouldn't be too scary. Right. Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momoga was furious. Holy crap, Shanghai has already produced 13. What can't you guys come up with, a demon? Was it born from the accumulation of death energy due to too much death? Hearing Rugu Sayan's question, Sato Aya also asked curiously, is that demon powerful? Sholter, the weakest among them, asked the most direct question. The king smiled and shook his head, not weak, but not strong either. You can't handle it right now. Husband, do you want to handle it, Momoga? Listening to the human king's words also complained. Holy crap, I have 7 million magic power. And I still can't beat him. What kind of monster is this? Listening to the king of men's words, it seemed as if he was saying that he could win. LaFan was also intrigued. He had been in this world for so long, but he had hardly ever taken action himself. Moreover, they always bully the weak. I have such great strength from the past, but I have no chance to use it. Now that we've met a worthy opponent, it's time for a good fight, sure. I'd like to see if the other person can withstand my strike. As LaFan spoke, he took out his world will. He had been here for more than 2 months, and the attack power of his world will was still so weak. The lowly Yue Fan wanted to discard it and retrieve his own Tianel sword. At least the Tianel sword had critical hits and life-steal bonuses, while this thing only had attack power. Do I still need more panel attributes, however? It would be a real shame to throw it away, since it's a weapon that can grow indefinitely. I'm wondering if it's suitable for family members to use. Having formed an idea, LaFan raised his hand and forcibly summoned Zetsume. Zetsume, who was searching for that feeling of invincible power, suddenly found that everything in front of him had changed. When she saw LaFan in front of her, she was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. After all, the psychological trauma LaFan had inflicted on her was too great. LaFan looked at the adorable Ju Ming, grabbed her cute little hand, and held it in his own world will. Then he tried to let go. Here, take this. This is a weapon that can grow indefinitely. Zetsume was stunned when he heard about a weapon that could grow indefinitely. But the next second the world will in his hand vanished. Terrafidge immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. It's not my fault, I didn't break it, sob. Please don't hit me. LaFan stared at the world will disappearing from Jushi's hand. So the world tree's setting is really this hardcore. Without realizing it, LaFan picked up Ju Ming and looked at her pitiful, helpless crying face. After regaining his senses, Fan handed the deathly despair sword to the King of Men, and then replaced it with the heavenly music sword. The Tianel sword is a champion's exclusive weapon. Can choose 3 attributes. LaFan chose the following 3 attributes: permanent damage resistance, life steal and critical hit. The secondary attribute stats are all attack power plus all speed. As for elemental damage, strength and constitution bonuses, there are none. This was a terrifying weapon that could not move forward. LaFan looked at his long-lost companion in his hand, Tianel sword. It's been a long time. Seeing LaFan pull out the Tianel sword, Momogia knew he was serious. That's right, Thighs is a demon. A being that can cause trouble and fear for both the creator and external enemies. Currently, the strongest being on this planet is LaFan. Even the human king probably can't defeat LaFan, so only he can step forward to fight against him. LaFan easily moved his hands and feet, then said to the King of Men, send me there, the human king. Holding the adorable Zetsume, nodded and precisely opened a portal. At this moment, Zeshi felt the endless death energy surging out from one end of the teleportation portal and also saw the terrifying black shadow where the endless death energy gathered. What is this? How can there be such a monster? It actually made me feel the sensation of death. She cried even harder at that moment. The immense deathly aura surged forth, and Momoga sighed in awe. Truly terrifying. Sholtia instinctively clung tightly to Momoga. Faced with such a terrifying being, she was helpless. If she were to face such a monster alone, she would surely die. As for Rugu-san, stared intently at Zeschi Zetsume. That monster, yes. The average attributes of the deathly fate skill are suppressed to 9. And the resistance and speed are 900. But these are the attributes of the world tree. Through the divine realm system of observation, Rugu-san will discover a completely new world. Name Zetsu Zetsume LV, 100 HP, 13 million MP, 130,075. Attack power 6.3 million defense, 6.3 million speed 3. 2 million magic attack, 6.3 million special grade, Berserk. Looking at these incredibly exaggerated attributes, and then at her weak, petulant, helpless appearance, Rugu-san was furious. And he knew that the person in front of him was one of LaFan's body pillows. It's like a vase left at home, not even considered a subordinate. She had always been very curious about just how strong LaFan was. Now the opportunity has arrived. She wanted to see LaFan fight. Similarly, Sholtia and Momoga were also very curious. The king comforted Zetsuki, saying, "It's so good. It's rare for my husband to be interested in taking action." Hearing the king's words, Zeschi came to his senses. Was that devil going to make a move? Is the invincible him about to make his move? Langley, the most severely damaged city on the western continent, is now just a blood-stained ruin, but amidst the ruins, an endless aura of death surged from the entire continent. And at that moment a pitch-black figure slowly emerged. As this dark figure appeared, the entire sky began to darken. This pitch-black figure had no facial features, was 9 meters tall, had 8 arms and 2 legs, was thin, and was completely black, making it impossible to discern anything about it. Although the dark figure did not speak, countless agonizing screams could be heard from all around. Tens of thousands of different voices constantly echoing the cries of death. Even all life within a radius of 1,000 kilometers is dying, with endless death energy constantly surging in. If left unchecked, he will slaughter all life in the world within a few days at most. Suddenly a portal appeared, and an incredibly handsome man in a magic robe appeared. He was so handsome. He was over 10 meters tall and carried 10 terrifying swords that emitted a 7-colored glow. As soon as LaFan arrived on land, saw the 8-armed, pitch-black figure in front of him, and heard the piercing sound of death, he frowned. What a strange existence. No sooner had LaFan finished speaking than the pitch-black figure in front of him transformed into black mist and pounced on him. In less than 0.00001 seconds, the opponent's 8 arms transformed into deadly blades. Hurtling towards the child, LaFan frowned. Did it possess built-in time magic attacks? Fortunately, I have high resistance, so magic is ineffective against me at any time. But my actual speed is only about 9 times the speed of sound. However, the opponent is too strange, so it's best not to get hit by him. The powerful LaFan suddenly slapped something upwards. Endless magic surged forthand in an instant. It blasted the dark figure off the planet. Although the black figure's speed limit was 9 times the speed of sound, Shen Lefen's 10 slaps, Qian Zhao Zhao's, directly made it experience the thrill of 100 times the speed of sound. Watching the figure hurtle towards the universe like a shooting star, LaFan wanted to show off. But there are too many unknowns about his opponents. Who knows if he'll keep getting stronger without stopping? He immediately raised his hand and unleashed his strongest attack, Dimensional Slash. As the heavenly music sword slashed down, the whole world seemed to have stopped running. It just stopped. Not only that, the light stopped. The darkness stopped, entire dimensional space blurred. The entire dimension, the entire time stopped. Except for a few exceptions that are resistant to time. Everything else is frozen in time. Ryugu-sein looked at the sky in fear. What's going on? Momoga looked at Sholtia frozen in his arms. Then at the unharmed King Zetsume and Ryugu-sein. And wondered, is my wife too weak? The king smiled and said, this sword has stopped time. Although time no longer exists, one can still vaguely see that the incredibly wide dimensional slash tore through dimensions. The black figure was beyond dead, and the dimensional slash continued to fluctuate. Le Fan looked at the colorful space in the sky. This colorful space filled Le Fan with a sense of emptiness and fear. If he were to fall into such a trap, he would probably have a hard time escaping. My God, what kind of terror is that? Even with my millions of resistance points, I can't withstand it. Could it be that demon's self-destruction? Luckily, I'm smart. I know how to keep my distance. Otherwise, if he self-destructs and pulls me into that colorful space, I'll be in big trouble too, as expected. This world cannot be judged solely by superficial strength. This self-destruction was truly disastrous. If it were that idiot Momoga, he'd probably get dragged into it. No wonder the creator and the elements dare not kill indiscriminately. No wonder the enemies from outer space dare not kill indiscriminately. With such a time bomb around, who would dare to kill indiscriminately? Wait, didn't we find a life-saving card? Let the world's population explode and create a massive planet with hundreds of billions of inhabitants. Would enemies in outer space still dare to cause trouble? Reckless actions could detonate a planet, creating a terrifying demon spawned by billions of people. Can they withstand it? Who can resist such a demon? Holy crap, I really am a genius. Now we must stop Demiurge's 70% pointless slaughter. This self-destruction is toxic. Not only did time stop, but space itself stopped. 2637. I can't use teleportation magic anymore. And I can't even use natural energy. But luckily I have enough magic power. I don't know when this colorful space will disappear. Le Fan flew towards the area of the Human King. At this moment, the Human King was extremely excited as he looked at the seven-colored space. Is that chaos beyond dimensions? A chaotic seven-colored expanse? My God, that's a super realm that opens up new dimensions. An infinite number of dimensions can be created within a state of chaos. Honey, is this for me? That's right, it must be. Is it trying to make me stop worrying too much about dimensional power? Stop getting too caught up in those childish tricks. And stop researching the system. Is this research on chaos? The seven-colored chaos, what a terrifying region. If I could comprehend it, no even just a little bit, I could transcend dimensions. Ah, what a great power this is. And this magnificent seven-colored chaos. My husband has been trying to cleave it in two with a single sword strike. The king was also lost in endless speculation. The same element of the blue sun and creation were both detected. The element looked at the terrifying seven-colored chaos. Is this the master's power? A single sword strike cleaved through dimensions. Cleaved through chaos, revealing the seven-colored chaos. Unlike the elementalist's surprise, when Genesis looked at the seven-colored chaos, her first thought was to go inside and study it. Think it through, and you'll be directly teleported from the beginning of creation. This is the rule. Not Magicand is unaffected by space. She knew her own weakness, and as the eldest of the 10 supreme heavens and the strongest subordinate of her master, she could not remain merely the dimensional ruler. It's time to march into chaos. Only by becoming the ruler of chaos can one be qualified to be the master's most loyal subordinate. With the creation of the universe, seven-colored chaos was added. The chaotic seven-colored passage began to slowly shrink. The Human King frowned as she looked at the high passageway filled with merchants, for she saw the Creator enter the seven-colored chaos. Damn, has she really gone this far? Was her husband actually opening a special path for her? That's true, I'm still far from that level. I shouldn't aim too high. I should just broaden my horizons now. Our primary task right now is to become the ruler of this dimension before advancing into chaos. Lafan and Momo Jia were unaware of the power levels defined by the human king and the creator themselves. What dimensional ruler, what chaos ruler, and so on. Ainz and Zeschi were equally surprised, because this was a seven-colored chaos, which was not visible to mortals. It's impossible for the two of them to watch so openly. Ainz looked at it for 1 second and immediately collapsed. Zeschi looked at it for 5 seconds and then collapsed. Momoga wasn't having an easy time either. After just over 10 seconds, his hundreds of millions of life points dropped by millions. Who can withstand this? He was too far away from Lafan in this position to hear Lafan's thoughts at all. Therefore, they had no idea what Lafan was thinking. But he's also a scoundrel who likes Daihua. He automatically connected the dots and concluded that this was the self-destruction of that demon. Just watching the self-destruction for a second would cost me over 100. 0 HPIF, I were caught in the aftershocks. My hundreds of millions of HP wouldn't be enough. Not to mention the damage at the epicenter of the explosion. If you were there, you'd probably be instantly killed. My life points are in the hundreds of millions. Even if Lafan is better than me, there can't be 100 times the difference. At most, it's dozens of times the normal rate. I was instantly killidowned if Lafan gets caught in it. He might be killed too. This damn self-destruction is terrifying. It was just a demon born from the death energy of a mere 700 million lives. What if it's tens of billions, hundreds of billions? Who could withstand this? Holy crap. The more I think about it, the more horrified I get. This world is truly terrifying. How do enemies in outer space cope with such a terrifying existence? Just a few days ago, creation and the elements destroyed a planet. And those few hundred of those terrifying demons didn't seem to explode. After all, the explosion brought time and space to a standstill. And the brilliance of this seven-colored space was even more dazzling than the Milky Way. Who could withstand it? Could the enemy in outer space possess a sealing technique? However, at least we now have a means to survive. All we need to do is keep increasing the planet's population. If 10 billion isn't enough, 100 billion. If 100 billion isn't enough, 1 trillion. Trying to persecute us, we are bombs. If we are trapped, we'll all perish together, haha. Thanks to this massacre, we learned about the world's strongest Q-bomb. This feeling of nuclear peace is just too good. We will no longer have to worry about enemies in outer space attacking us. After a moment of imagining, Lafan had already flown over. At this moment, he looked at the unconscious Ainz and Zeschi and Sholtia, who was floating in midair with a look of surprise on her face. Her facial expression completely frozen. Lafan looked at the human king and asked, how much longer? The king of men was taken aback upon hearing this. Then looked at the seven-colored space and said, it will end in 30 seconds. Lafan looked at the seven-colored chaos in the sky, which was constantly shrinking to the naked eye. 30 seconds, including the time I was stunned. Does the power of 700 million demons self-destructing last for 3 minutes and 26 seconds? That's only 700 million. If it were a trillion, who could withstand it? This dimension is too dangerous. Wait, are there any safer dimensions? Zai's dimension even has terrifying beings like evil gods and creator gods. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momoga also came to her senses. Yes, are there any dimensions that aren't dangerous? All we can do is survive. But it's a good thing we found a way to survive and develop. After 30 seconds, the colorful chaos disappeared, and the entire dimension returned to normal. Time has returned, space has returned. Everything has returned, Sholtia. Recovering from her initial surprise, exclaimed, "Huh. Big brother, when did you get back?" Lafan was very satisfied with Sholtia's statement just now. "Momaga, how could you be such a husband? You couldn't even resist a little bit of time resistance." Hearing Lafan's complaints, Momoga knew she was in the wrong and said remorsefully, "Indeed, it's my fault. I'll look for some resistance equipment later." The human king looked at the distressed Momoga, then at his innocent younger sister-in-law Sholtia. "It's all right. Once my system is ready, I can fight against time." A few months will pass. Hearing the king's words, Sholtia immediately realized what had just happened. "I was careless and didn't use flash. If I use enhancement magic to protect myself and equip myself with the strongest divine gear, perhaps I can withstand the test of time." But what did they do when time stopped just now? Why did the little sister faint? And why did Zeschi also faint? Zetsume is an extremely powerful being. Could it be that the enemy launched a sneak attack? No, it couldn't have been an enemy ambush. Lord Momoga, Lord Human King, and Lord Leffen are all here. How could the enemy possibly have managed to launch a sneak attack? Let's ask them when they wake up. Momoga looked at Leffen. "I think we should talk to Demiurge about changing our strategy." Hearing Momoga's words, Lafan nodded. "I had the same idea. The population is too small, which is not good." The king listened to their conversation without interrupting. A larger population and a more lively world is a good thing. Moreover, unless it is a single person slaughtering someone, such a massive amount of death energy cannot be formed. So there's no need to worry about a large population. This is why, despite so many wars and deaths every day in the world, death doesn't turn into demonic energy. The scene shifts to the other side, within the seven-colored chaos, where the creator looks at a world with a completely different structure. The normal world is composed of space, time, and rules. But this is not just about space-time and rules, but also about cause and effect and what is set up here. Each dimension within chaos has its own unique structure, and there are causal relationships between dimensions. According to the established timeline, every dimension will eventually reach its end after countless years. And the way to avoid reaching that end is to seek cause and effect. The so-called cause and effect is the fusion of dimensions with the same settings. For example, the dimension that Lafan is currently in, the dimension that Shen Yong is in, and the dimension that slimes are all dimensions of the same theme. Moreover, their power systems are similar, so the three dimensions are inherently causal and can be merged. If they are from different dimensions, they will attract each other and eventually collide. Which is not fusion, it was a battle of mutual slaughter. Only one of the two dimensions could survive, therefore. The competition between dimensions is also extremely ruthless. However, many dimensions do not have a dimensional ruler. Only when a dimensional ruler is born through a causal union will such a powerful being be born. This shows how terrifying Genesis was. It became the ruler of dimensions by exploiting a bug. As the creator who is now the ruler of dimensions, he can naturally survive in this seven-colored chaos. But this seven-colored chaos was far too vast, so she could not maintain her current small body otherwise. It would be impossible to move around in this dimension. Originally, the creator was 1,000 meters tall. But after these days of growing stronger, her power has expanded to the level of a dimensional overlord, and all her average attributes are terrifyingly broken. Therefore, her body can grow to a massive size of 1,700 kilometers. Although that is still far too small for a dimension, probably not even as large as a planet. But this is already the most perfect form that the creation of the world has achieved. Because if it were to grow any larger, its strength would not be sufficient currently. Her over 100 million attribute points can only maintain the perfect defense and perfect speed and strength of her enormous body, which is 1,700 kilometers tall. However, this place is a seven-colored chaos. containing countless dimensions. Her path to becoming stronger is quite simple. She gains strength by destroying dimensions one by one. However, Earth's place is just too big. Even 1 billion times the speed of light would be a snail's pace here. Fortunately, the creator possessed a powerful rule transfer ability, and she continuously moved towards places visible to the naked eye. It rotates once per second, and each transfer covers a distance of 20 million light-years. Its speed is terrifying. Even at this speed, it would take 5 days to reach the nearest dimension. At a speed of 20 million light-years per second, it would take 64 trillion light-years to reach the nearest dimension. Of course, this is already very close because 64 trillion light-years is not as large as the dimensions themselves when they are expanding infinitely. Upon returning to the main world, Lefan and Momoga arrived before Demiurge and the others. At this moment, Demiurge felt a chill run down his spine. The more he tried to deal with it, the more troublesome it seemed. But seeing the two supreme beings who had suddenly appeared, he stopped what he was doing and said, "Lord Momoga, Lord Lefan, Demiurge, stop this pointless killing. Here's a small goal for you in 10 years. Make the planet's intelligence reach 100 billion. Hearing Momoga's words, Demiurge was stunned for a moment. Was the killing lesson over? I passed. So you're assigning me a new task. Is this still the final assessment? 0. A few seconds later, Demiurge seemed to have figured something out, and he fervently murmured to himself, "Is this the Supreme Being? Did you guide me through various stages of growth? From ignorance and intelligence gathering to adaptability, decisive action and stable development, good heavens. So all those two Supreme Lords went to such great lengths to train me. So, this massacre was deliberately orchestrated by the two adults, who intentionally destroyed the city's land, to make things more difficult for me. The world's population is currently less than 5 billion, and the goal is to reach 100 billion in 10 years. But why is such a large population needed? By the way, what is the basic instinct of life? It's eating, drinking, defecating, and procreation. Now that eating, drinking, and relieving oneself are taken care of, is it just a matter of letting living beings enjoy their instinctive pleasures? I understand. Holy crap, Momoga, you really dare to say that? 100 billion people in 10 years. You think this is like raising pigs? No, even raising pigs would be difficult. But this is for the best. Demiurge is so capable. It would be a waste of his talent not to give him some challenging goals. Listening to Lefan's complaints, Momoga said, I was wrong. What I actually meant to say is that 10 billion people will be born within 10 years. But if you accidentally cough, you know what happens. Fortunately, this world is not entirely populated by humans. There are also beastmen otherwise, given the human custom of having only one child per birth. This mission would be impossible to complete. But because of the existence of the beastmen, having 6 or even 7 babies in one birth is not a dream. So this mission is possible. But now it all depends on Demiurge's performance. Yes. Lord Momoga, Lord Lefan, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Demiurge looked at the ravaged Western continent and realized that unifying the world was now far too easy. He only needed to issue a proclamation, and all the countries in the world would obediently surrender. The situation on the Western continent below is enough to terrify all nations. No country wants to commit suicide, it's simply inhuman. It directly wiped out the entire continent, 1 billion people. And hundreds of trillions of small animals and plants were also wiped out. This is a choice with no other options, either live or die. Surely no one would actually choose to die, of course. It's possible that a foolish king might choose to die. But the moment he made his choice on 637, he was already dead because people are selfish. No one would entrust their own and their family's fate to the king. After this horrific massacre began, it was no longer a matter of fighting or patriotism. that could solve the problem. There was no other choice, because the opponent not only possessed invincible strength, but also had no rules to restrain them. Human rules and constraints are useless to them. No one is unafraid of such a powerful and lawless nation. The instinct of life is to live. All emotions exist outside of simply living. The reason so many people are willing to sacrifice for their country and defend their homeland is because even if they sacrifice themselves, the country can still exist and their families can still live on. But no one's sacrificed everything is truly sacrificed, and everything is gone forever. Even those who are not afraid of death have their own concerns. If they have no concerns, it is even more impossible for them to become high-ranking officials in various countries. The next step was very simple. Demiurge issued a notice to the world. All countries must surrender voluntarily within 5 days, or they will be wiped off the face of the earth. It was such a simple and direct announcement that everyone in the countries that received it was stunned. Even the high-ranking officials within Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom were dumbfounded. Especially the Blood Emperor. What is the reason for this sudden change of heart? Did the Guardians make this decision from the beginning, intending to annihilate the Western continent, with its massive population of 1 billion, to intimidate the world? Then they'll force all the world's nations to surrender willingly. And if they don't, they'll be annihilated. The Blood Emperor couldn't understand it, but such a large-scale massacre could be considered a form of conquest through slaughter, even though many countries had never been dominated by the fear of killing. Having heard of the destruction of the Western continent, the extermination of kingdoms, and the annihilation of races, they should not dare to act recklessly. What follows may be very busy, because this will cause all the countries in the world to surrender quickly, and then the world will be unified. Managing this vast world in a unified manner is an extremely difficult task in itself. But the more this happened, the more excited the Blood Emperor became. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of unifying the world and then managing the entire world. Now this wish is about to come true, even if it's not the world I conquered, but as one of the administrators. It's not impossible for me to become the CEO if I perform well. If I become the supreme executive officer, then I'll also be one of the highest administrators in this country. And wouldn't that allow me to fully realize my desires? Although 2 days have passed, the processing of the Western continent has reached 1% completion, and it will probably take about 200 days to fully integrate the land. Everything that needed to be arranged has now been arranged, and the higher-ups have time to gather together. These past few days, Demiurge has been constantly planning birth control policies, with various proposals at this moment. Everyone in the meeting looked at the document distributed by Demiurge, and upon seeing this document they were all dumbfounded. The headline of this document is about achieving the small goal of a population of 100 billion within 10 years. This is a hard goal if it cannot be achieved. Then the world will have no reason to exist. A simple, direct message terrified them to tears. It was utterly heartless, my God. Ainz Ooal Gown's divine kingdom rules the world so that people can be turned into breeding boars and reproduce endlessly. The Blood Emperor hadn't anticipated this. For the past 2 days, he had been constantly speculating about the next policy of the divine kingdom, that perfect country where everyone had food to eat, shelter to live in and jobs. But now, the sight of the first 100 billion people has completely refuted all his guesses. Is it really that hard to say? It's important to know that the world's population is only around 3 billion. Because a large number of humans and beastmen in the Western continent have been dealt with. To reach a population of 100 billion within 10 years, even if half of the 3 billion population were women, that would require each woman to have 300 children. That's an impossible task, after all, for ordinary girls. Having 1 or 2 babies is already the limit. As for the orcs, A large number of them were wiped out in the Western continent this time, although they could give birth to 6 children at a time. Even if they gave birth to 6 children at a time and continued to do so for 10 years without interruption, they could only produce a maximum of 120 children, which is still a long way from the goal of 100 billion. With such a massive population base, it was simply impossible to complete. The Blood Emperor felt fear at this moment. Who could accomplish such a task? 9 Demiurgitu had done such profound calculations and knew that such a thing was very difficult to accomplish. Therefore, a population cultivation program is planned. Cultivating naturally through supply requires a vast pool of talent and magical geniuses to manage. Once the technology for artificial breeding is developed, a population of hundreds of billions is not a dream at all. Everyone's expressions shifted between fear-dread and excitement upon hearing Demiurge's words. This is absolutely inhuman. Who will care for the large number of babies born through artificial insemination? How to handle the food problem? All sorts of problems keep arising. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. And even Daisagus himself probably felt a chill run down his spine. The scene shifts to the Great Tomb, where Lafan looks at Momoga, who is holding a sleeping beauty. How is it? Momoga said with a worried expression, "It's not working. Sholtia is still unconscious, and we can't wake her up at all. What exactly is that 7-colored chaos? How can it affect a person's soul?" Following Momoga's question, the human king, seeing Momoga's confusion, directly explained, 7-colored chaos is an existence beyond dimensions. Each chaos contains countless dimensions. Just as dimensions have levelshaus, also has levels. Namely 3-colored chaos for colored chaos. And 7-colored chaos is a very high-level chaos. Ryugu-Seiin asked curiously, "Then why am I unharmed?" The king of men said calmly, "It's a matter of aptitude. Your aptitude is more than capable of withstanding such a soul bombardment. As for Jushi and Juming, they were fine because their inherent attributes were extremely powerful. They were simply suppressed by Lafan. The 7-colored chaos is still worth a look." Momoga is starting to panic. His wife has been unconscious for 2 days and he, as her husband, is powerless to save her. The king patted Momoga on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. In 2 months once my system is finished, it'll be fine." Looking at the human king, Momoga could only nod. It was only 2 months, couldn't possibly withstand that. So Demiurge and his forces have already begun their operation. But according to the intelligence Demiurge provided, there are only 3.5 billion people left in this world, with a male-to-female ratio of 4:6. Even that's far from enough. He seems to want to develop population cultivation machines, artificially cultivating the population. Upon hearing Momoga's news, the human king shook his head. Artificial cultivation. Is that interesting? Why not just create humans directly? Holy crap, honey, you can create babies out of thin air. That's amazing. Hearing the king's words, Momoga quickly asked then sister-in-law, "Could you please make some babies? It's unnecessary. Creating humans would consume a lot of the world's essence, which I think is unnecessary." Hearing the human king's words, Momoga fell silent. He didn't want to use the power of origin, which concerned the human king. After all, this is the territory of an enemy from outer space. This planet only has 3.5 billion people, and it wouldn't be friendly to rashly take over their territory. Why the rush with the king here if the enemy attacks? We can simply move to another location. He consistently assigns easy tasks to Demiurge, occasionally giving him some hellish wanches, a good boss. Hearing Lafan's inhuman words, Momogia was furious. "Thank goodness I'm not your employee," she thought. "Otherwise, if you treated me like this, I'd probably have to pack up and run away." "All right, let them develop freely then. 10 years is neither a long nor a short time. Let's just watch the show." Hearing Momoga's words, Lefan smiled and asked, "How about we go take a look at Mars?" Momoga was stunned upon hearing this. "Wait, why go to Mars? Is there life there? No, why should I go? Isn't it better to stay home and stay put?" Momoga shook his head and said, "Isn't eating, drinking, and having fun better?" Lefan suddenly looked at the adorable Rugu Saiyans beside him and said, "That's right, then you go." Rugu Seiya looked completely bewildered. "Wait, what does this have to do with me? You two won't go, so I have to." Momoga looked at Rugu Seiya. "Ahama's a weakling. You should go on adventures and become stronger." Looking at the sensible Momoga, Lefan was very satisfied. After all, the rest of the time is too boring. So let Rugu Seiya perform, anyway with the king around. We can stream and project the live stream to see Rugu Seiya's condition anytime. The king of men seemed to understand and smiled, saying, "Go ahead, didn't you want to train? The energy on Mars is much stronger than here." Listening to the king of men's words and looking at the three of them, Rugu Seiya thought to himself, "I don't want to go, please. You three devils, I'm just a child, how could you do this?" Realizing that his pleas for mercy were ineffective, Ruguin Ryuya had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Then he was teleported to Mars by the king of men. At this time, Mars was still a world ruled by dragons and elves. Because of the transformation during the creation process, the power system of this world was extremely advanced. Even if the 4 dragon emperors came to this world, they could not be considered the strongest beings, but they could still be considered among the top beings. Currently, although Rugu Seiya is powerful, he can only fight one-on-one with the 4 dragon emperors. If 2 such powerful figures come from the other side, things will probably be a bit precarious. But everything is finito. All Rugu Seiya is a coward. She'll probably find a place to hide, unfortunately. She didn't know that this world was a realm of elves and spirits. And as one of the original spirits, she was destined to be unable to hide. The primal spirits are on par with the dragon emperors. This world has 8 dragon emperors and 7 primal spirits. Because there is 1 primal spirit missing from the start, the dragon clan holds a slight advantage over the primal spirits. Now that the 8th starter Pokémon has arrived, it means that the starter Pokémon, which have been suppressed for so long, can finally hold their heads high. Therefore, the arrival of Rugu Seiya also signifies the beginning of the battle. The instant the Dragon Palace Saint descended, deep within the 7 most powerful elven tribes in this world, ancient beings opened their eyes. A tiny 1.2 meter tall, blonde-haired, and incredibly cute, lowly dressed in a golden doll-like outfit, said in a voice that had been holding back for a long time, "Finally! It's finally here, the 8th initial spirit, the dragon. Come on, let's fight." Meanwhile, a group of lowlies with different hair colors and under 1.2 meters tall were all saying similar things to 307. It seems that the struggle between the elves and the dragons is extremely fierce. Although the elves rule over most of the intelligent life on the planet, no matter how many intelligent life forms there are, they cannot defeat a single dragon emperor. The dragon emperor possesses top-tier combat power. He is a terrifying being capable of destroying the world single-handedly. If they could, the elves wouldn't want to be intelligent beings who work as laborers and manage the world. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Because their strength was inferior to theirs, they could only manage this world. Meanwhile, the dragons acted recklessly and idly, destroying and doing whatever they pleased. The troublesome sprites were completely helpless against them, because the other side had gained a dragon emperor. As for the dragons, they naturally wouldn't provoke the elves, since the elves also have 7 original elves. If a real war were to break out, all 7 initial spirits might die. But the Dragon Emperor would also sacrifice more than 5 of them. The Dragon Emperor wasn't stupid, so he naturally wouldn't fight the elves to the death. But he still wanted to get some benefits. For example, Seizing the world's power of faith involves constantly destroying the world, making all life in the world fear and dread the dragon race. Then, since the elves didn't lead the charge against the dragon emperor, over time people's beliefs changed, and they came to believe that the elves were inferior to the dragon emperor. Gradually and subtly, the dragon emperor can gain more faith. And faith is the most delicious food. As long as people always remember that the dragon race is the strongest, that's enough, other dragon races won't care. Feeling the immense energy, Rugusayan was extremely satisfied. The energy of the air here is indeed much higher than that of the planet Great Tomb. Unfortunately, it's still quite inferior to the realm of gods. But that's all right, I'll hold out, find a place to hide, and secretly cultivate until I reach the maximum level before unleashing my full power. On this vast blue sea, Rugusayan did not fly towards the mainland, but instead planned to lie low in the deep sea. As the initial spirit doesn't need to breathe, she can store energy by absorbing the world's energy reserves. So oxygen and the like are meaningless to her, and she doesn't even need to eat. The initial spirits are the darlings of the world, able to replenish themselves by absorbing the world's energy. They completely abandon the ability to eat and breathe. If they weren't lacking in energy, they wouldn't even need to sleep. Suddenly plunging into the sea, Rugusayan suddenly felt 7 extremely familiar sensations surging towards him. This greatly surprised the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. What was going on? Had my arrival been discovered? This feeling was so strong. It was obvious that these 7 people were after me. Should I hide? Where to hide? Is this still bloodline tracking? Is it a starter spirit like me? The fact that this world actually has starter Pokémon is simply incredible. Of course, Rugusayan's arrival was also due to the knowledge of the spirit god of this world. The elf god and the dragon god are the strongest forces in this world. The existence of these 2 individuals is simply unknown to the people of this world, which could lead the primordial sense spirit to believe that it is a god. The 8 dragon emperors also thought they were gods. But everything is wrong. The god of elves has no gender, no form, and is just a mass of energy that envelops the entire planet Mars. You could say that the atmosphere is his embodiment. The human dragon god had long since retreated to the core region of Mars and was dormant there. For it, the most energy-rich place in the world was the Martian core. However, these 2 terrifying beings dared not make a move, because they knew that countless other terrifying beings roamed within. That being seems to be the master who created this world. He is truly invincible, however none of this matters, since no one else knows about their existence. Even Rugusayan's I didn't know, of course. The King of Men and Lafan knew this after all. Their attributes were too terrifying. It's still possible to explore these weak beings, yes. They are weak beings, even though these 2 terrifying beings can determine the fate of Mars. They were also 2 true gods of Mars, whose attributes even reached the level of benevolence. But that's all there is to it, it's just a show of mercy. Who are you trying to scare? Rugusayan felt the 7 figures still approaching, so he immediately dived down, continuing to descend. As the pressure on the seabed grew increasingly immense, she knew that speed was her weakness, but defense was her strength. Under the terrifying pressure of the deep sea, she could suppress the speed of her opponent on a large scale. With its strong defense and attack capabilities, it still has a chance to fight the opponent. Rugusayan is undeniably powerful, possessing exceptional combat skills, talent, and intelligence. Faced with the pursuit of 7 powerful individuals, she made the best choice immediately. She wasn't foolish enough to expect Momoga and Leffen to save her, because in her view, she absolutely cannot rely too much on others for her life. Otherwise, she will definitely have to pay a heavy price to maintain it. The 7 starter Pokémon were also completely bewildered. This starter Pokémon must have sensed us at the same time. How could we Ben Jenching possibly harm you? As the primordial spirits born from the energy of heaven and earth. We are one family, how could I possibly hurt you? Why did you dive into the ocean? They didn't understand. But they still kept diving into the ocean to find their companion. To seek justice for the elves and stop the dragons from doing as they please. Is this life inside Mars? It's terrifying. It's even more powerful than life on our planet. Our tiny solar system has 2 such farms. Just how powerful are these enemies in outer space? Holy crap! Being chased by 7 of my own kind right from the start. How interesting, this rainbow loli is really nice. Wouldn't it be wonderful to make her into a body pillow? The new planet is really interesting. But we'd better not go there. Its atmosphere and core are protected by guardians. Who knows if these 2 special guardians have any contact information with enemies in outer space? If we rashly go there and attract their wrath, it will be troublesome. Listening to Lafan's string of inner thoughts, Momoga was furious. Damn it, you dare let me go to a place like this? Mars is smaller than Earth, yet its population is surprisingly large, and the people there live so harmoniously. Is this how elves manage things? Momoga was unaware that it was your interference by the dragon race that led to such a decline in population. Otherwise, with the absolute power of the elves, all intelligent life would be ruled and managed in a unified manner, and large-scale wars would never occur. The population will keep growing. Why are the Rainbow Dreams doing this? That's their instinct, like the idea transmitted to them when the world was created, making the world prosperous. However, as the population grew, civilization expanded. All of these needs were met by the 7-colored Lolita. But unfortunately, the 8 dragon emperors were too despicable, constantly causing trouble and destruction. Over the years, hundreds of millions of intelligent beings have been slaughtered by the dragons. The problem is that the elves can't do anything about them because they outnumber and outgun the rainbow-colored lolis. If they really fight them, that would only lead to the complete annihilation of the 7-colored lolis, ultimately ending the flourishing civilization of intelligent life and ushering in an era of war. After all, the 8 dragon emperors wouldn't manage this world, much less allow these weak ants to prosper. So the 7-colored lolis have been around for many years, and their goal has never changed, to make the world more prosperous and to elevate civilization to a higher level. If the strength allows, I'll also take care of these dragons, these culprits who are hindering the development of the world. In fact, the 7-colored loli didn't know that if the threat of the dragons were truly gone, the greed of intelligent life would definitely retaliate against them. Although I can't kill them, I can still cause them trouble. Moreover, if intelligent life discovers that the goddesses of the 7-colored dreamland are also girls, it's not impossible to win their hearts, then sow discord among them, making them fight each other to the death. After all, humans are inherently greedy. The reason why this kind-hearted rainbow-colored loli is able to manage this world is largely thanks to the help of the dragon race. But they didn't think so, which is why Lafan thought they were amazing the first time he saw them. Because these colorful little girls are very kind and very friendly to management. Momoga knew these 7 lolis were quite attractive, and with a knowing look asked, "These 7 lolis are quite nice, Lafando, you want them?" Looking at Momoga's expression, Lafan asked curiously, "You want it?" Momoga shook his head and said, "No. I'm not interested in women." "All right, I'll take it, but now's not the time. Let Zyros take better control of it for me." Lafan was looking at the magic monitoring mirror. The king smiled. She wholeheartedly supported Lafan's hobby. Because if the invincible Lafan didn't have some fun, he would be too pitiful. As an invincible and omnipotent being, this is the only little bit of fun I have. The king of men felt sorry for Lafan every moment because he was too invincible and didn't know what to do. That's why the human king wanted to become stronger. although he knew he couldn't keep up with Lafan's pace. He believed that as long as he kept getting stronger, he could keep understanding Lafan's thoughts. She is now very strong, and has her own ideas about the lives and even souls of ants. Each time she grew stronger, each time she conducted research, her mindset underwent a slight change, luckily. Lafan didn't know what the King of Men was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely complain. You're the invincible one, your whole family is invincible. I'm just a salted fish, don't you understand, at this moment. Rugu Sayan's scalp tingled, because he had already dived to a depth of 20.0 meters in the deep sea, and had already reached the underground. The underground temperature here is extremely high, reaching over 100 degrees Celsius. The seawater here is boiling, and most importantly, the sea pressure is extremely heavy. Even Rugu Saya's speed decreased by more than half here. At this moment, 7 colored lolies appeared. Looking at the lolies with blonde, red, green, purple, blue, black, and pink hair, Rugu Sayan is ready for battle. He silently chanted, "Skill, Hero's Shield." As the skill was activated, Rugu Sayan was enveloped in endless energy, a terrifying energy that seemed capable of resisting everything. Seeing that Rugu Saya had entered defensive mode, the blonde golden-eyed, cute loli leading the group looked puzzled, then smiled gently and said, "Hello, CFCD. We are all starter spirits. There's no need to go into a defensive state. We won't attack you, yes, little sister. But I didn't expect that you weren't born from the elements. I am a silver lightning spirit, and, as you can see, I am the first spirit born from lightning." The adorable silver-haired, silver-eyed elf smiled and stretched out her little hand, saying a powerful energy fluctuation spread. And Rugu Sayan's eye also looked at the 2 little lolies. "One silver and 1 gold, you didn't come here to fight me." Hearing Rugu Sayan's answer, the cute Yumiri shook her head. The cute, black-haired loli waved her little hand. "No. I am the dark primordial elf, the darkest being among my sisters. But even I would not harm my sisters. We are sisters born of heaven and earth. So why would I hurt you, Rugu Saya?" Upon hearing the others' words, exclaimed in surprise. "Born of heaven and earth, that's right. All the initial spirits were nurtured by heaven and earth. We all share the same parents. It's strange that you didn't know this since you were just born. Little sister, oh, and our hair is blue too. I am the primordial water spirit. I can manage all the water in the world." A cute little girl with blue hair and blue eyes approached Rugu Sayan's eye and said with a smile. Rugu Saya looked at the cute blue-haired loli who had come to stand in front of his shield. She was also taken aback for a moment. Was it a ruse? Or was she really not afraid of his attack? "You might be mistaken, I'm not your sister. What if I didn't come from this planet?" Hearing Rugu Sayan's words, the cute pink loli walked up to Rugu Sayan's shield and smiled, saying, "You're not from this planet, not from this world. I see, so you're an alien starter spirit, no wonder. No new starter spirits have been born for countless years. How come one was born today, if that makes sense?" Rugu Sayan looked at the pink-haired loli in front of him and asked seriously, "In that case, are we enemies? Why? Just because we're not from the same world doesn't mean we have to be enemies. We're both primordial spirits, born and raised together. Even if we weren't born from the same world, we're still sisters." Looking at the incredibly innocent pink-haired loli, Rugu Sayan felt a chill run down his spine. How did these 7 naive and sweet lolis survive? Can someone so innocent and adorable really survive in the real world? Or are all the people on this planet like this? All naive and innocent? No, how could this be? After witnessing the horrific scene at the Great Tomb of Nazareth, Rugu Sayan, you refused to believe that a naive and innocent planet existed in this world. Rugu Sayan couldn't believe such a world truly existed. But it was impossible to persuade her to abandon her defenses based solely on one side of the story. What if the other person is faking it? Rugu Sayan's eye took a deep breath and said, Since this isn't a fight, what do you want with me? I want to cultivate alone. I don't want to concern myself with anything in this world. Hearing Rugusayan's words, the blonde lowly pouted and said, We've been bullied by the dragons. We are the gods of this world. We manage all intelligent life in this world, under our rule. The world is thriving, becoming more and more prosperous, and its civilization is becoming more and more advanced. However, the dragons, relying on having one more dragon emperor than us, act with impunity, destroying cities and slaughtering civilians. Over the years, hundreds of millions of people have been killed by them. We only have 7 starter Pokémon, while the enemy has 8 dragon emperors. We dare not take a hard line if a battle breaks out, although our 7 Pokémon can take down 5 or 6 dragon emperors. But without our protection, humanity in the future might face annihilation. Therefore, we cannot start a war. Now, sister, you have arrived. I want you to join us. So the dragons know that well, like them have 8 beings. If a real battle breaks out, the outcome is still unknown. Hearing the blonde lowly's words, Rugusayan was stunned. The dragons were so despicable, slaughtering so many people, damn it. Why are there such monsters in every world that slaughter people so wantonly? Should I help them? No, I'm too weak right now. I need to reach the maximum level first. I'm sorry, my strength hasn't reached its peak yet. Please give me 6 months to reach it. Rugusayan knew that the 7 colorful lowlies in front of him were all naive and innocent, and that he had no chance of winning against all 7 of them at the same time. Therefore, the only option is to join, and it means that I must wait until I reach the maximum level. The blonde lowly looked at Rugusayan's eye curiously and said, Haven't you reached your peak strength yet? Is half a year enough? That's enough. To be honest, I'm a genius. If I cultivate in this deep sea for half a year, my strength will reach its peak. Seeing the 7 cute lowlies looking puzzled, Rugusayan explained, The adorable little girl with blue hair, blue eyes, and bare feet said, Oh, okay then. How about I stay and protect you? I'm the primordial water spirit, and I'm the strongest when it comes to controlling water. Rugusayan shook his head in refusal. No need. I can manage on my own if the dragons dare to cause me trouble. I don't mind slaying them. All right, we'll go back to sleep. We'll come find you in 6 months. As they spoke, one by one, the adorable little girls left. Rugusayan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surrounded by 7 colorful Lolisho pleasant. News of the collective mobilization of the 7 primal spirits had already reached the dragon clan. Although they don't know why the 7 original spirits went out, they absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Immediately, the dragon emperors gathered and flew towards the Sea of Kikyong. The 7 primordial spirits who were rising in power were unaware that the 8 dragon emperors had already gathered. Because these are the local rules of this world, there are no techniques related to time and space. Some of them are the purest, most basic magic. So there is no space dragon emperor or time dragon emperor among the 8 great dragon emperors. They are all simply elemental dragon emperors or destruction dragon emperors, etc. However, the dragon emperor's enormous size and innate physical strength make them stronger than the elves, allowing them to fly at speeds exceeding 8 times the speed of sound. Soon we will arrive at the Sea of Wonder and Poverty, where the 8 dragon emperors will once again await us. It's all the fault of Rugusayan. Why did he have to lurk in the deep sea? If he had explained everything on the surface, he could have done so. Now the 7 elves have all returned to their respective slumbering realms. Unlike now, the sea is surrounded by 8 dragon emperors. Rugusayan, who was preparing to cultivate, possessed powerful sensory abilities. He was looking at the sea surface at that moment. He could still see them from a distance of only 20 kilometers. There were 8 terrifying dragons waiting there. As she watched the 7 fairies about to leave the water, a chill ran down her spine. These 7 naive and innocent girls. Could they be the 8 dragon emperors they brought with them? Are they trying to get me to join their battle? Wait. If they're all naive and innocent, how could they possibly use this kind of trajectory? Could it be that these dragons have wanted to destroy them for a long time, but they just haven't been able to gather together and find an opportunity? So they've gathered together just to see me. If that's the case, then I've harmed them, so be it, so be it. Ainz Ooal is a saintly person. After sensing the strength of the 8 dragon emperors, he realized that he could hold his own against one of them in a one-on-one fight. In addition, the 7-colored lowly was not much weaker than him. He could easily fight 8 against 8 without any fear. If the other side really insists on fighting to the death, I can just teleport back to the Great Tomb with 7 adorable lowlies. Ainz already knows that Fan really likes the vase-shaped cushion. He had no reason not to want these 7 innocent and naive starter spirits. With a backup plan in hand, Ainz was naturally not afraid. The next portal headed towards the location of the 7 little girls. At this moment, the 7 little girls did not break out of their sleep. Although they were naive and saintly, it did not mean they lacked wisdom. The adorable blue lowly was controlling the elements of the sea, forming a gigantic water giant that was 100 meters tall. Although the Dragon Emperor's height of over 60 meters was a little smaller compared to the water giant, but the Dragon Emperor's soul is far superior. The giant of the distant waters is no match for the Dragon Emperor. The water lowly didn't intend to use the water giant to defeat the Dragon Emperor. She just wanted to defend against his sneak attack. "Oh, please give me flowers." A colossal sea giant rose up, and the water lowly directly controlled the giant, unleashing a deafening roar. "Why have you come? What do you want?" HMPH, those are the questions we should be asking you. Why are you all gathered here? What is the purpose of your gathering? The 8 dragon emperors also have different colors, including gold, silver, green, blue, purple, black, red, and orange in addition to pink. The one asking the question now is the Red Dragon Emperor, the elemental dragon emperor of fire, who possesses the Shun family's terrifying power to unleash temperatures comparable to the sun. He is also the strongest and most explosive in terms of output among the 8 dragon emperors. The golden-haired lolly with a stern-pouting expression said, "What business do we have with you? Do you want war?" The golden dragon opposite roared in response, "Fight if you want, we are not afraid of battle." The aura of the 2 opposing forces was instantly ignited by the golden dragon's words, and the 7 adorable lowlies erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Flames, lightning, ice, all sorts of terrifying energies surged forth. The 8 dragon emperors were not to be outdone. 15 terrifying forces exploded continuously in the air. The entire sky and the entire ocean were disturbed by these 5 godlike beings. Suddenly a portal appeared, and an incredibly cute blue-haired armored lowly stepped out, radiating golden light from her entire body. Standing blankly in front of the 7-colored lowly, Ainz finally understood the whole story. It's these dragons who are up to no good. She immediately roared in fury. The dragons shouldn't push their luck. Hearing the voice of the Dragon Palace Saint Academy, the 8 dragon emperors were all stunned at this moment. The Red Dragon Emperor laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Is it because you possess an 8th initial spirit? No wonder you dare to wage war against us, but don't forget, we are the strongest creatures who live by battle. The Dragon Clan. You weak spirits dare to challenge us again. You're courting death." As he spoke, endless flames surged forth, instantly forming a miniature sun 100 meters in size, which then hurtled towards the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. Oh, is this the inherent rule of this world? Primordial magic, what terrifying magic! It can be cast instantly, and its power is so immense. However, primal magic is simple and brutal. Although it is very powerful, It lacks other attributes and is too one-dimensional. Zero Zai's hero's shield can completely block it, after all. The hero's shield has a specific effect. It increases elemental power by 30% upon contact. If it's in accordance with the rules of the world tree. Triple magic can be used, super enhanced magic, powerful multi-elemental magic traps, and various auxiliary magic to compensate for weaknesses. However, the world tree's magical destructive power is indeed inferior to that of this world. Listening to LaFan's thoughts, Momoga also watched the dynamics of the magic observation realm. This small sun witch was 100 meters in size. Was actually not that big, after all. The Red Dragon Emperor's 3 form is already 60 meters tall. But its speed is quite impressive, capable of reaching 8 times the speed of sound. With such a massive size and such terrifying speed, the impact alone could be devastating. Not to mention the fact that the small sun has the characteristic of exploding due to its inherent temperature. Their destructive power was truly unparalleled. But unfortunately, they encountered the World Tree's system. As the strongest shield of the World Tree, the strongest skill of the Hero's Shield class. Hero's Shield possesses super strong resistance and also has a reflection effect. Ryugu Seienzai wore a smile at this moment. Because although the group of dragons in front of him did not know martial ethics and resorted to sneak attacks, but they were overthinking it. Such a sneak attack, coupled with the hero's shield, was practically suicide. The shield of heroes is least afraid of assassins, sneak attacks and targeted skills from mages. Because the shield of heroes has a reflection mechanism, it is simply the nemesis of single-target burst mages. And it also has a super strong shield bash measure, making it the nemesis of assassins. Of course, there are also advantages and disadvantages, since it can be immune to the opponent's burst damage and sneak attacks. It naturally cannot be immune to the opponent's long-term war of attrition. On the contrary, they fear the opponent using attrition warfare, such as the mage's use of a firestorm, a sustained damage skill that creates a defensive position. These sustained defensive skills are hard counters to the hero's shield. Although the hero's shield has 30% elemental immunity, it is too slow and relies too much on the reflection mechanism to heal. Without the reflection mechanism, there is no healing mechanism, so even if the shield is thick, it is just a meat target. But in one-on-one combat, the shield of the warrior is inherently invincible. Aside from dimensional shield, even god-tier skills like dimensional slash, and even top-tier damage skills like spatial slash, the shield of heroes is fearless. As the little sun bombarded in at lightning speed, the shield of heroes instantly emitted a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the enormous 100-meter-tall sun reversed the situation, hurtling towards the dragon emperors in the opposite direction at 8 times the speed of sound. With a loud bang, a massive explosion of fire erupted, forcing all the dragon emperors to retreat. Looking at the massive sea of fire a kilometer away, the 7 adorable colorful lowlies also arrived at the side of Ryugu Seienzai. The pink-haired lowly said angrily, "These despicable dragons actually resorted to sneak attacks. Don't overthink it, since they made the first move. The battle has already begun. Are you all right?" Hearing the words of the luminous lowly, Ryugu Seian nodded. "It's all right. I'll take care of that fire dragon." "All right, sisters, kill them all." The radiant Lolita charged directly at the opponent's golden dragon. Ryugu Seian smiled and used the World Tree's special tracking techniques and a teleportation portal to instantly arrive in front of the Red Dragon Emperor, who had been bombed several kilometers away. A great war is imminent when have we emperors ever suffered such humiliation after so many years of acting with impunity? These weak elves dared to turn against us. Today we must wipe out these ants. Let them know that this world belongs to dragons, not to you elves watching the great battle begin. Inside the great tomb, Momoga said calmly, Aren't you going to help? Le Fan also said awkwardly. That makes a lot of sense, but if I go, this good show will be ruined. The King of Men suddenly said to Momoga, why don't you go? Little brother-in-law, you have nothing to do anyway. It would be good to get some exercise. Momoga was taken aback. No, I'm a mage. And I can't even use magic. What would I do there? Even if my attributes are high, it only means my health and magic power are high. Le Fan smiled. Haha, you still remember that agreement. Forget it, let's just call it quits. If we keep betting like this, with us always on guard against each other, we probably won't be able to reach a conclusion even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. In fact, it's not good that we're limiting each other's power. Momoga replied excitedly. I've been waiting for you to say that for so long, you know. I now have over 7 million magic power, and I've been wanting to test the power of my magic arrows for ages. Le Fan smiled and said, a 5% bonus equals 350,000 damage. This magic arrow is probably going to wipe out Miao Tian and the Earth. Momoga was also curious. But since they had finally encountered 8 dragon emperors, how could they not have some fun? By the way, is that world dangerous? No, what danger? That world has billions of living beings. If an enemy comes, we can just perish together. Who's afraid of who? After thinking it over, Momoga said directly, thank you for your trouble. Sister-in-law, the human king smiled, raised his hand, and Momoga vanished at the same time as 7 lowlies, whose bodies were already bruised, disappeared and came to Le Fan's side. The human king smiled at Le Fan, who looked at the 7-colored lowly in front of her and then at the human king. She's so sensible. Of course, Le Fan did not make a move. Instead, he looked at the 7-colored lowlies. At this moment, all the elemental power that had erupted from their bodies disappeared, and they all looked at their surroundings in horror. What's going on with version 3.3? Aren't we supposed to be fighting the dragon emperors? Wait, where did Rugu Saarine go? Did she stay behind alone to fight the 8 dragon emperors and then teleport us away? The radiant lowly didn't know who Le Fan and the human king were. Although she sensed that they were incredibly powerful, she had no time to worry about that now. All she wanted was to return to the battlefield and save her younger sister. Gang Ren, who are you? We need to go back or our sister will be in danger. Le Fan looked at the anxious and adorable little girls and said, just stay here and watch the show quietly. Nothing will happen. After all, my good brother Momoga is gone. Upon hearing this, the 7 lowlies also saw the magic observation field ahead. And sure enough, they saw Rushuin Seiya and a skull magic chanter. A tremendous booming sound rang out. The 60-meter-tall flame dragon emperor was blasted hundreds of meters away by a cute blue-haired lowly who was only 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, wielding a 1-meter-tall shield in one hand and a huge iron hammer in the other. The flame dragon emperor's 8-meter-long claws, which had been blasted hundreds of meters away, were instantly enveloped by endless flames, transforming into massive 15-meter-long fiery claws in an instant. Damn it, damn elf, how could you possess such power? I underestimated you, but you've won, Flame Dragon Claw. Seeing the Flame Dragon Emperor hurtling towards him with its twin fiery claws, Rugu Seiyan's frowned. Did you wear the money you had saved? After the opponent initially used a small sun attack which was reflected by me, I charged in and engaged him in close combat. Just as the opponent used the Dragon Tail attack, they suddenly used the Fire Breath skill to launch a sneak attack. But it was reflected back. It was during this rebound that Rugu Seiyan was able to strike the creature hard with his giant iron hammer, causing it to lose 1/30 of its health. With the addition of 25 counterattacks, although the opponent has strong fire resistance, they are now down to only 92% health. Just 30 more hits will be enough to kill them. It's obvious that the Flame Dragon Emperor also knows about the special reflection skill. So he doesn't plan to bombard it with powerful primordial magic. Instead, they plan to use a relentless, persistent effort to wear each other down, even though the Flame Dragon Emperor couldn't see the opponent's health bar. His intuition told him that 56 claw strikes would be enough to kill this little guy. Of course, the difficulty lies in being able to catch her from behind, rather than letting her block with her shield. For the Flame Dragon Emperor's was simply too easy. The opponent wasn't fast and its body was so small. I can use both hands to bombard the enemy from the front and back, catching them completely off guard. Just as the two were ready to fight to the death, an endless series of explosions suddenly erupted all around them. The 7 adorable little girls around have disappeared. At this moment, Ainz's scalp tingled, and he inwardly roared, "Holy crap! Could it be Fan and the others? Don't do this. I'm already fighting tooth and nail for just one Flame Dragon Emperor, let alone the other 7. I definitely won't survive with this kind of chaos. But since they've all left, I can leave too, right? It seems the Dragon Emperors of this world don't know how to use spatial magic, so I should be able to escape." Suddenly, a boastful voice rang out, "Haha, sorry. After watching your earth-shattering battle, I got a little itchy to fight. How about I be your opponent? Little Zai, go play somewhere else." Suddenly, Momoga appeared before the Dragon Palace Saint Academy, which was surrounded by the 8 Dragon Emperors, and said some extremely pretentious things that made people's scalps tingle. Ainz was relieved to hear this. It seemed that Leffen and Momoga didn't intend to sell him out. So are we finally going to see Momoga make his move? Just how strong is this guy whose other stats are worse than mine? But when he thought of the magic that made his scalp tingle just looking at him, Ainz I dared not be careless. Ainz smiled at Momoga and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. I'll go watch the show from the side." Momoga was quite pleased with what Ainz said. "Just watch my performance." Seeing Momoga's pretentious attitude, the 8 Dragon Emperors were all displeased. Where did this lowly undead skeleton come from, daring to bark at the dragons? As the Flame Dragon Emperor spoke, he suddenly launched a sneak attack on Momoga. It was clear that the dragons designed this way were the type who did not care about martial ethics. They liked to launch sneak attacks while talking, and Momoga was caught off guard and didn't dodge. It was slammed down by a single, massive 15-meter-long fiery claw. Terrifying flames combined with sharp claws, enormous handsand, immense power. That claw attack instantly drained Momoga of 3,000 health points. Although Momoga didn't use any protective or supportive magic, his own defensive capabilities were still incredibly formidable. That claw deals 2,000 damage. 3 claws at most would be enough to kill me instantly. This was just a normal attack from the opponent, which shows just how powerful they are. If the Guardians were to fight, they wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Momoga blasted away by the fiery claws, the Flame Dragon Emperor was stunned. He's not dead. This undead has incredible vitality. As he spoke, the Flame Dragon Emperor launched another sneak attack, while the other 7 Dragon Emperors went to ambush Ainz. For the lawless dragon race, rules and constraints, they simply don't exist. You think you can just replace players like that? You think you can just stop fighting like that? Are you kidding me? Why should we listen to or support you? Why should we follow the rules you set? Therefore, in the dragon race's mindset, this isn't about lacking martial ethics. It's about the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and striking first. They only follow their instincts and ignore rules and regulations. Their strength lies in their ability to do whatever they want. Seeing the 7 Dragon Emperors launching a sneak attack on him, the Dragon Palace Saint Academy's scalp tingled. Fortunately, the King of Men was powerful enough, and the next second Ainz disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Ru 870 Ainz returned to the great tomb of Nazarick and, seeing the rainbow Lolita Lefanand, the human king, quickly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law, you're welcome. But these dragons really do whatever they want. How dare they be so utterly uncivilized? Momoga, skin them alive and tear out their tendons. Tonight we'll have a dragon meat feast." Lafan's voice was also relayed to Momoga's ears by the human king. Momoga had the same thought at that moment. These despicable dragons actually ambushed me. Damn it, I am the undying king, the ruler of death. These bastards actually launched a sneak attack. Here we go again, holy crap, another sneak attack. One wasn't enough and the other 7 wanted to ambush them. Do you think I'm an easy target? Triple magic, super enhanced magic, magic arrow. In an instant, 3 terrifying magic arrows appeared in front of Momoga. The next second, the magic arrows transformed into light and shot straight out of the clouds, heading into outer space. This magic arrow travels at a terrifying speed of 1,000 times the speed of sound. Before the Flame Dragon Emperor could react, he discovered 3 1-meter-wide holes in his chest. The intense pain made it howl incessantly, "Damn it! Damn it, kill him, he killed him." Amidst the roar of the Flame Dragon Emperor, the other 7 Dragon Emperors unleashed their strongest primordial magic in a sneak attack. The Flame Dragon Emperor fled immediately, intending to return home to recuperate. This Dragon Emperor is very realistic, likes to ambush. So let's just leave it at that. He ran away the moment he got injured. He's the epitome of a despicable person. Thankfully, they still know how to unite. The other 7 Dragon Emperors used terrifying primordial magic. Terrifying ice, endless thunderbolts, extreme laser. Dark fluctuations, one after another. Energy breaths bombarded the area, each one as terrifying as a hydrogen bomb, in an instantis. Light, darkness, lightning, and all sorts of energies surged violently. The area within a 500-kilometer radius of Momoga instantly became a hellish place. And everything was destroyed. Such a terrifying attack caused the entire ocean to vanish. All the seawater was either pushed away, or frozen into huge blocks of ice. The immense energy caused the entire ocean to be continuously pushed outwards. And instantly, all the beaches in the world were hit by a massive tsunami. Fortunately, the ocean is not a good symbol in this world. So few people live by the sea, after all. Dragons love to stroll on beaches and along the coast. And it is always the coastal kingdoms that are destroyed. Therefore, it will not cause much damage to the human race. Inside the Great Tomb, Dragon Palace Saintess Zai felt a chill run down her spine as she watched the 7 Dragon Emperors' ultimate techniques. These dragons are truly evil, resorting to such insidious and vicious methods. Listening to Ryugu Saiyan's words, the human king shook his head. What is evil, what is justice? Killing itself is partly right and wrong. Since the other party is someone you want to kill, why bother to give prior notice? Doesn't that seem stupid? Lafan frowned upon hearing this, but he felt that what the human king said made a lot of sense. So he smiled and said, "Haha, that's right. When you encounter an enemy, don't waste any words. Don't have any pitches, the fastest, most effective, and most ruthless moves to kill the opponent instantly. If you want to waste words, you can say them to the enemy's corpse. This is the true rule of survival." Letter 3005. The King of Men listened to Lafan's words and expressed his agreement. Hearing Lafan's words, Ryugu Saiyan's frowned. What if the enemy doesn't deserve to die? Lafan shook his head upon hearing this. You're still too young. And the other 7 colorful lolis chimed in. That's right. Since they're enemies, they're definitely opposed to us. And if they're opposed, why should they die? Isn't eliminating them the right thing to do? That's right, sister, you can't be so merciful. Otherwise, the enemy won't be merciful to us. Look at these dragons, every move they make is a deadly attack. They want to kill us instantly, yes. If it weren't for Lord Momoga, I don't think we would have survived such a sneak attack. I still feel scared when I think about it now. Listening to the 7 sisters talking back and forth, and their worldview so straightforward, it's either right or wrong. Black or white with no other colors. Ryugu was also in an awkward position after all, explaining to a naive and innocent girl that there is a gray area in society, and that society is not all good and baddies too difficult. LeFan and the Human King watched with amusement as the 8 little girls, these 8 naive and innocent girls, shattered. Although Ryugu isn't exactly a naive and innocent girl, she's a saint, and a saint in LeFan's tears is no different from a naive and innocent girl. Returning to the battlefield, the 7 dragon emperors stared intently at the area bombarded by the 7 supreme primal magics, eagerly awaiting Momoga's demise. Even Momoga, caught in the explosion, felt a chill run down his spine. That single blow cost me 140,000 HP, these devils. Luckily, I'm well educated. Otherwise, who could withstand them? Are these the real indigenous people of this world? They lack martial ethics, prefer to ambush and use their full strength even when hunting a rabbit, giving their opponents absolutely no chance. Faced with such an enemy, there are only 2 methods. First, surpass their superior strength. Secondly, hide so the other party doesn't find you. Otherwise, once discovered, they will be subjected to the most intense bombing, and they won't even know how they died. But you guys are done. It's my turn. Momoga, looking at the magic he knew best, used a teleportation portal before the energy fluctuations subsided to appear before the Golden Dragon Emperor. Raising his hand, 9th tier magic art control. In an instant, the 10 Golden Dragon Emperors fell to the ground. Momoga was satisfied with the Light Dragon Emperor, who was now dead beyond any doubt, truly worthy of a single target spell with 7 million magic power. Let's try another spell, Momoga thought, and used teleportation magic again, teleporting in front of the Black Dragon Emperor, 10th tier magic. Spatial slash. Seeing 2 Dragon Emperors instantly killed, the other 5 Dragon Emperors turned tail and ran without saying a word. Momoga was embarrassed as she watched the Dragon Emperor flee. He just ran away like that. This is toxic. I originally wanted to play around with you guys slowly and amass wealth gradually. As soon as you arrived, you abandoned all martial ethics, resorted to sneak attacks, and unleashed your ultimate moves. Okay. Now I'm going to play the ambush game with you guys. Try to kill you instantly, and what happened? You all ran away. Holy crap, are you guys really dragons? The more I feel that you guys are being despicable, the more despicable I become. How did those 7 naive and innocent girls survive when these dragons were so despicable? Momoga was extremely curious at this moment. Meanwhile, Momogorho had instantly killed 2 Dragon Emperors, severely injured 1 Dragon Emperor, and scared away the other Dragon Emperors. Was now in awe. Ryugu was completely dumbfounded. Was that Momoga's power? Can I really withstand his attack? Especially that heart control spell. It's practically the most terrifying magic that can instantly kill. And then there's that spatial slash. And those magic arrows that are so fast they're practically impossible to react to. That magic arrow was probably traveling at nearly the speed of light. Right, why were there such terrifying attacks? As expected, the system's data was unreliable. Luckily, I didn't rely on it, otherwise. What if I had underestimated Momoga? A being with such weak attack and defense attributes. The world is vast, I must remain calm. And why do these 7 naive and innocent girls all call me little sister? That's going too far. I'm not your sister. If I could, I'd like to be your brother. However, Ryugu doesn't dislike these 7 lowlies. At this point, Momoga was too lazy to chase after the 6 Dragon Emperors who had fled. So he simply brought back the corpses of 2 of them. Let's make some roasted dragon meat, looking at Momoga, who wasn't chasing after the fleeing Dragon Emperor, but instead choosing to return with the Dragon Emperor's corpse. LeFan remarked, Momoga's back already. Ryugu listened to LeFan's words and calmly replied, I think this is Finny avoiding indiscriminate killing. However, the seven-colored lowly didn't think so. The light lowly complained, why not kill them all? These dragon emperors are wicked to death. By the way, Lord Lafan, when will the human king send us back? The king smiled and said, go back, you can't go back now. Lafan also complained, stay put. People as naive as you are not suited to manage the world. Just eat, drink, and have fun and live your lives. Listening to Lafan's complaints, the seven-colored lowly pouted, indicating that she was very angry. The pink-haired forest girl waved her cute little hand and said, we will manage it because of our management. Our world has become so prosperous. If it weren't for the dragons causing trouble, the world would be even more prosperous. The water-loving lowly quickly chimed in, that's right. Now that the dragon race's crisis is over, we can make the world a better place. Looking at the seven naive and innocent lowlies, 240. Lafan thought this is just too much. Don't you know that people don't dare to act recklessly because of the huge racial crisis? If the dragon race's crisis disappears, people's greed and humanity will be revealed at that time. You fools will only be used and manipulated by humans. Lafan spoke coldly and indifferently. These words stunned the seven little girls. No way. Humans are so cute, how could they possibly use us? Shouldn't we help and benefit each other? The human king looked at the seven lowlies and said calmly, my husband is right. You are all too naive and not suited to manage the world. If you really want to manage it, you can learn in this world. At least there are people in this world who can protect you. Hasn't the female empire already established a system of governance? You should go and learn from Nora what the ugliness of human nature is before you start talking. Lafan looked at the seven lowlies and said, human king, ye is sensible, and directly transferred Nara over. Nara looked at Lafan with longing, while Lafan was speechless at the sight of the sickly Nara. Of all the body pillows in Lafan, the craziest ones are definitely Albedo and Nara. These two are always thinking of ambushing me. Fortunately, they weren't very strong. If they were stronger than me, I probably would have been tied up by them long ago. The king of men looked at the sickly Nara and said, Nara, take these seven people and let them learn about management. Let them see the evil and greed of human nature. Upon hearing this, Nara withdrew her sickly gaze. She knew that she would be rewarded if she worked hard. And now that the King of Heaven had arranged work for her, as long as the work is done well, Lord Leffen will give you an outstanding reward. Nara will do her best to earn Lord Leffen's reward. After Nara and the seven others left, Lafan looked at Ruguin Saya and said, continue to Mars. There are still 6 dragon emperors to train with. Rugu Sayan's eye thought to himself, please. Have some decency, I'm not Momoga. How could I possibly defeat the 6-headed dragon emperor? Can I finish eating the dragon meat before I leave? Hearing what Rugu Sayan said, Lafan nodded. As the human king Momoga and the corpses of the 2 giant dragons were brought back, they began a simple barbecue grilling dragon meat. For the king of men, barbecuing was incredibly easy. With a gentle lift of his hand, countless flames enveloped the dragon meat, which was even denser than steel. Normal flames cannot cook it. But this is not difficult for the king of men. Simply grill it yourself. Then cut pieces of dragon meat and you're done. Momoga has also returned, and he expressed great dissatisfaction with his actions this time. These dragon emperors are all incredibly cunning. They ambush you upon first sight. And if they can't win the ambush, they run away. You call this thing the dragon emperor. That completely shatters Momoga's worldview. However, this isn't entirely Momoga's fault, after all. Can a god like the cerebral palsy Dragon King from a mythical novel really survive more than 3 episodes? Reality is often so cruel. If you can win, fight. If you can't, run, no problem. Lafan saw the huge roasted dragon leg and cut off several pounds of it. Then took a big bite. This has a very unique flavor, much better than other meats. I've decided that I'll never eat beef or pork again. I'm going to eat dragon meat. The dragons were unaware of Lafan's decision. If I had known, I would have killed the two dragon emperors. It's all your fault for making us the target. Who would have thought that a mighty dragon, so high and mighty, would become food on someone else's plate? Rugu Saya naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to eat, since in the god system eating can also grant experience. This time of the food is extremely special. It's the legendary dragon emperor meat. Each 10 dragon emperors are stronger than myself. Eating this kind of meat, wouldn't you be able to take off? Looking at the short, 1.3-meter tall body, it transformed into a hungry wolf at this moment, constantly gnawing at the dragon meat. If the dragon meat hadn't been so chewy, Rugu Saya would have swallowed it whole instead of chewing it. Unfortunately, dragon meat is different from other meats. This is the meat of the dragon emperor, which is denser than steel, although it has been softened by the human king. But it wasn't something Rugu Saya could just swallow whole. Watching Rugu Saya wolf it down, Momoga wondered, is this stuff really that delicious? Momoga then joined the gluttonous feast. Watching the three of them eat so happily, the human king sighed inwardly. From now on, let's use dragon meat for barbecue on Mars. The 6 dragon emperors were so frightened that they fled the planet. Yes, they had to escape, facing a being whose skill could instantly kill them. Moreover, the 6 dragons must escape separately and absolutely cannot escape together. Otherwise, they will easily be captured by the other side. Therefore, one could see the 6 dragon emperors running away with buckets overnight. One of the dragon emperors was unlucky. He ended up in the world where Lafan lived. Moreover, given his current speed of flight, it probably won't be long before he encounters the 4 dragon emperors who escaped from the original world. It has to be said that the dragon emperor is a peculiar creature. If he can't win, he chooses to run away overnight with his bucket without hesitation. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their life force had already been locked onto by the human king, and it would be useless for them to escape to the ends of the earth. Once we finish these 2 roasted dragon meats, it will be their turn. However, the meat from these 2 roasted dragons can last for at least several months, so there's no need to worry about that. After a hearty meal and drinks, Longgong Shengyuan, drunk and in a fit of madness, pounced on Lafan and began biting his forehead. It's quite obvious that Rugu Saya is still angry, furious that Rakuin stole Ristart. Normally she could only endure it, but now that she was drunk, how could she possibly endure it? She attacked Lafan at the slightest provocation. Momoga looked at the blue-haired, blue-eyed, rosy-skinned, and adorable person whose legs and arms were tightly wrapped around Lafan's head. That cute little head kept opening its big mouth with 2 tiger teeth and biting Lafan. Lafan was also in a very awkward situation. This guy always causes trouble for me when he's drunk. I know you like Ristart, but I can't give it to you just because you like it. Even though what you're saying is nonsense. But you can still have your own thoughts. Wait. Does that mean I can't have them even if I don't give them to her? This is terrible. Should I kill her? But she's so cute. And we're both transmigrators. Killing her wouldn't be a good idea. Listening to Lafan's inner thoughts, Momoga smiled. This is the rhythm, Lafan, keep going. Slowly break through your inner thoughts and gradually accept the other person. Then I'll catch him off guard and take him down in one fell swoop. But I need to be careful, that scoundrel Lafan. I don't know when he'll turn his attention to me. The human king ignored the matter of Lafan and Dragon Palace Saint Academy, and continued to drink his Winiat roasted dragon meat and study the new system. Lafan was being held tightly by Longgong Shengyuan, who was biting his head. He was somewhat displeased and suddenly clasped his hands together. He shouted, "1,000-year kill," with his hands forming the shape of the 1,000 years of death. He slammed them upwards. Rugu Sayin, who had been clinging to and biting Lafan's head, suddenly burst into tears followed by a loud wara. He leaped into the air then rolled on the ground, clutching his back repeatedly, so-sos. Seeing Rugu Seinzai rolling on the ground crying, Momoga felt a chill run down his spine. Holy crap, is this the 1,000 years of death? Let alone the victims. Just looking at my own skeleton makes me cringe. Lafan couldn't bear to watch the adorable, helpless, and pitiful Rugu Seinzai crying any longer. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to take it. So grabbing the king of men and running away is the way to go. Rugu Sein continued to roll around, crying and shouting. After all, she was drunk, and the Dragon Palace Holy Academy was now displaying her true nature. Momoga awkwardly walked up to the rolling Rugu Seinzai and asked, Zaya, you all right? Upon seeing the pool of blood beneath Rugu Sein's armor, Momoga cursed, holy crap, Lafan, how could you be so cruel? You actually made Longgong Shengyuanzai bleed. What else could Momoga do? He could only use healing magic to treat Rugu Seinzai. As a support character, Momoga's healing magic was one of his few max-level spells. So in the past, there were healers in guilds. They basically only needed to use instant death magic, time magic and summon undead to interfere. But what if the healer is stolen? As a cautious person with a touch of perfectionism, Momoga naturally secretly maxed out the level of healing magic. Of course, there are many types of healing magic. There are pure healing magicite magic, and even wood and water elemental magic. Momoga learns the simplest form of healing magic, which is also a type of magic that any race can learn without any restrictions. Incidentally, Momoga's resurrection magic is also a form of restoration magic. And this resurrection magic within the restoration magic system is much stronger than the restoration magic of the light magic system. However, the price to pay is also high, requiring the expenditure of a percentage of one's own magic power. Moreover, it's 70% of maximum magic power, a spell that Momoga feels he'll never use in his lifetime. Just kill him. A level 10 light-type resurrection spell only costs a few hundred mana. Why waste 5 million mana on a restoration-type resurrection spell? As the healing magic emerged, Rugu Seiya's wounds healed, and she stopped crying and screaming instead. He glared at Momoga with a drunken, maniacal expression, damn it, that be asterisk D Lafan stole my first time. I'm not done with him. Listening to Rugu Sein's outburst, Momoga thought, a drunken loli is truly terrifying. Should I also hide? Don't say such embarrassing things. If Lafan takes it seriously, can you handle it? Hearing Momoga's complaints, Rugu Sein Yai flew into a rage again. He dares. Unless he's not human, how could he possibly lay a hand on me? Upon hearing this, Momoga awkwardly replied, he wasn't even human to begin with. Hearing Momoga's words, Rugu Seinzai was stunned for a moment. Then I'll put it another way, he injured me, I want revenge. I want to fight him, don't you think that's very girly? Oh, I forgot you are a girl right now. Momoga couldn't help but tease the adorable Rugu Sein Yai. Hearing Momoga's words, Rugu Sein, a fearless little girl in her drunken state, was utterly terrified by Momoga's daring teasing. At that moment, she transformed into a little devil and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Kusaka. Momoga felt embarrassed, as his power was inferior to that of the Dragon Palace Saint Academy. Then Momoga was also killed by Rugu Seinzai using the same vicious move, the lowly head-blasting crater-killing method. Although Momoga is just a skeleton, it still has a head. Momoga looked at the armor in front of it and smelled the unique fragrance of Rugu Seiya's initial spirit. Feeling her tiny arms and legs clinging to my body, and hearing the squeaking and biting sounds coming from her head. Damn it, Zyro Zai, stop biting. If you bite again, I won't be polite. Rugu Seiya completely ignored him and continued to bite relentlessly, seeing her health points decreasing by hundreds of points at a time. Momoga thought, this is infuriating. How could I possibly provoke this crazy lowly? How can I break free? Although losing this small amount of health is meaningless to me. And I recover more health per second than I take damage, yes. In the game World Tree, players' health can regenerate automatically at a rate of 0.1% per second. It takes about 10,000 seconds, or about 3 hours to fully restore health. Momoga's health is now over 10 million, and its regeneration rate can reach thousands per second, while Ryugu-Seien's bite only deals a few hundred damage. It wouldn't do any damage to Momoga at all. Although the damage wasn't great. Just thinking about how Ryugu-Seien was a man before was a real pain. Now look at this action right in front of her own eyes. Momoga was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. How could I not have expected this? This form is too. How could this thing insult me like this? Who can tolerate this? Momoga immediately remembered Lefan's move. Momoga said angrily, "Damn it if you don't let go. I'll let you experience the taste of the 1,000 years of death." The drunken little girl, fearless and unafraid, declared, "Who's afraid of you? Come on. If you dare bully me, I'll bite you to death." Then Momoga's sharp fingers coalesced into the shape of the 1,000 years of death. HMPH, you asked for this 1,000 years of death. A sudden sound rang out, and Momoga's 1,000-year kill directly blasted away the Dragon Palace Holy Academy. Ryugu-Seiya cried out again, "Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much, Wara." Then she kept rolling around on the ground. Seeing the crazy little girl rolling around on the ground, Momoga still couldn't bear it and used a healing spell. Heal her wounds immediately. Then run away with the bucket. Oh wait, I mean. Run away with the roasted dragon leg. Enough. In the 11th floor space, only a drunken lowly remained on the ground. There was also a stunningly beautiful mature woman gnawing on a dragon head. This crazy little girl got excited looking at the stunningly beautiful mature woman. After all, she was drunk and didn't know anything. Then she lunged at the stunningly beautiful mature woman. The millstone is a demon god, a genuine demon god. How dare such a mischievous little cutie attack him? I've already decided to teach her a lesson. But considering she was someone valued by her master and Lord Lefan, she couldn't kill her. But besides murder, she has countless ways to torture people, especially innocent and naive ones like this. It wouldn't be a problem to make her completely disoriented. Then on the 11th floor, a stunningly beautiful mature woman is bullying a stunningly beautiful young girl. Lefan and Momoga were unaware of what was happening here. If they had, they would have exclaimed, "Holy crap! Is this even possible?" At this moment in the female empire, Nara looked at the blonde golden-eyed light lowly, the red-haired red-eyed flame lolithe green-haired, green-eyed earth lolithe purple-haired, purple-eyed lightning lolithe blue-haired, blue-eyed water lolithe black-haired, black-eyed dark lowly and the pink-haired, pink-eyed forest lowly in front of her. She felt her scalp tingle. These are 7 naive and innocent girls. In the past few tens of minutes, Nara asked them many questions. Their answers were just like those of children. In their worldview, it's either black or white. Grey simply doesn't exist, that's one thing. But even when they encounter bad people, their methods are bizarre, directly deporting them. What if the other party secretly changes their identity and returns to the human realm to commit further crimes? Even if the perpetrator doesn't return to commit evil, is it fair to the victims if the person who did wrong continues to roam free of the law? Nara felt that to let the little girls know the cruelty of the world, she needed to take them out more often. Fortunately, the female empire has no shortage of victims. Here are victims who were treated like pigs and dogs and abused. I guarantee this will let a few little girls know how cruel the world is. Of course, Nara's gaze towards the little girls was also strange. After all, Nora had empty eyes. When she saw the 7 lowlies' pure and innocent eyes, they were like the purest gems in the world. She really wanted to hug the 7 people who were even kinder and more innocent than Clem. If she could, she wouldn't want to change them, to let them be changed by the cruel reality. But compared to supreme beings like Lord Lafan and Lord King, they seem so insignificant. So she could only suppress her pity and let them accept the cruelty of reality. As Nora begins to lead them to witness the victims one by one, half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the bright lowly's eyes became somewhat cloudy, revealing an endless rage within them. Why can they be so cruel and abhorrent, even though they are all human beings? Why must vulnerable girls be subjected to their ruthless oppression? Why did they treat them like this? Aren't they human beings too? Such a cruel and terrifying thing. Even the most despicable and wicked dragons would not do. Dragons might kill someone with a nod, but they would never torture someone like this. And these guys actually abused their own kind. Disgusting. How can there be such a person? I'm so angry. The other 6 colorful lowlies were also very angry. Because such a thing doesn't exist in the world they govern, men using their power to bully and abuse weak women. The powerful oppress the weak, and all sorts of terrible things do not exist in the world they govern. After all, the world they manage must be constantly on guard against the destruction and invasion of the dragons. People naturally didn't experience internal strife. They were always looking outward. It has to be said that such a world is quite perfect, with some people playing the villains and others playing the good guys. By using evil, human greed is suppressed, thus creating a perfect world. But this balance will inevitably be broken sooner or later. After all, eternity does not exist now. Nora has shown them the world after the balance has been broken. Of course, the normal world wouldn't be this corrupt. The main kingdom is the most corrupt country in the world. So this is the worst in the world. But isn't this really a good thing? Let them see the evil in human nature. Let them know that in some people's eyes, others may not even be as good as a blade of grass by the roadside. The angry rainbow-colored lowlies were furious. And naturally, endless elemental power erupted from their bodies. This scene immediately caught the attention of Rensai within the female empire. Kindness also learned that Nora had been summoned by her master, and she too longed to receive his reward. But since her master did not summon her, she dared not ask him for permission. However, now that these 7 lowlies have suddenly unleashed their power in the female empire for no reason, she's the administrator of the female empire, will naturally not let them run rampant. Mercy was instantly teleported in, and a terrifying Mercy appeared, which the 7 colorful lowlies also sensed. Enough. Put away your power. This is a world of mortals. Your power will harm the innocent. Hearing the merciful words, the 7-colored lowly paused for a moment before withdrawing her power. They almost harmed innocent lives in their anger. Nara was extremely surprised to see the 7 terrifying elements that had just shot into the sky. These 7 little girls actually possessed such terrifying power. I'm so envious. If I had that kind of power, could I secretly ambush Lord Lafan? By the way, I wonder if Albedo's sneak attack on the Great Tomb of Nazarick was successful. The radiant lowly looked at the majestically and incomparably benevolent figure and asked curiously, "Sorry, it was our fault, and you are?" "My name is Rensai, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I am the empress of this female empire, and also its administrator. Are you the new body pillows that the empress has acquired?" Rensai looked at the 7 incredibly beautiful and adorable little girls, who despite being only 1.2 meters tall were still just children. But based on their power and ancient aura, Benevolence could tell that all 7 of them were at least 3,000 years old. Pillow, no. It's just that Lord Lafan and Lord Human King forcibly kept us here. We wanted to go back to our own world and manage it. But they said we were too naive and not suitable to manage a world. The pink-haired girl spoke timidly, her words revealing a lack of confidence. Having witnessed the evil in human nature, She feared whether she could truly manage that world if she returned. She was afraid that such people and situations would appear in her world in the future. Of course, the other 6 little girls were also scared. Looking at their incredibly cute appearance, Rensai shook her head. I can tell from 2:9 that you all really enjoy managing the world and world peace. In that case, why don't you 7 sisters join me? Let's work together to build the female empire into a pure land, where everyone can enjoy the most just equal and happy life. Is it really possible we are so stupid? The golden-haired lowly, who had initially been confident and didn't believe Nara's previous rhetoric, now believed Nara's cruel policies and asked curiously, "Of course, when it comes to management, we can't always use lenient methods. Kindness can simply remain in our hearts. But we must punish when punishment is due and reward when reward is due. We cannot use our leniency to discriminate." "We understand," the 7 adorable little girls said in unison. Then Mercy and Nara took the 7 little girls back to the Empress's palace and began researching a plan to make the Empress's empire better and happier. Meanwhile, inside the 11th level of the Great Tomb, Ryugu-sein also awoke, looking around at the armor with a surprised expression. Fearing for her life, she quickly picked up the armor and put it on, then looked around to make sure no one was watching. She took a deep breath. Could it be that I was drunk yesterday and Lafan attacked me? No, Lafan is too powerful for me to handle. Perhaps it was Momoga. No, Momoga isn't interested in me either. Then why am I like this? Someone must have attacked me. Damn it, who dared to ambush me while I was drunk? Don't let me find out, or I'll definitely get my revenge. She angrily waved her little hands and feet, and kept B***G on the ground. At this moment an ethereal, mature woman appeared. "Are you talking about me? Yesterday you ambushed me out of nowhere. I was just giving you a little lesson. You want revenge? I'll fight you to the bitter end." Looking at the stunningly beautiful figure before him, Ryugu-sein was completely dumbfounded. Wait, no, he'd been toyed with by a demon. Holy crap, alcohol really does have a harmful effect. She can't drink anymore. She's very embarrassed now. She didn't know about yesterday's events. But listening to what the other person said, it seemed like they were the ones who started it. At this moment, Ryugu-sein looked at the incomparably beautiful Lamo. In terms of appearance, was an invincible, stunningly beautiful mature woman who surpassed even Reset. In this world, the only people more beautiful than her are Lafan, the human king, and the creation elements. She's an absolute beauty. If I were drunk, it wouldn't seem so wrong for me to ambush her. Ryugu-sein became increasingly embarrassed. Her current plan was nothing but nonsense. How could she possibly launch a sneak attack? Looking at Ryugu-sein, who was bowing his head and remaining silent, Ramo smiled and said, "Still thinking of launching a sneak attack? Or feeling guilty upon hearing this?" Ryugu-sein's eye quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry I was drunk. But I will take responsibility." Lamo looked at Ryugu-sein and paused for a moment before saying, "Take responsibility? No, what responsibility can a little girl like you take?" "I get it, you want me to take care of you." Ryugu-sein said seriously, "I admit I can't beat you. But I also have my own pride. How can I tolerate a woman keeping me as a mistress?" Lamo shook his head. "All right. Let's put this topic behind us. If you really feel bad about it, you can share some of your roasted dragon leg with me." Hearing the idea of pulling the millstone, Ryugu-sein was also stunned. But when he thought of how he divided the roasted dragon meat last night, Lafan and Momoga were quite fair. 4 roasted dragon legs were enough for 4 people. So they split the money equally. The same applies to the 4 dragon claws. And then there's the roasted dragon wing. Everything is distributed very fairly. As for the millstone, it was rather pitiful. It only got 2 pieces near the dragon's head. She ate half of it yesterday. and she knows that the Dragon Palace Holy Institute has a roasted dragon leg near the dragon's claw. Yesterday she only ate some grilled pork chops. Hearing that Rugusayan was eyeing his barbecue, Rugusayan was annoyed. What should I do if I want some too? Lamo looked at Ruguinsaya with disdain. Pa. And you still say you'll take responsibility? Seeing the disdainful look on the grinder's face, how could Ruguinsaya tolerate the last shred of his self-respect being treated with such contempt by the person before him? In a moment of impulsiveness, he pulled out a roasted dragon leg and said, "Here you go. From now on you're my wife." Lamo paused for a moment. You're trying to bribe me with a roasted dragon leg? Wait, am I that cheap? And what did you say, you little lowly? Looking at Ruguinsaya in front of her, who had also had a lot of fun yesterday, she said, "Sure. If you want to play again, I'll be happy to." Hearing Lamo's cheerful agreement, Rugusayan frowned. He had originally planned to use this tactic to dissuade him. I can't believe they were so shameless. They actually agreed to it. Holy crap, this shameless guy is my mortal enemy. But I'll be a married man now. Haha, I'm a married man now. I'm not a woman, I'm a tough guy, I have a wife. Rugusayan was overjoyed. Having only lost a roasted dragon leg. What a worthwhile deal it is to help her regain her confidence as a muscular man. Lamo engrossed in gnawing on a huge roasted dragon leg. Ignored it, it was a meaningless title. But in exchange for such a delicious roasted dragon leg, it was a worthwhile deal, and in the future Master Lord Lefan and Lord King will often slay dragons and roast dragon meat. If I end up only getting to eat the dragon head, a type of meat dish, every time, and I accept this cheap little girl as a substitute, how can I possibly go hungry? Can't I get some meat with you? I'm your wife, for goodness sake, are you trying to starve me? The more he thought about grinding grain, the more worthwhile the deal seemed, and the more he enjoyed gnawing on the concave surface. Momoga and Leffen were unaware of the deal between the two. Half a day passed, and Momoga finished dealing with some matters in the Great Tomb and arrived at the 11th level. Looking at Lamoho was gnawing on a roasted dragon leg. And then at Rugusayanze frowned and said, "Lama, if you want to eat roasted dragon leg, just tell your master. Don't you feel ashamed to steal food from a child?" Hearing Momoga's words, Rugusayan's eye was instantly enraged. But she didn't dare to do anything to Momoga, so she could only pout and say angrily, "You're the child. Your whole family are children." Looking at the incredibly cute Rugusayan, Momoga felt annoyed. This guy is even less cute than Rainbow Dream, Zai. Don't be afraid. Your brother will stand up for you and help you get back the roasted dragon leg. Hearing Momoga's inhuman words, Rugusayan's eye became even angrier, and immediately Lamo awkwardly stopped eating his roasted dragon leg. Rugusayan looked at Lamo. Knowing her chance to shine had come. "No, Momoga. You've misunderstood. I gave it to Lamo. Lamo is my wife." Hearing Rugusayan's sudden words, Momoga looked curiously at Ramo and then at Rugusayan. "Yeah, Rugusayan's I got drunk last night, and then Lefan and I both ran away. Then of the 11 floors, only the millstone was left. Then the Dragon Palace Saint Prince went on a drunken rampage to find the millstone, and got beaten up by it. Then Rugusayan discovers he's a masochist, and then falls in love with grinding grain. Holy crap. This plot is ridiculous. I shouldn't have left yesterday. It's such a pity to have missed such a wonderful storyline. Well, this is Rugusayan's own idea, so let her have it." Faced with Momoga's teasing, Rugusaya felt helpless. "Can't I say my wife is like a millstone puller? Did you really need to laugh for so long?" With Lefan's arrival on the 11th floor, he also heard Momoga's words. He looked curiously at the millstone and the Dragon Palace Saint Institute again. "This interesting thing happened after I left yesterday." Lefan thought for a moment and said, "How about we let Lamo go to Mars with you, after all? You're husband and wife now. It wouldn't be good if you left each other." Momoga was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. But since keeping the millstone trapped here was rather boring, he agreed with this statement. Dragon Palace Saint Academy was naturally pleased to hear this. After all, with a powerful follower like Lamo, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if the 6 dragon emperors came looking for trouble again. Lamo also wanted to go outside and play. She wasn't a sleeping demon, but rather a demon driven by greed for money. She enjoys watching people fight each other over money and interests, betray their families and sell out their companions. Instead of hiding here, Ryugu was unaware of Ramo's thoughts. If she had known, she probably would have wanted to die. After all, Momoga said that since you treat the millstone as your wife, you have to take responsibility and not just ignore everything and focus on cultivation. As the owner of the millstone, Momoga naturally knew its personality. It was the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. Ryugu is the kind of person who likes to play it safe. So this combination of a scholar and a warrior will definitely be very interesting. Then the two were teleported away by the Human King. The Human King activated the observation mirror again, and all 3 of them focused their attention on Mars. They had no idea that something very interesting was happening on this planet. For example, the proclamation from the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown demanded that all nations in the world surrender, or the massacre would begin one by one. Nations chose to surrender, but there were also madmen. Just like the Sky Kingdom of the 8 Desire Kings before. It's important to know that the Sky Kingdom of the 8 Desire Kings is not a native country of this world. Not all native nations possess this kind of innate bravery. What if a king were to slaughter an entire nation? For example, the dragon race, which has been passed down for millions of years. Although their big brother dragon emperors and dragon kings have long since run away with their buckets. But they were unaware of this after all. It was just a sub-dragon kingdom. It wasn't even a sub-dragon kingdom. It could only be considered a subhuman kingdom. The people of this country are all dragon people, but not of the same high-purity bloodline as the Dragon King's daughter. They were born from both dragons and humans, so their bloodline wasn't high, but they had the advantage of long lifespans. Faced with the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor, faced with the disappearance of the Dragon King, there was also the destruction of the Western continent, a country with extreme beliefs. They believe their Dragon Emperor Dragon King has been killed, therefore they plan to sacrifice the power of the entire nation and use the strongest Demon King summon. Yes, in this world, since there are innate superpowers like summoning heroes, there must also be summoning Demon Kings. However, the cost of summoning the Demon King is enormous. But once the summoning is successful, destroying the world is not a dream. This is a nation that lives on faith for them. Faith is everything now that faith has been shattered. Whether one lives or dies is no longer of any concern. This is a truly terrifying country, capable of controlling people through faith and turning them into slaves of that faith. Is there a more terrifying country than one that is willing to give up everything for its faith? In this country where everyone is insane, more than 3 million people gathered, preparing for a mass suicide. Fortunately, this nation of madmen is an island country. If it were a mainland nation, who knows how many countries would have been destroyed by them? After all, there's no way to fight a country where everyone is a madman, unless all forces are combined to completely destroy this country. Otherwise, this crazy country will just keep springing up again. After all, this is a country where people are willing to do anything for their faith. There is no distinction between men and women here. As long as it is for their faith, their women are ready to become machines of spiritual transformation at any time. This is a land of madmen now. 3 million madmen are collectively surrounding the person with the innate ability to summon demon kings. Committing suicide, the blood of 3 million people gushed out continuously. and the person in the very center was completely stained red with blood. In an instant, boundless power emanated from that person. The dark power shattered his skull, and the man was beyond dead before he died. He had used the innate ability summoned by the Demon King, with the blood of 6.3 million people involved. This summoning is an absolutely terrifying event, as darkness continuously absorbs the surrounding blood and corpses. Darkness slowly takes shape. The world was unaware that a crisis had already arrived. This dark entity isn't just absorbing blood and corpses. It's also absorbing the earth, absorbing everything. If you look closely, you'll see that this dark and terrifying entity is slowly transforming from the initial black mist into a giant octopus. Moreover, its appearance kept changing. The octopus suddenly appeared with a bull's head, a tiger's mouth, bloodshot eyes, and a grinning mouth, showing a variety of different features. Such a terrifying general was immediately noticed by the King of Men. She immediately activated the magic observation sphere, leaving Momoga and Leffen completely dumbfounded, because it was a gigantic body 1,000 meters long that kept changing shape, surrounded by an incomparably evil eye, countless terrifying grins, and various strange tentacles and scales. Holy crap, what are these ever-changing dark slimes? They look disgusting and nauseating. Could it be an invasion by enemies from outer space? This is incomprehensible. Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momoga also expressed the same incomprehension to Wang Zhao's sister-in-law. What is this thing? Why do I feel so strange? The human king also revealed an amused expression and said, "This seems to be a dimensional monster that lives in a dimensional rift. It seems to be a monster that can devour and grow infinitely. If it continues to grow, it may devour the entire world." Holy crap, infinite growth, there are monsters like that. They grow infinitely without warning. Who can withstand that? Wait a minute. Are we letting this kind of monster grow stronger? Are all the dimensional rifts inhabited by these infinitely growing monsters? Holy crap, this world is way too dangerous. Dimensional rifts can grow infinitely. So what about chaos rifts? What kind of invincible thing are they? Listening to Lefan's continuous inner monologue, Momoga felt exhausted. How could she possibly defeat such a monster? This is just a monster from a dimensional rift, and it's already growing infinitely. If a monster from a chaotic rift were to appear, wouldn't it destroy this dimension in an instant? Just like how we could destroy this world planet in a matter of minutes in this dimension. For a powerful being within a dimension, destroying a world in a single blow is not a difficult task. Wouldn't a single dimension be annihilated by a mere wave of the hand by any powerful being within chaos? Momoga grew increasingly frightened. Why did this world seem so dangerous? If I'm unlucky enough to encounter a powerful being from the chaos realm who slaps me, wouldn't I be finished? Holy crap, this life is so miserable. Even the worst days have to go on. Momoga snapped out of her daze and quickly said, "We can't let something like our sister-in-law grow like this." Hearing Momoga's frightened words, the human king smiled. "All right. But I can't handle this thing, because it will self-destruct the moment it's destroyed. Judging from its current appearance, the power of the explosion will probably paralyze this world." Hearing the king's words, Lefan was dumbfounded. Holy crap, infinite growth isn't enough. It can't even be killed 810 times if it gets killed. It self-destructs, taking everyone down with it. Are there really monsters this shameless? What should we do? Should we move it away? Or kill it in outer space? Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momogia felt a chill run down her spine. Sister-in-law, how about we move it away and then kill it? The human king shook his head. It can't be transferred. The characteristics of dimensional monsters cannot be transferred. If it could be transferred, I would have just transferred myself. Hearing the king's words, Momoga subconsciously asked, "Shall we go?" The king of men was taken aback by these words. "Are you really that timid?" Honey, please use dimensional slash to eliminate him. Your dimensional slash can kill him and prevent him from self-destructing. Of course, if possible. It would be best not to eliminate him and keep him as a pet, so I can study him carefully. At this moment, the King of Men also revealed his true thoughts, yes. The moment she saw the dimensional rift monster, she wanted to use it as a guinea pig for thorough research. Hearing the King of Men's words about not being human, Momoga and Leffen were immediately frightened. You actually want to keep such a terrifying thing as a pet? Aren't you afraid of playing with fire and getting burned? No, we can't let King CFBE continue. Since we can use dimensional slash to eliminate him. Let's destroy him. Leffen, having made up his mind, suddenly drew his sharp blade and said, "Take me there." The King of Men was slightly disappointed upon hearing this, but still teleported Leffen over. Honey, really? He was such an interesting experimental subject. Hearing the human king's complaint, Momoga awkwardly replied, "Sister-in-law, it's best not to keep such an ugly pet. It's disgusting to look at." The king was also taken aback upon hearing this. "Ah, I see, it does look rather disgusting. It was disgusting to my husband's eyes, it's my fault." Hearing the news of the death, Momoga consciously shut up. Although this sister-in-law was incredibly beautiful, her personality was a bit strange, and her strength was ridiculously powerful. It's best to stay away from such a dangerous and strange entity. At this moment, Leffen had already appeared in front of the dimensional rift monster. Watching the terrifying monster, which was thousands of meters long, still devouring everything around it. It devours everything, space to Minajiland. It's terrifying. It's only been summoned for less than 2 minutes, and it already possesses this kind of power. If it were to devour everything for a whole day, would this planet still exist without thinking twice? Leffen drew his sword and unleashed a dimensional slash. The ferocious dimensional slash was unleashed in an instant. This dimensional slash is far more powerful than the last one, because the Creator God carried out a large-scale massacre yesterday. Yes, you heard right. Genesis slaughtered some creatures again yesterday. Leffen's attributes have skyrocketed again. His resistance has now exceeded 100 million. The power of this dimensional slash is unimaginable. With just a single gentle sword strike, everything vanished. The terrifying dimensional rift monster vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed in this world at all at this moment. The area furthest from the dimensional slash was no longer a dimensional rift, nor a 7-colored mixed world but a completely new world. It was a strange world that kept appearing layer upon layer, like a strange world made up of countless clouds. Looking at the countless rules and regulations from different dimensions, Leffen felt incredibly frustrated. What the heck is this? Did a monster from the dimensional rift self-destruct? No. The human king said my dimensional slash can instantly kill monsters in dimensional rifts without exploding. Perhaps my attributes are too high, and using dimensional slash actually created a dimension. At this moment, time has stopped all over the world. The human king frowned as she looked at the shattered magic observation mirror. Don't go out. You can't look at that thing. With that, the human king ran off. Momoga was taken aback by the human's warning. Am I that weak I even take a look? As the human king appeared, Leffen awkwardly asked, "What is this?" The human king thought that Leffen was testing her, and she stared intently at the sky that had been forged into everything. The king shook his head, indicating he didn't know. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Leffen and the others were looking at the sky, and the sky was looking at them at this moment. Countless people were in an awkward situation. Hey hunk, that mortal down there seems to have split open. Our cover was compromised, and our system alliance was discovered. Hey crossdresser, didn't your host just die? I think that mortal down there is pretty good. Cough cough, don't try to fool me. If you miss, go ahead, I'm not going. That's a monster that can split open our protective barrier. You know, even monsters from the Chaos realm might not be able to split open our barrier. Then what can we do? If we just watch and no one makes sacrifices or shows any affection, this barrier won't close. I think it would be great if you went invincibly after all. You are invincible, you're crazy. Invincibility only applies to those below the Chaos realm. After the Chaos realm, who would dare challenge invincibility? Look at those two guys down there, they are so good looking. They're definitely not good people. That's right, what does it have to do with us? We're just the lowest level of the sky. Let the chat groups above us handle it, right? If the chat group doesn't work, let the higher level organizations handle it. Let them do whatever they want. What does it have to do with us lowly systems? Holy crap, Supreme System, have you no shame? You're supposed to be the Supreme System. And you dare to call yourself humble, then? Countless systems within this realm began to quarrel. Indeed, each system possessed its own spirit. Systems are never inanimate objects. Being favored by a system is incredibly lucky, as it offers the chance to become a chaos-level figure. They stared at each other for several minutes, while countless systems within the lower heavens chattered incessantly. But no one dared to step forward. After all, the guy below didn't look like a good person, who knew if jumping down to become his system would lead to their discovery and research. The systems all backed down, so naturally they had to look to their superiors. At this moment, the chat group members in the second heaven were looking down. Villain chat group. I think these two below look like villains. Why don't you go check it out, Justice chat group? Stop giving me that nonsense. I have a group owner and administrators, let him come. You want to fire my group owner and administrators, besides. This guy cleaved the sky in two with a single sword strike. Who knows what kind of thing he is, I don't want to die. That's embarrassing. How about you join a cross-dressing chat group? Holy crap, this is a chat group for tough guys. I've never done anything to you. So why are you always targeting me? As one of the weakest chat groups, I'm so angry that you're targeting me like this. Are we all going to lose our chat group too? Hand it over to the higher-ups. Our organization won't intervene, after all. An organization requires the fusion of hundreds of chaos overlords. They are individuals and don't want to be dogs. Tell them to hold back, forget about it. Our chat group is the limit. If we don't create a chat group today, I think the world will stay like this forever. Should we let the endless chat group go? The question is it willing? As the strongest chat group, aren't you going to step up? You look down on the weak. But now that a powerful one has arrived, are you scared? Scared? I've been looking for a group admin like this for a long time. Goodbye, everyone. As soon as the words were spoken, a flash of light appeared and descended from the second level of heaven. LeFan was completely dumbfounded as he watched the countless beams of light fall directly from the sky. What is this strange sky? The strange thing appeared right in front of him in an instant. The sky above seemed infinitely far away, a strange ability that caught LeFan off guard. But the next second, a ball of light appeared in LeFan's mind, and LeFan could see the data popping up in his mind. Master, I am the endless chat group. As long as you possess me, you can accurately search any world and bring in any character from any world. You can do whatever you want, so please don't refuse me. The endless chat group humbly explained normally. To bind someone to a chat group, you don't even need their consent. You can just bind them directly, however. LeFan's resistance to over 100 million was a bit too strong, directly ignoring the binding of the endless chat group. This left the endless chat group with no choice but to let LeFan accept it willingly. Originally wanted to go toe-to-toe with LeFan, but he gave him the position of group leader. Then LeFan would go and find the group members, stripping away the world origin of the group members' worlds, then the dimensional origin, then the chaotic origin. And so on. As it turned out, Fan directly resisted, leaving him with no other choice but to either acknowledge Fan as his master, or they might be wiped out by Fan. Although Fan's strength wasn't particularly great, his resistance was incredibly high, making all of the system's abilities ineffective against him. And now he's trapped in his mind and can't move. If Fan keeps getting stronger, he'll eventually refine himself. The endless chat group would truly be dead by then. So he had no choice but to acknowledge a master and automatically transform himself into the form his master desired. For example, the king beside the master is such an absolutely beautiful person. Even if things go wrong and the owner really tries to harm me, seeing how beautiful I am her won't kill me. He might even keep me around as a decorative vase. If you take the initiative and put in a lot of effort, you might be able to win a place in your owner's heart. Then I can become the master's woman and soar to the sky. Later I will become part of the master, upgrade to an organization and control countless chaos. Looking at the information in his mind, Fan was completely dumbfounded. Was this a chat group? Can you freely lock onto the world you want? Can I go to the Naruto world and kidnap Hinata? Could we go to the One Piece world and kidnap Nami? Oh, please give me flowers. Or perhaps they could go to the journey to the West World and destroy Lion Camel Ridge. Holy crap, the more I think about it, the more interesting it becomes with this ability. I wouldn't just be confined to this world. I could freely travel and play in any world. As Fan pondered, the not yet in not yet empty slowly disappeared. The entire dimension resumed operation. This terrifying weather is absolutely frightening. Fan quickly agreed, knowing that the endless chat group couldn't harm him because of his strong resistance. It was simple and straightforward to bind the account, and I became the owner of this chat group. Knowing the powerful capabilities of chat groups, this is practically a chaos harvester, searching for powerful chosen ones within worlds, dimensions and chaos itself. Then they nurtured them to frantically plunder the origin of the world, the origin of dimensions, the origin of chaos. Then strengthen yourself. What you plunder here is the essence of Kui from Zui Village, which can directly improve your all-around abilities, not just your attributes. Is power something that exists above attributes? Fan also learned what power was, such as the Omni King from the Dragon Ball world, which is a kind of power in reality. Their attributes aren't particularly strong, but they can do whatever they want in the Dragon Ball world by relying on their invincible power. This is what is called power. Absorbing the power of the source is to enhance one's own power, which simply means to elevate to a higher dimension. This is not an attribute that can be compensated for. No matter how high the attribute is, it is still not enough to defeat the opponent if the power is weak. Of course, Fan is an anomaly because of his resistance attribute of over 100 million, which simply put means he can resist enormous power. Therefore, the power is ineffective against Fan. After drinking the anti-fighting potion, it's all about pure attributes for trash like Xeno. Fan can easily take down an opponent with one kick. After all, they only have powers and no attributes. They are utter garbage. The King of Men looked at Fan curiously and asked, "Honey, what was that light speed just now?" "An interesting system. Wait, honey, I'm bringing you in." The King of Men listened to Fan's words with curiosity. "System? What system? I'm also researching systems. This might be a good opportunity for me to take a look." Hearing the King of Men's words, Fan smiled. "Don't worry. This system is really funny, you won't be surprised. You are invited to join the Endless Chat group. Do you accept?" Suddenly, an image popped into the king's mind. She paused for a moment, then agreed. Then a chat group image appeared in my mind, and the next second a voice rang out, "Ding. The Supreme King has been upgraded to the owner of the Endless Chat group." Ding, group owner's perk. Looking at the huge pile of information, Ren Wang was delighted. Because the group owner's benefits are too incredible. You can get 10,000 group chat points for signing in every day. And group chat points are a versatile currency. As long as you have enough group chat points, you can buy whatever 557 you want. If you can think of it, you can buy it, of course. This is on the premise that you have enough group chat points. Generally speaking, you can't buy anything if you don't have enough group chat points. But that's not all the functions are. There's also a dimensional invasion function, which is unique to the group owner and allows them to randomly or locked into a dimension. In other words, you can go wherever you want. And dimensions are no longer a constraint. Even chaos is not a constraint. You can go to any world you can imagine. However, the group admin only has 3 chances per month. There's also the referral system. You get a certain number of group points for each person you refer. But each person needs to be valuable. You can't refer 2 people in the same world. You can't pull more than 3 people from the same dimension. And you can't pull more than 10 people from the same chaos. It's that simple and straightforward. Below the group owner are group administrators and group members, whose treatment is much worse, but still incredibly generous. With hard work, becoming a god is not a dream. LeFan smiled at the astonished king of men. Wife, how was it? Wasn't it interesting? The human king smiled and said yes. This is simply invincible. This system is far, far superior to the system I researched. LeFan smiled and said, by the way, let Momoga join too. As for Sholtia's problem, let him use the group chat points to save her himself. Isn't it embarrassing if he can't even save his own wife? And what about Rugu Saerin? Didn't she want to turn back into a muscular man and stop being a woman? Let her try it herself. Hearing LeFan's words, the king of men smiled and said, husband, are you so eager to leave those 2 behind? Are you planning to do something naughty? Can I take you with me, Ahimhoni? A man should have some free time, and this is our home now. So I hope you can stay here and look after it. LeFan looked at the king of men's smile and said awkwardly. Ren Wang shook his head and smiled at LeFan, saying, I know. Hana, you are really something. Even if you go out to play, I won't bother you. Go ahead and do your thing, I'll take care of things at home. Looking at the king of men, LeFan didn't feel guilty. These past few days had been filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Now that I have the power of endless chat groups, I want to show off, I want to get rid of all my grudges. I want to enjoy the treatment that the strong deserve. I don't want to stay in this mortal world eating, drinking, and having fun. I want to go out and have fun. I want everyone to admire me. Most importantly, I want to see my dream goddess, Hinata, and the others. LeFan did not follow the human king back to the great tomb. Instead, he embraced the human king and then disappeared. Seeing LeFan disappear, the human king wisely returned to the great tomb and immediately added Kikijia to the group. Ding Washangren. Com invites you to join the endless chat group, do you agree? Momoga was stunned by the voice in his mind. But seeing his beautiful sister-in-law's smile, he came to his senses and agreed. He then entered the chat group and ding. Bone King Momoga has been promoted to administrator. Then a whole bunch of data popped into his mind, and he was completely dumbfounded. What kind of heaven-defying system is this? It's simply too overpowered, all right. You'll have to figure out your sister-in-law's problem yourself. That's what your older brother said. Hearing the king's words, Momoga was also stunned for a moment. Wait, where did LeFan run off to? Don't run away. I'm not used to not having your voice in my heart. Where did LeFan go, sister-in-law? Hearing Momoga's worried voice, the human king smiled and said, your older brother has gone to play. You can also randomly use the teleportation ability to complete missions. Earn group points and have some fun. Don't worry about things at home, I'm here. Hearing the king's words, Momoga nodded. As the group administrator, he had one teleportation opportunity per month, which he could choose to specify or randomly teleport. As people of an island nation, they naturally have many interesting stories. Momoga wants to return to the mythological system of an island nation, where he wants to defeat 8 giant serpents, a 9-tailed fox Tengu, and other mythical demons and gods. I have to say, Momoga is so cringeworthy. With Momoga's problem resolved, Human King moved away, and Ryugu Seienzai also returned. Then came another round of repetitive actions, and Ryugu Sein also became a group administrator. If you want to become a real man again, work hard for it. As long as you have enough group chat points, there's nothing you can't do. At this moment, Ryugu Seiya was surprised. She longed for Ristar to live a happy life from now on, and she longed to resurrect her daughter. Now that this system exists, it seems possible to revive one's daughter, but it would require such a massive number of group chat points. But Ryugu Seienzai wasn't afraid. He was willing to endure any hardship or toil given the opportunity. Ryugu Sein chose the world of Momotaro, a low-end world that would be the best place for him to farm group points and bring Momotaro into the group. The scene shifts to an ancient and rustic world. Above a massive wooden structure, 9 meters high, appeared an incredibly handsome man. He gazed calmly at the world below, and Lafan smiled. I chose the era when Naruto had just become a genin. And the third Hokage is still alive. How should I show off? By punching the Hokage and kicking the tailed beasts. I don't seem handsome enough. I need to learn from the pretending to be weak to fool others trope in novels. I want to play a cowardly and powerless handsome man. Then a bunch of rich women from Konoha village took a liking to me and wanted to have me. In the end, they resorted to any means necessary to get ninjas to come out. And then I unleashed my power and killed them all. Then they demanded compensation from Konoha. Then openly and legitimately asked Hinata to come with them. And Hinata could only accept it helplessly. Appearing both willing and unwilling, I can picture it. It's so funny. Being invincible really means you can do whatever you want. I set up the whole plot, on the main street of Konoha. An incredibly handsome man was walking down the street. With such a handsome appearance, countless women would be captivated just by him walking down the street. How did such a handsome individual manage to enter Konoha? He naturally entered through the gates of Konoha openly and honestly. Although he was questioned by the ninjas, he was just too handsome. The female ninja who was reviewing him said she was willing to risk her life to guarantee that he could enter. As it turned out, as soon as they entered Konoha and stepped onto the streets, thousands of women looked as if they had lost their souls. Many women were even prepared to attack this incredibly handsome man. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful mature woman with black hair and red eyes appeared on the street. She and her team had completed today's day-level mission. I was just about to go out for a nice meal when I saw this scene. The stunningly beautiful woman stared at the man before her as if she had lost her soul. Luckily, the cute, cataract-stricken girl beside her gently nudged her. The stunningly beautiful woman snapped out of her daze and looked at the girl with cataracts beside her. She was very curious as to why the girl hadn't been affected. How could any woman resist such an incredibly handsome man? This man was naturally Yue Fan. As for why Hinata wasn't obsessed with him, that's because he secretly gave Hinata a wake-up call buff at age 25, preventing her from being captivated by his stunning good looks. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful woman believed it was an illusion, since the Byakugan could see through the essence of illusions. So she quickly used a method to dispel the illusion. But none of this worked because even after using it, the women around him remained as if they had lost their souls. This forced the stunningly beautiful older woman to approach, because she was a jonin of Konoha and had to maintain the village's security. At the same time, Many male ninjas rushed over and surrounded Lafan. Lafan looked at the familiar white-haired masked man and the green-armored man. Kakashi Hatake might guy, oh you know us. Perhaps you could please stop loitering around. You're a woman who's bringing trouble to Konoha. Kakashi watched Lafan nervously, because Lafan's appearance showed that he was an absolute powerhouse. With such stunning looks, if he didn't have absolute strength, he would just become someone else's plaything. Whether you're a woman or a man, you'd be smitten by someone so incredibly handsome. Yes, Kakashi was smitten. How could someone so handsome, capable of making even men's hearts flutter, be so free and unrestrained if he lacked the ability to protect himself? Might Guy's face was slightly flushed at this moment. After all, Might Guy and Kakashi were the two most famous figures in Konoha. So when they saw such a handsome man, they naturally had their own ideas. But now is not the time to talk about these things. They must dissuade Lafan from continuing his street riots. They actually knew that Lafan wasn't using illusion magic. He was just that handsome. But this kind of handsomeness was not allowed in the world. If he continues to cause trouble, the Konoha system will likely collapse. And there's another crucial issue. This incredibly handsome guy is extremely powerful. So we must be careful and absolutely cannot anger him. Looking at the two men surrounding him, Lafan smiled and said, "What, I don't even have the right to go shopping?" Kakashi could only offer a flattering reply, "No. It's just that you're too handsome. If you keep walking around like this, I'm afraid a lot of people will ambush you tonight." Matkai added, "Yeah, you are so handsome. It makes my heart race. If a man feels this way, how can a woman resist?" Hearing Might Guy's sarcastic remark, Lafan retorted, "You still say you're not gay?" The sudden words left both Might Guy and Kakashi completely bewildered. What's going on? Have suddenly become gay? But being with such an incredibly handsome guy seems like a good idea. Doesn't it, Matt Kai, a tough guy who doesn't lee said. To be honest, I don't really like delicate women. I like muscles, although you're incredibly handsome. I can feel that your muscles completely surpass mine. You're a super invincible muscle man, right? Hearing Matt Kai's shameless beast-like words, Lafan was stunned for a moment and said, "How did you know?" Kakashi was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately activated his Sharingan and looked at Lafan's body. Sure enough, it would have been better not to look, because what I saw was terrifying. The strength of those muscles was simply ruthless. You have to understand that the Sharingan can see through a person's flesh and blood and see the movement of their chakra. But this terrifying being before him was completely beyond his comprehension. What did that mean? Even a 3-meter thick iron plate can be seen through by the Sharingan. Doesn't that mean the opponent's muscles are denser than an iron wall 3 meters away? This is a monster. How powerful would a punch from this guy be? Killing a tailed beast with a single punch wouldn't be difficult for him. Right, why would such a monster exist? Kakashi was truly baffled, so he bowed and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used my Sharingan to explore you." Lafan was completely dumbfounded. Wait, this isn't the plot I envisioned. Where's the beautiful, wealthy woman? Where is the person who was supporting me? How come I was targeted by Konoha's two most powerful figures the moment I walked in? I want a rich woman's storyline, not a gay storyline. Oh, I'm invincible anyway, but playing like this is quite fun. Sorry, I hate gay men. Hearing Lafan's sudden words, Matt Kai was immediately struck dumb and he squatted down, saying, "How could this be?" Kakashi retorted, "I'm not gay. Your expression makes it hard for me to believe you. Besides, Might Guy, you also have a gay guy named Obito. You still say you're not gay. Even your students have taught you to be gay. Look at Sasuke and Naruto, how passionate they are." Lafan, being invincible, said whatever came to mind without any restraint. His words left Kakashi completely dumbfounded. I knew Naruto and Sasuke were a bit odd, turns out they're gay. No, my student is gay, what does that have to do with me? I'm not even Obito is dead. Is there anything wrong with me mourning my comrades? As for Might Guy, he's shameless and relentlessly pursues her. But Kakashi couldn't bring himself to say those words. They were too hurtful. Might Guy, seeing Kakashi's silence, was also taken aback. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Kakashi. I considered you a rival, a brother. And you secretly liked me after joining An. Liking me is one thing, but liking Obito too. How can I trust someone so fickle, Kakashi? Listening to Might Guy's complaints, immediately retorted. Wait a minute, Gaiwi, are you getting so into character? And Obito is a dead man. Are you going to nitpick about that too? That's true. But Kakashi's muscles aren't imposing enough. Let's train together, roll, seeing the two arguing. LaFan walked towards the location of the domineering older sister. Anyway, I'm invincible, I can do whatever I want. LaFan had long wanted to do whatever he wanted. And now that he had this opportunity, how could he let it go? Of course, he wouldn't just rush in randomly after all. There are many more interesting things to do. He only chose to rush in before because he had no other choice. Now that I'm invincible, I don't need to worry about my safety. I can play whatever I want, so why would I need chaos? Yuhei Kurenai was still dumbfounded as she watched LaFan walk towards her step by step. The other person's irresistible charm made it feel like one's body couldn't bear it with every step closer. This isn't one-sided pressure. It's pressure from all sides. Our senses, sight, smell, and touch are constantly protesting. This is absolute bloodline suppression. This is the most primal grade of the body. Kurenai Yuhei dares to guarantee that if she hadn't been so firmly in control of her body. At this moment, she pounced on him like a seductive and shameless woman, wishing she could devour LaFan. As for the others, since they didn't face LaFan directly, they naturally wouldn't experience such immense pressure. However, just when LaFan thought he could do whatever he wanted, the world wasn't as wonderful as he imagined. An organization of transmigrators has long been eyeing this world. Even the supreme gods exist here. The transmigrators are defying the heavens, for example. Those transmigrators who simply sign in for days on end have been quietly signing in throughout the ninja world for decades. Now that LaFan is acting so recklessly, it will allow those old men who have signed in to leave seclusion ahead of time. Not to mention the executors of the God game, whose mission this time was to trigger the Ten Tails crisis before the collapse of Konoha. Of course, the Ten Tails referred to here is Jigen's Ten Tails, not Kaguya Otsutsuki's Ten Tails. The two ends and the Ten Tails are completely different. At this moment, Seik Shuan, who was in this world, was controlled by three blonde men and women, who were executors from the Killing God game. The task is to make the world boss carry out a large-scale killing spree and then collect the resentment from the killing. They are also the most despicable executioners in all realms, only caring about slaughtering and not about saving the world. Currently there are 3 transmigrators in this world, one of whom is a sign-in transmigrator who has been signing in for a full 50 years. Yes, he's on the same level as Hashirama Senju. But this guy is too sneaky. He doesn't change the plot at all. He just secretly hides in a corner and signs in. The other 2 transmigrators are one who obtained the I'm not a medicine god system and improved his strength by collecting the drugs designed for it. He has been in this world for 20 years. Through this mobile phone drug system, he has quietly become the largest drug manufacturer and drug collector, controlling 80% of the world's drug resources. He basically controls the pharmaceutical industry in various countries. Of course, it's not that no one tries to cause him trouble, but those who do are all dead, even a cage-level powerhouse. By the way, Orochimaru in this world has become his most loyal subordinate. Therefore, the plan to destroy Konoha in this world will not be carried out. As for the last transmigrator, was quite tragic, because he transmigrated into Uchiha Sasuke and obtained a special interaction system. Then he could only go and interact with geniuses like Naruto and Neji. After several years, his own strength is only that of an elite jonin. It's utterly pathetic, however. He was quite lucky as a transmigrator, because he came with a system and also had a top-tier body like Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, this world is not safe. Little did Lafan know that every world he would travel to in the future would be a world of fierce competition among heroes. After all, he is now the owner of the endless chatting group, and every time he travels through time, he is automatically assigned to a world invaded by other forces. Then it competes with other organization Sotha systems and other chat groups. However, he himself was unaware of this, and he was indeed invincible. The only thing capable of killing Lafan was attribute suppression. All powers and special abilities are utterly useless. Unless someone's attack power reaches 1 billion, it's impossible to kill Lafan. And what does a billion attack power mean? One punch could destroy a sun. This refers to the power of pure attributes, without the addition of authority, however. Generally, no one specifically trains their attributes. Since power is the most powerful, if one has enough power, one can destroy a universe in one breath. It's important to understand that this refers to a universe which contains countless galaxies and countless solar systems. This is far stronger than Lafan's ability to destroy a sun with a single punch. Therefore, power is what the strong pursue. As for the difference between powers and simple attributes, it's actually quite simple. Simple attributes are infinitely stacked and don't undergo any qualitative change. The attribute is whatever it is, however. Powers are different. Each level undergoes a qualitative change. For example, the difference between a mortal and a cultivator is itself a qualitative change. Therefore, power is the strongest, and the strong mainly cultivate power rather than attributes. The main problem is that the cost-effectiveness of attributes is too low, and attributes are too difficult to cultivate. But could the viewers have imagined that a bug would appear in this endless world, granting it over 100 million resistances and immunity to all powers? Unless one possesses powers beyond those of a chaos ruler, nothing can affect him. What is the Lord of Chaos? It is the symbol of invincibility. Invincibility simply put with a wave of his hand. He could destroy countless dimensions. To know how big a dimension is, it's infinitely big. Could countless infinite dimensions be destroyed with a wave of the hand? This is unimaginable. Even such a powerful being could not eliminate Lafan. There were only beings even greater than him, however. We are unlikely to encounter such an invincible being for the time being. Lafan can do whatever he wants, of course. Compared to Lafan's unbridled behavior, Momoga and Longgong Shengyuanzai were in a rather awkward position. After all, they are not invincible. Their resistance is not high, and they are not immune to many powers. Then their luck wasn't so good. Although Ryugu went to Momotaro's world, it was completely different from what he had imagined, because this is the anime world of Peach Returns, and Peach thinks he's a ghost. He's chased all over the streets by Peach as soon as he arrives. The power of Peach is those who know. While he may not be as powerful as Ryugu, don't forget that Ryugu is a saint. You dare chase after me and kill Momoga Leffen, I'll wipe out your entire family and your country's great demon king with a single blow. Therefore, they could only be relentlessly hunted down. As for Momoga, he did indeed go to the world of ghosts and gods he had been looking forward to. But this world of ghosts and gods was also a trap, directly leading him to the world of Asura. Then those Asuras would destroy the world at the drop of a hat. Yes, this is the Asura world of the game. The one with the strongest bosses in history, where any boss is bigger than the earth. The final boss is as large as the sun. What can Momoga do now that he's come to this world? There was nothing he could do but try to survive. He kept complaining, "I'm so miserable, I am an ant." Poor Momoga. She could only endure the injustice of life alone. And she began to sob softly on earth. Momoga hides in the vast desert. For the gods of this world are truly terrifying just now. He transmigrated and saw Asura fighting with a big fat man. Then that giant fat man grew to be bigger than the earth. And Ashura fought desperately against him. That lunatic is bigger than the earth. If he punches me, I might die. Momoga wanted to run away right then and there. But this endless chat group was garbage, and she couldn't just run away on her own. You have to make a contribution to escape. Momoga wanted to go to Asura. But Asura's power was exhausted, and he fell into a deep sleep. It is said that he will not wake up for several decades. What else could he do? He had to lie low. Learn the power of this world. And then integrate that power into himself, of course. He cried the whole time because there were too many strong people in this world. And he could only hide. He was so pitiful and pathetic that he even used the job change effect just to survive. Yes, Momoga has now transformed into a stunningly beautiful goddess with silver hair and silver eyes. Because a skeletal appearance simply cannot escape the wrath of the gods of this world. 773. Once they become human, they won't attack themselves. The World Tree's concealment effect on the plane allowed Momoga to narrowly escape disaster. Although Momoga is absolutely beautiful, she can still disguise herself as ugly otherwise. Momoga would probably have been captured and made a wife by some force in this world. It can only be said that Momoga was very unlucky. She persisted for so long, but Lafan still didn't succeed. Unexpectedly, the system that allowed him to regain his original physical body succeeded instead. She expressed that she was very angry and didn't want to go back to her own world so soon. Because if you go back looking like this, Lafan will definitely take a liking to you. In Momoga's mind, Momoga is someone who loves herself. He was just too shy to confess his feelings to me because of my appearance. Now that my appearance has changed, I wonder if he'll confess when we get back. If her best friend confesses his feelings to her, how could she possibly refuse? So he can't go back instead. He'll use this opportunity to cultivate his power and then continue his efforts in the next world. And the world after that. Momoga didn't go back until she had accumulated enough group chat points. Anyway, there are group chat points for signing in. So Momoga said she'd go back once she turned back into her human form. Lafan had no idea what Momoga was thinking. Nor did he know that Momoga was now in such a humble position. If I had known, I would definitely have helped Momoga. After all, he's my only brother all these years. How could I watch him suffer? Fortunately, Lafan didn't know. Otherwise, the Asura world would have collapsed. Don't be fooled by how powerful these gods are. But in front of Lafan, he's just a kid who can easily defeat anyone with a dimensional slash. There was absolutely no way to resist. This is the terror of dimensional slash. If your attributes are terrifying enough, this thing can even cleave the sky. For example, Lafan was split open once, therefore. Lafan doesn't dare to use this dimensional slash for the time being. For no other reason than that Creator is causing trouble again. Yes, so the fallen angel passed away. And creation finally encountered a dimension. Then she realized that her speed was too slow, and it would take countless years to reach the chaotic realm of seven-colored chaos. If that's the case, then let's destroy all the dimensions along the way. By continuously improving these attributes, you should be able to reach the chaos realm very soon. Therefore, as soon as creation entered the new dimension, countless black holes erupted and began to devour and destroy dimensions. Through relentless slaughter, who knows how many she killed. Then Lafan's attributes skyrocketed, and his resistance also soared from 100 million to 200 million CFBC, and then to 300 million, and they simply don't listen. The price keeps soaring and skyrocketing. Lafan's confidence in his own power was growing. With his current strength, if Lafan returned to his original world, Those ancient beings who were billions of years old would be nothing more than children who could be killed with a single blow. Of course, he didn't want to go back. He wanted to enjoy the Naruto world properly. Enjoy the feeling of being invincible and showing off. After hiding for so long, who wouldn't want to show off a little? Seeing that Lafan had already arrived in front of her, Kurenai Yuhai finally couldn't bear it any longer and lunged at him. Lafan looked at Yuhai Kurenai, who was throwing herself into his arms but did not hug her. Instead, he placed one hand on her head to prevent her from getting closer to him. Seeing Kurenai's loss of composure, Hinata Hyuga also looked embarrassed, because her heart was pounding faster and faster as she watched Lafan. Oh my god, how can someone be so good-looking? No, Hinata, what are you thinking? You like Naruto. But he's really good-looking. I'm just looking, it's okay, I still prefer celebrities. Wait a minute, why would I need to look? That big idiot Naruto hangs out with that scoundrel Sasuke all the time. They're like that every day, and so is my cousin Neji. If they like being together, let them live their lives together. Hinata blushed and shook her head repeatedly, struggling internally indeed. Because of Sasuke's arrival as a time traveler, both Naruto and Neji became Sasuke's targets. Then naturally, three of them ended up together. And Hinata, Sakura, Inoue, Tenten were all very angry. Why do the people they like hang out together in the end? The four of them became friends, and they would talk about their favorite boys every day. She already harbored some resentment, and now with the appearance of Lafan, even though Lafan specially gave Hinata a wake-up buff, but his inherent handsomeness remains. It's the kind of handsomeness that any girl would find attractive, and it's something you can't shake off. As a protagonist who is as handsome as the readers, he has no choice but to suffer the pain of being targeted by all the women. Seeing Hinata's appearance, Lafan's interest waned considerably. Wait, Hinata's actually interested in me. That doesn't make sense, isn't she a Naruto fangirl? That's no fun, I thought that no matter how beautiful I am, I couldn't resist true love, so does love change? Is a handsome appearance more important than love? Is this the way of the world? Can I still believe in love? Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Yes, being handsome means you can do whatever you want, BB. Hinata blushed looking at Lafan staring at her, and lowered her head shyly as she spoke. Seeing that Hinata was still as adorable as ever, Lafan smiled and asked, "What is it?" Hinata blushed even more at Lafan's gentle tone. "Could you help Kurenai break the genjutsu? Although you're very beautiful, this isn't quite right." Hinata looked at Lafan and Kurenai, who had become infatuated with him, and she couldn't believe that Kurenai's self-control was worse than hers. If I can resist such a handsome man, then my teacher must be even more able to endure it. Lafan shook his head upon hearing this. No, I don't know how to use illusions. After all, I'm not a ninja, just a martial artist. Hinata, hearing this, asked weakly, "A warrior? But why are the people around us like this?" That's probably what being handsome is all about. Just like when a stunningly beautiful woman walks around, all men will look at her. Right, actually, men and women are the same. No one can resist good-looking members of the opposite S*X. Don't you think I'm handsome? Lafan found it interesting to talk to the adorable Hinata and was happy to chat with her. Hearing Lafan's words, Hinata looked up at his incredibly handsome face, then immediately looked down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Looking at the adorable Hinata apologizing, Lafan asked curiously, "What do you mean not on purpose?" "It was the illusion magic, I didn't mean to, I didn't know." "I thought," Hinata said weakly again. "Haha, no need to apologize, you can look up at me. Just like you think I'm handsome and good-looking, I also think you're cute and I want to look at you too." Seeing the adorable Hinata, Lafan launched another attack. Hinata, naive little girl, couldn't possibly tolerate such teasing. Her face flushed red and she took a step back if she could. She would run away right near run home, cover herself with a blanket and then secretly laugh. Yes, it's a source of pride for a girl to feel cute when someone as handsome as him is. Looking at Hinata's adorable appearance, LaFan said again, "What's wrong? Isn't being good-looking just for people to see? Look how confident I am because I'm handsome. I like to show off and let you all see me. But ordinary people can't have me. You have this opportunity, are you willing to accept it?" Hearing LaFan's blunt words, Tian was stunned again. "No, we've only just met. Why would you say something so strange?" Hinata didn't dare to look up at LaFan, but she knew in her heart that someone who was so frivolous on their first meeting was definitely not a good person. So she lowered her head and spoke with a blush on her face. Looking at Hinata's adorable appearance, LaFan smiled again. There's a kind of feeling called love at first sight. Why can't it be? Look at so many people who fell in love with me at first sight. Which proves that there's nothing wrong with love at first sight. Hinata was completely dumbfounded as she looked around at the people. Because what LaFan said seemed to be true. It seemed like all the girls on the street liked him. If that's really how it feels, then do I feel that way too? Wait a minute, I like Naruto, not a boy I just met. Although this boy is very handsome, I'm not someone who cares about looks. I prefer gentle boys like Naruto. But the other person is so gentle. Naruto doesn't seem to have ever spoken to me in such a gentle manner before. No, Naruto's expression was natural. This boy is so unnatural, he's definitely not a good person. But I'm just an ordinary girl, why would he like me? By the way, I am a direct descendant of the Hyuga clan. My father said that many people in the ninja world covet our clan's bloodline. Could it be that he wants to marry me? So that I and he can have Manamani more bloodline sand then? Ah, that big bad guy, what he wants is my bloodline, not me. Why do I feel so uncomfortable after figuring all this out? Am I really that unattractive? Looking at the silent Hinata before him, LaFan smiled and said, "What's wrong, am I not worthy? Well, I don't think you can just like someone so casually. And my parents wouldn't approve if you pursued me. Do you have ulterior motives?" Hinata said weakly. LaFan smiled, "Haha, I'm invincible. What could I possibly be invincible about if I wanted to? I could destroy this world with a wave of my hand. And what purpose would this world still hold for me? If it does, it's to make you my little darling." Hearing LaFan's words, Hinata was stunned again. I'm not a little cutie at this moment." Kakashi and Might Guy also stopped arguing and came to LaFan's side. "Ahem. Please don't say such excessive things. I admit you are the most handsome man. But saying something like destroying the world is a bit too much. Besides, there are so many strong men in the ninja world. You might not be able to defeat them." Hearing Might Guy's fearless words, Kakashi nudged him, indicating that the monster before them was the strongest, and that what he said was reasonable. Might Guy looked at Kakashi and said, "What?" The next second, LaFan blew a breath at Might Guy. In an instant, Might Guy was blown thousands of meters away, and then slowly landed on the ground. The main reason is that LaFan really likes Might Guy. Otherwise, he would have already pushed him away with that last breath. Might Guy, who landed safely several kilometers away, was completely dumbfounded. What kind of force was that? Could you blow me thousands of meters away in one breath? Is this a person? Even tailed beasts shouldn't be allowed. Good heavens, why does such a thing exist? Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. And even the third Hokage, who was observing all of this from the Hokage building, felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, the members of the Dark Division and Root Division in the surrounding area were all stunned. Danzo even fled overnight with his bucket. With such a terrifying existence appearing in Konoha, if Hiruzen Sarutobi tries to shift the blame, he will surely die even if you're the scapegoat. It depends on what kind of scapegoat it is. Who can take the blame for someone with an invincible mouth? Running away is easy and LaFan is too lazy to chase after him. Hinata was completely stunned. She bowed deeply again and said weakly, I'm sorry. I didn't think you were with me because you wanted the bloodline of our Hyuga clan. All right, although you're very cute. I have a lot of fun things to do. See you next time. As he spoke, Lafan hoisted the infatuated Yuhai Kurenai onto his shoulder and charged toward a spot not far away. That's where Sasuke is, long time ago. Hinata Hyuga was stunned for a moment, then watched as Lafan carried her teacher Kurenai Yuhai and ran away into the distance. Kakashi and Guy, seeing this, quickly followed. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. A transmigrator. He was a man with a legendary system. He is naturally very powerful, so his Sharingan is also a special evolution. This special evolution was entirely obtained by defeating Neji. Yes, Sasuke's relationship system allows him to acquire more of the other person's talents the better the relationship. He has transformed into Liu Bei, turning Naruto and Neji into Zhang Fei and Guan Yu respectively. Liu Bei had a habit of sleeping with his two younger brothers, and naturally Sasuke followed suit. People are at their best and most relaxed when they are sleeping, which is also the essence of 430, the bond between comrades in arms. Through this method of strategy, Sasuke was able to awaken his special eyes, these three eyes, a terrifying combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan, possess extremely terrifying pupil power, in no way inferior to the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Jogan. That's why Sasuke was so scared, because such a monster was rushing towards him. And it was a real monster. Why would such a monster, which shouldn't exist in this world, you know? Sasuke's eyes have seen the 9 tails inside Naruto, and they've also seen the 3rd Hokage. Compared to this monster, neither of them were even worth 2 ants. He couldn't understand why a god from a primordial world would appear in a perfectly good ninja world. Such a god who can destroy the world with a wave of his hand must only exist in the primordial world for a transmigrator like Sasuke. Can they withstand such terrifying power? Now this terrifying being is right in front of him, and at this speed has no way to defend against it. Neji and Naruto were standing next to Sasuke, were also stunned when they saw Lafan arrive, who had withstood the stunningly beautiful Kurenai Yuhai. Neji frowned and asked fearfully, "Who are you? And why are you carrying our Konoha goddess?" Because the powerful white eye told him that what was in front of him was a genuine monster. An absolute monster. And anyone who offended this monster would die. But as a ninja of Konoha, he could not tolerate such blatant plundering of Konoha's goddess. Hearing Neji's arrogant words, Lafan didn't argue with him, but looked at Sasuke and said, "Oh, are you a transmigrator?" Hearing Lafan's words, Sasuke frowned. "Are you one too?" Lafano, intrigued by Sasuke, unleashed a surge of immense spiritual power, instantly transmitting information from the entire Naruto world into his mind. "I guess so. I never expected this world to be so interesting, with transmigrators and more than one at that." Inside the Shell organization, the 3 executors of the Killing God game frowned, because their killing badges had moved in that instant. This is why the executors of the God of Slaughter can carry out missions in the world of slaughter so easily, because they possess such powerful means of exploration. But even if he's powerful, it's useless. He can't possibly be as powerful as Lafan, after all. How dare this weakling who can't even destroy a world go up against Lafan? To go toe-to-toe with Lafan, one would need to be at least at the level of a dimensional master, like the Omni King from Dragon Ball. Moreover, even if someone of this level appears, they might not be able to withstand Lafan. Lafan might be in a bad mood and use dimensional slash on them upon meeting. So even someone of this level would die, of course. Not all dimensional rulers are as useless as the Omni King. There are definitely powerful ones, such as dimensional rulers who specialize in attributes. What Lafan fears most is this kind of dimensional ruler, whose attributes reach tens of billions. A monster capable of destroying a galaxy with a single punch. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Fighting these monsters head-on is fun, but it's also easy to get caught off guard and lose your battle. However, dimensional overlords that primarily enhance attributes are extremely rare. So LaFan doesn't need to panic. The three executors of the Killing God game, sensing such a terrifying spiritual probe, sacrificed the 10 tails without hesitation and then fled. Because facing such a monster, the mission is impossible to complete at the same time. The old goo transmigrator in the sign-in system also sensed LaFan's boundless spiritual power, but he remained as steady as an old dog. In his words, "I don't harm anyone, I just quietly sign in. I've never done anything immoral, nor have I ever disrupted any plot, don't look for me. Just let me quietly hide for millions of years." Unlike Lao Gao, who relied on the daily check-in system, the transmigrator with the medicine god system panicked. After all, he was a transmigrator with dreams over the years. He has accomplished a great deal of conquest, and basically all those beautiful female ninjas who died have become his harem. As for the one who survived, he didn't cause any trouble. As for why he was considered dead, that's because Orochimaru was his subordinate. As a transmigrator, resurrected using the impure world reincarnation technique. Who wouldn't want to use it? This attitude of toying with the dead is inherently unfriendly. LaFan noticed the other 5 people and also realized that the 3 of them had run away with the buckets, and even sacrificed the 10 tails, making this world 1 less 10 tails. LaFan shook his head. "This is really boring. I just arrived, and you guys are already running away with your buckets. But why is this world so strange?" Sasuke, listening to LaFan's words, weakly replied, "Us. Do you mean there are other transmigrators in this world? Does that big shot need some lackeys? Can they lend their little brother a hand?" Hearing Sasuke's words, LaFan smiled at the humble Sasuke. "Forget it. I want to be free and have no interest in managing these things. I'm only here to take him away." Hearing LaFan's inhuman words, Naruto retorted, "Sasuke, so what if the opponent is strong? As long as we brothers work together, we can overcome anything. Besides, he's so openly stealing Konoha's goddess. He's clearly not a good person." Neji was also prepared for battle. It has to be said that the will of fire is quite interesting. Facing an opponent with whom they have no chance of winning, they still dare to make a fighting stance. But Sasuke was a coward. He quickly stepped in front of his 2 brothers and said, "No. He is invincible. We can't let this world be destroyed because of us." Hearing Sasuke's frightened words, Naruto scoffed, "HMPH. Cowards, you're scared, but I'm not, don't worry. Your big brother Naruto will protect you for the next 10 times. Neji calmly replied, "Don't worry, brother. Even if I die, I'll die before you." Seeing his 2 brothers resolutely choose to stand before him, Sasuke was moved to tears. "These are my brothers. Even against an opponent who seems impossible to defeat, they are willing to fight in front of them. No, what am I moved about? They didn't have to fight. So why did they insist on fighting and dying? If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you." Sasuke snapped back to reality, slapped each of his 2 brothers unconscious, and then weakly said, "Boss, me 2 underlings were ignorant. Please forgive them." Kakashi and Guy had already arrived. Seeing Naruto and Neji knocked unconscious and ready to fight LaFan, I was quite satisfied after all. A monster like LaFan is absolutely not someone to be fought against. If we were to fight against such a monster, even the entire world's fighting power wouldn't be enough. Kakashi couldn't imagine what kind of attack power would be needed to break through his physical defenses. Such a terrifying being possesses not only formidable defense, but also an extremely terrifying amount of vital energy and blood throughout its body. He couldn't imagine how it was possible for such a small human body to possess a power system even more terrifying than the massive bodies of the tailed beasts. Keep in mind that his body is so small. If he needed to possess a physique surpassing that of a tailed beast, He would need to be compressed, and his weight would be at least in the ton range, 25. It's impossible for him to be like a normal person now, able to jump and run on the ground with ease without leaving any trace. This is terrifying in itself. Kakashi and Kai watched as Lafan carried Kurenai on his shoulder. Kurenai looking blissfully happy. They didn't feel like they'd been kidnapped at Allenstead. It was as if they'd willingly followed Lafan. Saying this, what could they do? Sure, he couldn't accept that. So let's just pretend nothing happened. After all, who can defeat such a terrifying being? Hiruzen Sarutobi was on edge, because someone from Root had just arrived. Danzo said that the daimyo was in danger and he needed to protect him. He doesn't know about Konoha for now, look. With his brother when Konoha is in danger, just runs away. Fortunately, this guy still has some brotherly affection and was willing to talk to me about it. Nothai's isn't brotherhood. It's clearly him trying to shift the blame onto me. Holy crap, Danzo, how could you do this to me? Besides, am I that kind of person? Those blames have nothing to do with me. I'm a good person, the best person in Konoha, you old geezer. You always put on that pitiful act in front of me. It's so annoying, the death of White Fang. Jiraiya's departure, Tsunade's departure. Orochimaru's defection, Nine Tails' rampage. The Uchiha clan's massacre. The Hyuga's fight against Kirigakure, what do any of this have to do with me? You insisted on taking the blame yourself. I didn't force you, that wretched old man. He just ran away like that, how despicable. Seeing Sasuke's maturity and Kakashi and Guy chasing after them, Lafan realized that pointless killing was not his true motivation. But if you come to the Naruto world and don't have some fun, you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Don't panic. I'm not a bad person and I don't want to do anything bad. I'm just too invincible. So I've lost the joy that many things should have. I'm here just to find my joy again. Lafan's calm words sent chills down everyone's spines. Can you please stop being so falsy-like? What does it mean to be invincible? Do you want to rediscover the joy that should be there in life? Hearing Lafan's words, Yuhei Kurenai leaning on his shoulder, unconsciously said, I will try my best to make you happy, me husband. Hearing Kurenai's sudden words, Kakashi and Guy were both stunned. Wait, Kurenai was defeated just like that. Asuma pursued her for decades and she never agreed. Isn't this sudden free offer a bit too fast? Sasuke was completely bewildered. When he first transmigrated here, he had also dreamed of building a harem. But reality made him afraid. Because the girls in Konoha were terrifying. Don't be fooled by their cute and pretty appearances. They were all tigresses in private. Even the most outstanding man will become henpecked if he gets married in Konoha. Thinking back to my adoptive father, and to the families of other young men, they were all basically henpecked. This is a very scary world. Which is why Sasuke abandoned Sakura and the others. He declared he would rather die than marry a woman from Konoha. Then seeing that Lafan actually considered himself a grave, he was very curious about how miserable Lafan would be after marrying Zirai Hong. Don't be fooled by how beautiful they were before marriage. After the wedding, they undergo a complete 360-degree transformation. This is what Sasuke has been researching in Konoha over the years. Don't ask him how he knows with those extraordinary eyes. And being a time traveler, what haven't I seen? He even has several older female friends in secret. These women are so pitiful. Their husbands are away on missions all year round, leaving them to take care of their families and children alone at home. It's so heartbreaking. That's why Sasuke often helps these poor older women. Sasuke is a good person, although he is young, is sensible. And his older sisters also like him. This is why Sasuke didn't manage to win over Sakura and Hinata. Before I transmigrated here, I thought Sakura and Hinata were the real goddesses. But after transmigrating and living in this world for so many years, Naturally, you know this is no longer an animated world. Every passerby and every individual here has their own life and their own personality. Sakura and Hinata aren't that much different from the pretty girls on the street. They're just a bit more unique, but Sasuke is Huxier. So he wasn't interested in those pink-white blonde hair. Or is it that 50 is a random girl with black hair and black eyes? And that's the heart of God. Seeing Sasuke's worried expression, Lafan asked curiously, "Little brother, what's with that expression, Ahimbos? I'm telling you, everyone in this world is henpecked. You better watch out." Hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi and Guy nodded quickly, which was one of the reasons why they didn't get married. But Kurenai Yuhai was displeased when she heard this. She glared fiercely at Sasuke, looking at the expressions on the three people's faces. And with Kurenai Yuhai on his shoulder, Lafan said, "Haha. So that's what it is. Don't worry, I'm not interested in girls right now. You guys didn't think I was going to mess with Kurenai Yuhai, did you?" Hearing Lafan's words, Kurenai Yuhai was at a loss for words. Sasuke, equally curious, asked, "Ahemwi, are you carrying her, boss? This isn't something we haven't tried before. Look at the Konoha goddess running around everywhere. Isn't it interesting?" As Lafan spoke, he put down Zairai Hong. Zairai Hong looked at Lafan and said, I will love you with all my heart. I won't steal other girls from you. Will you marry me?" Hearing Yuhai Kurenai's bold words, Lafan was stunned. Freebie, is this what they call a freebie? Looking at the expectant Kurenai, Lafan opened a portal with a wave of his hand. "If you want to come with me, go to my house, my wife will make the arrangements." Hearing Lafan's sudden question, Yuhai Hong was completely stunned. "You're married?" "Yes, I've even experienced what it's like to get married. Thanks for reminding me. I'll go home and have a wedding with my wife sometime to experience what it's like. But I don't have many friends. I'll set a small goal of making 100 friends." Hearing Leon's words, Sasuke suddenly asked, "Hey boss, can I be your friend?" Kurenai hesitated. She was the goddess of Konoha. Giving her away for free was already quite generous. Why would she give her away to someone else as Zyrosh and Zyrosi? If Lafan knew what she was thinking, she would definitely complain and say, "You're overthinking it, I mean. One more of you won't make a difference. 4 of you won't make a difference either." But who can resist Lafan's irresistible charm? After much deliberation, Kurenai Yuhai finally entered Lafan's portal. Sasuke was completely dumbfounded when he saw Lafan. "Holy crap, boss, teach me, I want to learn too." "Me too." "Me too." Looking at Kakashi, Guy and Sasuke, Lafan shook his head. "Some things are innate and can't be learned. When you guys are as handsome as me, you'll naturally experience it too." The 3 of them were speechless with your godlike looks. Even a transformation technique probably couldn't imitate them. Yes, Lafan's skin had no pores whatsoever, and his entire body exuded a deadly fragrance. Those pupils seemed to possess a universe within them, captivating anyone who looked at them. But all of this isn't the worst part. The worst part is that this thing also has invincible power. It's the kind of feeling where you can tell he's invincible just by looking at him. Who can imitate that feeling? This stumped the 3 of them. Lafan then put away the teleportation portal and looked at Sasuke curiously. "As a transmigrator, you should have a direct system, right? Letter 3005, letter 3005. Sasuke nodded in agreement. "That's right. I have a relationship system. As long as I build good relationships with others, I can gain their abilities." Hearing Sasuke's words, Guy suddenly jumped back and looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, do you also have this system? I've never seen you train. So why are your taijutsu comparable to mine? There's definitely something wrong with you." Kakashi didn't want to talk to Kai, who was acting strangely all of a sudden. Lafan watched the 2 clowns with amusement. These were his memories from 12 years ago when he transmigrated here, and he had almost forgotten them all now. Are the characters in Naruto really like that? Why do I feel like this is a bit of a disruption? Sasuke is quite impressive, possessing such a system. I wonder if he'll gain my abilities after we become related. If that were possible, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Lafan looked at Sasuke curiously. Okay. I'll take you on as my lackey, try your best to please me. And maybe you can gain my abilities. Sasuke's eyes lit up upon hearing Lafan's words. And he bowed deeply, saying, yes, boss. From now on, I will be your most loyal little brother. Kakashi and Guy were also taken aback when they saw Sasuke suddenly bowing. However, neither of them learned from Sasuke because they were too heavily influenced by the will of fire. It's impossible to follow Lafan just because he's invincible. Lafan looked at Sasuke with amusement. How about we go kill Danzo to calm our nerves? Although Lafan doesn't remember most of the Naruto lore, he still knows that he was the culprit behind the Uchiha clan massacre. It has nothing to do with him, he's just a scapegoat. But if the big boss wants to kill him, I'm willing to. Sasuke said with a serious expression. Having lived in this world for so many years, it's impossible that I'm not just looking at the surface like some anime fans. Sasuke has already grasped the depth of many things. He knows that this is the real world. And it can't be just black and white, there's also grey. Danzo wasn't absolutely evil. He was just an unlucky scapegoat. This would have happened even if she hadn't been there, since it was something that was going to happen anyway. We can't blame him, however. Danzo did do some outrageous things, such as secretly assassinating members of the Uchiha clan. However, Sasuke isn't the kind of reckless, immature person who would offend Danzo for the sake of a complete stranger who died without any connection to him. He still wanted to stay in Konoha and wait until he had Naruto and Neji under his control before Guy and Kakashi, and then take off. As for Orochimaru, forget it in Sasuke's eyes. Once the impure world reincarnation is used, Orochimaru is just a piece of trash. He appeared so many times and got beaten up every time. He couldn't beat anyone, so he could only bully kids. Sasuke disdained associating with such a cowardly bully. Fortunately, Orochimaru was unaware of Sasuke's thoughts. Otherwise would have followed his boss, a powerful transmigrator with a medicine god system, wielding a 50-meter-long sword, and slaughtered Sasuke, of course. The guy with the medicine god system also really liked Orochimaru. He admired not only her talent, but also her intelligence, understanding and obedience. After all, Orochimaru's current body. Those who know. And then he learned that this transmigrator really likes women. And it's the kind of addiction that's so strong. You can't live without these things basically every day. Naturally, this approach was adopted. Although the impure world reincarnation technique is good, each and every one of them is a cold, lifeless corpse. Plus, Orochimaru himself is a snake, those who know. Naturally, Orochimaru's status rose sharply, reaching a position below 10 furthermore, possessing the power of a being reborn from a vast, impure world. She could do whatever she wanted, fortunately. She was just a researcher, focusing on studying new medicinal materials. As long as she developed new medicinal materials, she would receive more medicine god coins after the medicine god system collected them. With medicine god coins, Jiujiu can do even more. If it weren't for relying on Orochimaru's talent to research drugs like Zhao Mama, how could Jiujiu possibly have let Orochimaru off the hook? As for the impure world reincarnation technique, these are nothing more than decorative items to many names. Actually, the impure world reincarnation technique has only been used on one person, Sarutobi by Wako. No one else has been used on it, after all. Who would be interested in a cold, lifeless, dead person? But since all the resurrected beings were incredibly beautiful, Jiujiu naturally became interested and ended up collecting countless vases. This naturally includes various famous figures such as Naruto's mother, Sasuke's mother and Hashirama's wife. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he knew a lot. He basically controlled all the strong people in the entire ninja world. So Kabuto Yakushi didn't have much of a role to play later on. Duoduo's power is arguably the strongest in the world right now. But he has no interest in ruling or conquering the world. He actually prefers to party every night and research all sorts of new drugs. Just wasting his days like that. At this time, Lafan was not very interested in Konoha. That old coward, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, was staying in the Hokage's office and dared not come out to see anyone. Lafan ignored him and took Sasuke to meet the second transmigrator. He wanted to see what kind of people the three transmigrators in this world were. He had a pretty good understanding of Sasuke's personality and character. He was neither a bad nor a good person, but rather interesting and adaptable. Moreover, he has many unusual auras about him, so he seems to be a pervert. As for the life of the transmigrators, Lafan didn't blame them for anything. After all, I'm that kind of person too, who would transmigrate and still be a eunuch. Do such people really exist? Lafan certainly doesn't believe it. The scene shifts to a massive castle, an extremely large castle. At this point, the area 100 meters from the top floor of the castle is the highest level. From the top floor you can see a sky garden, which is surrounded by glass. Lafan was stunned for a moment when he saw the enormous castle. Holy crap! This transmigrator really knows how to enjoy life. Sasuke nodded in agreement as he watched this scene. Yes. Lafan and Sasuke instantly arrived atop the enormous castle, where they saw the transmigrator locked in a fierce battle with an oblivious blue-haired figure. The most bizarre thing is that he actually arranged for dozens of Edo Tensei reanimated corpses to be stationed around to watch over things. Neuropathy, this time traveler is out of his mind. Even though he said that. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. Boss, I can't take this anymore, I want to kill him. Seeing this, Lafan also looked down at the scene, unwillingly watching the various performances of the Edo Tensei, including Uchiha Mikotoho seems to be Sasuke's mother. There are also a few with red hair. Isn't that Naruto's mother, fortunately? Apart from Sarutobi Baiwaka, the others didn't have much of a presence. Poor Sarutobi. He never knew that while sitting at home, greenery would fall from the sky. Wouldn't it be interesting to tell him about this? Lafan immediately raised his hand and cast a resurrection spell. More than 50 reanimated ninjas were all resurrected. These were the most powerful female ninjas in the ninja world. In the instant of his resurrection, countless strands of soul power detached from Orochimaru's hands. Lafan looked at the 50-odd souls wrapped around his hands. So these 50-odd poor people are now mine, CFBB. Lafan was quite pleased to have over 50 extra cushions out of nowhere. Is being interesting the rule of this world? Looking at the resurrected Sarutobi Baiwaka, Lafan was once again reminded of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I suspect Duoduo did it on purpose. His first target was probably Green Ape flying. At this moment, Sarutobi Baiwako felt herself being resurrected, and all the constraints on her body were gone. She stared intently at Totob. Then he shouted, "You dog, prepare to die." Seeing the sudden burst of light, more than 50 stunningly beautiful women who had been shrouded in deathly aura were resurrected, leaving Duoduo completely stunned the next second. He smiled knowingly. Haha, me darlings, am I dreaming? I'm sure I'll be very happy from now on. Not everyone has a good temper at that moment. The two red-haired women were instantly enveloped in golden energy. That's right, this is the legendary Nine Tails mode. And those two hot-tempered red-haired women are indeed Kushina Uzumaki and Maito Uzumaki. In an instant, two-tailed beast balls shot into the sky. The terrifying power exploded out in an instant. But the expected explosion did not occur in the next second. The two enormous-tailed beast balls vanished instantly. Duoduo glared angrily at the two stunningly beautiful red-haired women. You bastards! Are you trying to murder your husbands? Hearing Duoduo's furious words, Kushina Uzumaki became even angrier. My husband is only Minato Namikaze, you dare to say that? Die! The hot-tempered Kushina Uzumaki wouldn't tolerate him. And Mito Uzumaki also erupted once again. As did the other Jinchuriki. After all, there have been quite a few women among the Jinchuriki throughout history. Len is included here, of course. Seeing over 50 people about to rebel, Duoduo's whole demeanor was rather unfriendly. He shoved the blue-haired figure beside him, unleashing a terrifying power from his entire body. Since that's how it is, I'll show you who the true king of this world is. If you disobey, I'll kill Naruto, Sasuke and the others. Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha, who had awakened the Sharingan of the Three-Megation Jade, were enraged upon hearing Duoduo's words the next second. Orochimaru also ran out. What's wrong, Honi? Seeing Orochimaru dressed in an incredibly cute high school girl outfit and wearing light makeup was such a bizarre sight. This made Lafan, who was in midair, burst into laughter. But Lafan's smile instantly made everyone look up at the sky. Duoduo frowned when he saw that incredibly handsome guy. He had a bad feeling. Seeing Sasuke hovering in midair beside him, he felt even more uneasy. Because Sasuke's eyes had changed in a strange way at that moment, they now possessed white, three-pronged Sharingan. Oh my god, is it in the original story? That's not all. He even saw the 6 paths of reincarnation in Mikagaku's Sharingan. Rinnegan Mizor Jade White Sharingan. Seeing his mother being toyed with, Sasuke's anger reached its peak. This extreme rage caused his eyes to evolve. Lafan's laughter continued after all. This kind of snake Maru was just too funny. Orochimaru looked at the 2 people floating in the air with fear, especially the incredibly handsome man. Mikoto Uchiha was completely stunned. Because she saw her son, she called out unconsciously, Sasuke, Sasuke, realizing his mother had been violate-drawed. You scoundrel, I'll kill you, kill you. With that, Sasuke lunged forward. Lafan looked at the enraged Sasuke. His cosmos has erupted. Interesting, let me see. Lafan snapped his fingers casually and in an instant, more than 50 people were controlled by magic and floated behind him. Of course, there was one exception, Sarutobi Biwako. Lafan sent her directly back to the 3rd Hokage. What would the 3rd Hokage think if he found out his wife had been cheated on? At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki was also staring intently at Lafan. Why was there such a handsome person, moreover? He is incredibly powerful because he is in Ninetales mode, which gives him exceptionally accurate perception of energy. This incredibly handsome man only needed to glance at the world, and the entire universe was enveloped in his energy. What kind of monster is this? Use your own energy to envelop the entire world. Sasuke lunged down suddenly, while Lafan watched the spectacle with indifference. He wanted to see just how powerful the eyes, awakened by jealousy and anger, would be. I also want to see Sasuke's potential as a time traveler. Sasuke's silver eyes kept spinning, and with a simple clasp of his hands, dozens of shadow clones appeared. The moment the shadow clone appeared, the main body was enveloped in powerful lightning energy. This was the 1000 bird stream. At that instant, the Chidori stream connected to the 23 shadow clones, and the shadow clones themselves also unleashed massive Chidori streams. In that instant, the 24 streams of Chidori transformed into countless lightning points, gathering to form a lightning sphere, and then the shadow clones slowly disappeared. All the Chidori streams converged rapidly toward Sasuke, and the originally massive lightning net, tens of meters in size, was constantly transforming, eventually turning into lightning armor. At this moment, Sasuke was enveloped in terrifying lightning, looking as majestic as a lightning general. Upon seeing this, Duoduo below suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy from his entire body, his strongest ability, ki which he had obtained through medicine god points. although the medicine god points can be exchanged for many abilities. The Kai is the strongest in direct combat, just like the two terrifying tailed beast balls that were just about to hit. They were swallowed up by his own Kai the moment they came. Duo's aura is not ordinary aura. It is a strange aura that can store energy and then unleash it. Simply put, the energy of the two-tailed beast balls was still within his Kai. He suddenly grabbed them, and the two enormous-tailed beast balls surged forth. Seeing this, Mikoto Uchiha cried out, her heart bleeding. No. No, Lafan calmly observed all of this. This lightning armor created from extreme lightning had defensive capabilities comparable to a fully evolved Susanoo. Taking one or two-tailed beast balls wouldn't be a problem. However, Sasuke didn't seem to want to take the tailed beast ball for nothing. He suddenly spun around in the air. This is the Hyuga clan's closely guarded secret, the heavenly rotation. The heavenly rotation technique, used while wearing the lightning armor, possesses a powerful electromagnetic field imbued with lightning, and also carries the powerful vibrational force of lightning attribute chakra. In just a moment, it could easily split that powerful tailed beast ball in two. The powerful tailed beast ball energy was split in two and blasted onto two small hills several kilometers away, instantly creating two beautiful mushroom clouds. Witnessing such terrifying power, many servants of the medicine god pavilion were astonished. What kind of god's power is this? As for escaping, they had no such idea, because they knew their leader was invincible. Even if the legendary first Hokage came, he might not be his match. Knowing this, they continued with their work as if nothing had happened. As Duoduo watched the lightning return ended, he frowned. Ultra-high concentration of lightning chakra. That's why it has such a high-frequency vibration, several times stronger than lightning release chakra mode. I must say, you're a genius. But you, Uchiha Sasuke, should call me Dad. And why are you coming to me instead of seeking revenge on your adopted brother? Hearing Duoduo's words, Sasuke frowned. You scoundrel. You will die today. Haha, how am I a scoundrel? I saved your mother and reunited you two. Besides, I'm so powerful, I'm not bad as your stepfather. You can live a life of luxury with me. And this ninja world will belong to us from now on. Seeing Sasuke's incredible strength, Duoduo also developed a fondness for his talent. Besides, if Sasuke followed him, wouldn't Mikoto Uchiha be his too? Mikoto Uchiha shouted, you thief Sasuke, kill him. Hearing the sound from the sky, Duoduo finally came to his senses and looked up at the sky. At this moment, looking at the perfect Lafan, he was completely dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying being is this? My identification system couldn't see through the other party. My God, why is there such a terrifying being? No, this terrifying being stole my wife. My lovely Mikoto and Kushina. Are you really going to take them down? At this moment, Duoduo was very angry. Who are you? Why are you trying to steal my wife? I hate it when people steal my wife. Hearing Duoduo calling her wife repeatedly, Kushina Uzumaki was furious. You scoundrel. Even if I die today, I will kill you. Looking at Duoduo, who had a serious harem complex, Lafan declared that he didn't want this brain-dead transmigrator. Why would you recruit someone like that as a subordinate? Trying to take it from me. Although Mikoto and Kushina aren't exactly pure, I don't mind having a bit of romanticized thought about them as decorative collectibles. Sasuke continue. Lafan didn't intervene, after all, did this weakling, who could be killed with a mere flick of the wrist, even deserve his attention? Sasuke knew this was an opportunity to prove himself, and with his boss protecting him, death was practically impossible. With no more worries and no longer burdened by deep-seated hatred, Sasuke unleashed his fury once again. The terrifying lightning armor propelled Sasuke's speed to the level of Might Guy. In a mere instant, flew to Duoduo's side, unleashing his powerful Raikiri blade, a terrifying meter-long lightning blade composed of extremely high-intensity vibrations. At this frequency, the blade doesn't even need to strike the opponent. The powerful vibration frequency combined with the lightning is enough to electrocute them. Zero faced with such a terrifying attack, Duo was not afraid, because he possessed an extremely terrifying ability, the power of devouring. It can devour all energy. This lightning figure disappeared the instant it approached Duo. Just like the tailed beast balls that Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Maito threw. Sasuke frowned sharply then sidestepped, catching the momentum, and unleashed a powerful right elbow strike aimed straight at Duo's head. If that elbow strike had landed, Duo would have been seriously injured if not killed. Because Sasuke descended from the sky, his downward speed was already extremely fast, and coupled with the power of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, if that punch were to land, Duo's brain would be blown apart by the terrifying lightning chakra. Duo naturally knew that the Sasuke in front of him was not normal. He thought that this was Sasuke trained by Lefan, therefore. He was extremely cautious and directly used the substitution jutsu to accept Sasuke's attack. And it positioned itself to Sasuke's left, right behind his back, when suddenly a terrifying lightning blade appeared in its right hand. This is Duo's forte, using someone else's own methods against them. This terrifying lightning blade hurtles forth. If the attack had actually hit Sasuke, he would have certainly died. But Sasuke was clearly not invincible. He used the same ability to dodge the attack. Both are transmigrators with systems. Yet they are now forced to fight against each other, a truly tragic story. Both of them used substitution techniques to dodge the crucial attacks immediately. But this was only the first round of combat, given that both of them possessed superhuman physical abilities. The next attack was launched, and a terrifying energy shockwave erupted from Duo's entire body. Just as Sasuke was about to launch his next physical attack, he had to jump back and his silver eyes turned again, unleashing a shockwave from his body. The two shockwaves collided instantly, creating a powerful aura. The immense power startled Orochimaru, who was standing nearby, and he quickly retreated. She had searched for information about Sasuke over the years, but she never expected that a 12-year-old child would have such terrifying power. Kabuto's intelligence report stated that Sasuke possessed the strength of an elite Chunin. But that's hardly the strength of an elite Chunin named 807. This is practically cage-level strength, and at the peak of cage-level strength at that. What's with those eyes? I feel like he's similar to Pain of the Akatsuki, Itachi Uchiha and even Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke just used Shinra Tensei, right? It must be that's Pain's super powerful skill. I never expected Sasuke to have such terrifying power. But he's still a step weaker than my husband. My husband isn't just playing around with things right now. Once he unleashes his full power, even a mere Sasuke won't stand a chance. It's a pity about this person. She was killed by the aftershocks of this incident. And it's a rare treat that she was pregnant with her husband's child. However, such a woman in the medicine god temple is not needed in the hundreds of pages, yes. Besides researching new drugs, Orochimaru's biggest interest was helping her husband cultivate his bloodline. She was curious about how powerful her powerful husband's offspring must be. But she needed to research new drugs. So it was impossible for her to do it herself. Given that Duo is a King Joe-type person, it's natural that the entire ninja world would be looking for someone for him. At this moment, seeing that one person had been injured or killed, the people present did not feel much. Sasuke's eyes spun even more violently. These eyes are very powerful, but even with Naruto's physique and Nine Tails level chakra, his mental energy was still greatly depleted. This white Rin Sharingan possesses several overpowered abilities. The first is physical enhancement. increasing the body's strength several times over, which is why he was able to rise from the level of an elite Jonin. He leaped to the elite Kage level. His second ability is Shinra Tensei, and his third ability is the Sharingan's Amaterasu. But seeing how terrifying his opponent was, Sasuke didn't think his Amaterasu would work on him, so he decided to use a feint. However, Sasuke is not familiar with these eyes at the moment. In fact, these eyes have already awakened. With proper training, they can become a super combination of the Jogan Rinnegan and Mangekyou Sharingan. This is also a bug in the Sasuke system. Any ability acquired will automatically merge with it. After all, it is a system, and cultivating a world ruler is not an easy task. You should know that some powerful systems are experts at cultivating chaos rulers. Even a moderately powerful system can cultivate multiple dimensional rulers. But Sasuke hasn't even reached the level of a world ruler yet. However, it's not Sasuke's fault. It's already quite impressive that he was able to acquire so many abilities in just 7 years. As for Duodua, he has been in this world for much longer than Sasuke. If Sasuke hadn't seen his mother being captured by the other party, he wouldn't have been able to unleash his full potential. Right now, he's just a big shot being strung along. As for the other mastermind behind it, Ooal Gown, his strength is probably already at the level of Kaguya Otsutsuki. But even so, she's still too weak, after all. Even someone at Kaguya Otsutsuki's level isn't considered a world ruler. What does it mean to be a world ruler? That means being able to control the life and death of a world. Simply put, they are planet-destroying powerhouses. Of course, simply destroying a planet isn't enough. They also have the ability to create a world. As for those useless people like Kaguya Otsutsuki, they probably couldn't even destroy this planet, let alone create a world. How can someone like that be called the ruler of the world? Looking at the outstanding Sasuke, Duodua laughed again. "Haha, come on me, son. I will take good care of Makoto." Hearing Duodua's suicidal remarks, Sasuke became even more enraged. "Die." Sasuke lunged forward and Duodua smiled. "You silly boy. You think I really want to take you in? From the moment you harbored murderous intent towards me, I wanted to kill you. Do you really think I'm some saintly transmigrator? Just kidding, I'm ruthless when it comes to killing. And after I kill you, I'll kill the person in heaven who raised you, and then treat Makoto like a B****ch. I'll show you what it's like to offend me. Death is nothing more than a relief." Seeing Sasuke lunging towards him, Dodo smiled fiercely, preparing to use a move that would instantly kill Sasuke. Suddenly, the entire space stopped. Lafan knew Duodua's strength. He had reached the level of Hashirama Senju, while Sasuke was only at the level of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The gap between the two is enormous. The reason for using this provocation tactic is to get Sasuke fired up. Then kill Sasuke with minimal force, and then show weakness to yourself, making yourself think that this is all he is capable of. Then underestimate him and then launch a counterattack. It has to be said that Duodua is despicable, but also realistic. This is what a normal time traveler should be like. If you were transporting to another world, who wouldn't want to do what they want? Even so, he may not have done anything wrong as a time traveler, but offending Lafan was probably his biggest mistake. Lafan paused time and casually delivered a punch from afar. In an instant, many were blasted into dust. As time resumed, everyone present was stunned. They watched as only a cloud of blood mist remained where their brother had stood. Duodua had been instantly killed. What's going on here? 1-9. Looking at Duodua's bewildered expression, Kushina Uzumaki asked blankly, "What happened? Hey, handsome guy, did you do this?" Lafan looked at Kushina and said calmly, "These ants, can't they be killed with just a glance?" Hearing Lafan's words, Kushina Uzumaki was completely dumbfounded. "Ahem. Could you please not say such outrageous things? We seem to be weaker than him. And what's the point of you reviving us? Lafan looked at the 50 people and smiled, saying, It's nothing special, you're all dead anyway. So it's the same whether you're in paradise or working for me in my factory. Kushina Uzumaki laughed and said, Ahem. You wouldn't happen to be a heartless boss, would you? And with my fiery temper, aren't you afraid I'll smash your equipment if you really make me work for you? Lafan smiled as he listened to Kushina Uzumaki's quirky words and said, Ainz Ooal just deduct it from your salary. At this moment Lin said weakly, Can we not go? Looking at the lovely Lin, Lafan shook his head. No. You are already dead in this world. Staying here will only affect the world. Maito Uzumaki smiled and said, That's true. After all, we're all dead. But it's better to go to work than to return to paradise. Hearing this, Lafan smiled and asked, Is there anything good to eat or drink there? Kushina Uzumaki smiled and said, I haven't had anything good to eat in a long time. Tell me about the salary and benefits first. After all, we were goddesses of the ninja world in our past lives. We can't afford low pay. Mikoto Uchiha looked at her son Sasuke with a worried expression, then glanced at Lafan. Yumi, are you Sasuke's teacher? Lafan shook his head and said, No, I'm Sasuke's boss. He's my henchman. Mikoto Uchiha asked with some disappointment, A henchman? Hey Mikoto, didn't you see this monster's power? It's the same power as God 25. What's wrong with becoming a god's lackey? I was even thinking my Naruto could become his lackey too. But your Sasuke needs to be disciplined all these years. Your Sasuke has been clinging to my Naruto, and that's not all. He's even corrupting him, taking him to comfort other people's unfortunate wives. I wish I could kill your Sasuke. Kushina Uzumaki grew angrier the more she thought about it. Hearing Kushina's words, Mikoto Uchiha was completely dumbfounded. Wait, Kushina. What did you just say? Kushina Uzumaki said angrily again. Those two brats along with Neji. The three of them always team up to help those poor women. Other people's women, they're so wicked at such a young age. Seeing Kushina Uzumaki blushing and spouting shameless words, Mikoto Uchiha was also stunned. She knew perfectly well that Kushina Uzumaki was not the kind of shameless person. On the contrary, she hated shameless people the most. Now I never imagined that my son would be this kind of person, and that he would even corrupt her son. Not only that, but he also brought the Hyuga family's children into this mess. Her face immediately darkened. Looking down at her adorable son, she suddenly realized he was no longer so cute. Hearing this legend, Lafan wasn't surprised but smiled and said, Sasuke has 36, Naruto has 3 and Neji has 2. These are the people they've been helping. Hearing Lafan's sudden words, Uchiha Mikoto's face darkened even more. She stared intently at Sasuke below and roared, Sasuke. Explain yourself, Sasuke. Still marveling at Lafan's invincible power, was startled by his mother's shouts from above, What's wrong? Mom. Upon hearing Sasuke's reply, Uchiha Mikoto erupted again, and Lafan did not stop their actions involving dozens of people. So Mikoto Uchiha easily flew down, and Sasuke was dumbfounded when he saw his mother's angry face. But upon seeing his long-lost mother, he couldn't help but rush over, Mom. But Mikoto Uchiha slapped him hard across the face. Who taught you that? Why have you done all these shameless things all these years? Do you know how many families you've indirectly destroyed? Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Sasuke shook his head and said, Mother, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. I am the only male surviving member of the Uchiha clan. I need to revive the great Uchiha clan. I don't think I did anything wrong. Do you want me to harm girls? Besides, they were already pitiful. It was consensual, so it's not my fault. Hearing Sasuke's words, Mikoto was stunned once again. Could this child really be dedicated to reviving the Uchiha clan? No, if the goal is to revive the Uchiha clan, why bring Naruto and Neji along? You're still making excuses. Tell me why you brought Naruto and Neji along. Hearing his mother's question, Uchiha Sasuke said earnestly, I believe they also have the ability to save these unfortunate people. The Ninja Academy taught us that we should be helpful ninjas. When the people of Konoha are in trouble, we should stand up for them. Hearing Sasuke's powerful excuses, Mikoto Uchiha was stunned once again. Why did you become such a child, Wara? It's all Mum's fault. It's all your father's fault for being so weak, otherwise. How could you have had such a childhood and become this kind of person? Looking at her son, Mikoto Uchiha couldn't find a reason to scold him. Imagine a 7-year-old child watching his own clan be slaughtered by his own brother. Looking at the corpses of his parents and his clansmen. It's a miracle he didn't go insane. It's no wonder he's grown up like this. Seeing his mother suddenly crying, Sasuke Uchiha was stunned. Mom, don't cry, makes me so sad. Can you just be an honest person? Mom doesn't ask you to revive the family to be invincible. I just want you to be a good person, to have someone you love, to have your own family and to have your own job. Hearing Makoto's words, Sasuke shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Mom, I can't promise you that. I can't live an unknown life like that. I want a more vibrant life. I want to become stronger. And I want to help more and more people in need. Hearing Sasuke's last words, Mikoto was even angrier. That be ****D, but the next second she felt guilty. She both loved and hated this son. And she really didn't know what to say. The two chatted about everyday things. And then Uchiha Mikoto decided to go and work for Leffen. She really didn't want to watch this son who had shattered her worldview anymore. Let him fend for himself. Children and grandchildren have their own destinies. Thinking of her two sons, neither of whom were normal, she felt even more guilty, blaming herself for not being a good enough mother. We'll provide plenty of good food and drinks. You can even eat dragon meat if you want. As for salary and benefits, you can basically buy whatever you want. As for the job content, it's very simple, just live happily every day. Leffen calmly explained the salary and benefits to everyone. Seeing that Mikoto had already taken care of her last matters in this world, Leffen teleported her up as well. She happened to overhear Leffen's incredible treatment and immediately asked curiously, Why do I feel like I'm going to heaven? Leffen smiled and said, That's right, it's going to heaven. At this moment, Maito Uzumaki said seriously, We're not 3-year-olds anymore. You don't need to lie to us like this. Do you want us to serve someone or something? I'm sorry, but we refuse to do that. Leffen shook his head again upon hearing this. No need. I just want to live happily and joyfully when I'm tired. I just want to see your happy lives and your beautiful faces, which will help me regain my energy at this moment. Kushina Uzumaki said seriously, I knew something was wrong. What do you mean by this? Are you lusting after our bodies? So I said you're overthinking it. I do have desires for your bodies, but I'm not a single dog. And I have a wife. If I want something, I'll go to my wife. To put it simply, you are the paradise I've built. You are responsible for living happily and beautifully. I can occasionally see your beauty and your happiness. And that gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Leffen spoke with a proud expression, leaving all the women dumbfounded. While everyone was still in surprise, Lin said weakly, Wait. I feel like if this painting is like this, we've become your pets. You're not pets, you're free to do as you please. You can ambush me, insult me, or even hit me if you want. As long as you can beat me and aren't afraid of my punishment. Leffen smiled as he looked at everyone. Upon hearing Leffen's words, Lin immediately shouted, A sneak attack? Who? Who would be so shameless as to sneak attack you? So it's just a hypothesis, no need to get so worked up. Simply put, I just want to build a paradise and let you all live there. It's that simple. By the way, Kurenai Yuhai has already left. Leffen said calmly after listening to Leffen's words. Everyone thought about it seriously and finally agreed. With Le Fan's incredibly handsome appearance, how could he lack women? They definitely don't lack them. And they might even look down on us. Moreover, with his invincibility, what can't he get? Plus, he controls our soul, so we might not be able to resist. So they all agreed. Seeing that Makoto had already said goodbye to Sasuke, Fan looked at Kushina Uzumaki curiously and said, "Little Pepper, aren't you going to say goodbye to Naruto?" "No way. That little brat gives me a headache just looking at him. And Sasuke too, if I could beat him. I'd go down there and slap him twice right now." Seeing Kushina's irritable state, Mikoto Uchiha became unhappy. "Oh. Kushina, are you going to hit my son?" Hearing Mikoto Uchiha's words, Kushina Uzumaki tactfully added, "Ahem, we didn't fight. Did we? Our friendship shouldn't be affected by this." Le Fan smiled at everyone and said, "All right. Since you've made up your minds, let's go." Suddenly, a pretty young girl said timidly, "May I take a look at Kakashi and Obito?" Looking at the pretty and cute girl, Le Fan paused for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." The next instant a portal appeared, and Kakashi, who was reporting back to the Hokage, suddenly vanished. Both Kai and the Hokage were extremely surprised. Kai looked extremely tense, frantically searching around and calling out, "Kakashi, my dearest friend, where are you? Don't scare me." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was also terrified. Could such terrifying power really be achieved by a human? As someone with invincible attributes, Le Fan was able to control all the powers of this world the moment he arrived. He can easily do whatever he wants, because his attributes are so powerful that he could destroy the world with a sneeze. The main problem is that the creator is inhuman. He's constantly carrying out purges. Le Fan's attributes have already exceeded 10 billion. If this continues, who knows what will become of him? Fortunately, his strong resistance allows him to easily control the surge in his body's power. If his resistance is weak, Le Fan probably won't be able to control his body. And then one sneeze and the world will be over. If that were really the case, then we'd be doomed. Meanwhile, Obito was in the Akatsuki organization. Suddenly made a move. Pain and Conan ignored Obito's sudden silence during the meeting. After all, this man has always been like this, so they can't be bothered with him and are always on guard against him. At that moment, Rin looked at the two people who had appeared in front of her, and tears streamed down her face. Kakashi, Obito. Obito was wearing a mask and Kakashi was wearing a face mask. But Rin would recognize Kakashi even if he turned to ashes. Since Kakashi was here, the other person wearing a mask must be Obito. Seeing Rin resurrected, Obito couldn't contain himself and immediately lunged at her, hugging her tightly. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful, Rin, you're finally back to life. I really don't want to stay in this world for even a second longer without you." Hearing Obito's sudden confession and feeling his strong embrace, Rin was completely stunned. What's going on? Wait, wasn't Obito dead? What exactly happened in the ninja world all these years? At that moment, Kakashi, looking at the masked man embracing the adorable Rin, took a deep breath and weakly said, "Obito, shut up. You murderer of Lin. You don't deserve to appear in front of Lin. Get out." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the manic Obito immediately launched into a tirade. Hearing Obito's words, Rin was stunned again. "No. It was me who asked Kakashi to kill me at that time. I was under a genjutsu and became the Three Tails Jinchuriki. The spies from the Land of Water wanted me to return to Konoha and then release the Three Tails to destroy Konoha. I won't listen, Kakashi killed you. I saw it with my own eyes." Obito hugged Rin even tighter. At this point, Le Fan couldn't stand it anymore. "Letting you hug me was already giving you a lot of face. And you still pulled so hard. If you break the vase you're holding, can you afford to pay for it?" With a snap of his fingers, Obito was blasted away and Rin returned to Le Fan's side. feeling Lefan's domineering power. Lin was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed slightly. Was he jealous? Does this mean he likes me? No. How could you possibly be worthy of an incredibly handsome guy like Rin? But why did he stop Obito from hugging me? Isn't it normal for us partners to hug at this moment? Kakashi looked at the lovely Rin and the invincible Lefan, who had been blasted away, leaving only Obito Ryo. He was somewhat at a loss, but he knew that he and Lin were from two different worlds now. He was already a proper middle-aged man, while Lin was still a little girl. This doesn't match. Zhao Mahao, and with that domineering guy Lefan around, it's impossible for me to be with Lin in that case. Why not make up with your best friend and go back to normal? Kakashi approached Obito and gently asked Obito, "Are you all right? Where have you been all these years? I thought you were already. Get out of my way." "Mind your own business, Rin. You say this was all a setup." "I don't believe it. I can't believe it. I clearly saw Kakashi kill you with my own eyes." At this moment, Obito did not look like he wanted to kill Kakashi, but stared intently at Rin as he spoke. "I'm sorry, Obito, it's really not Kakashi's fault. It's true that I asked him to kill me." Before Lin could finish speaking gently, Kushina Uzumaki angrily threw a tailed beast ball at her and roared, "Damn it, you traitor! You're the one who ruined my and Minato's lives. Today I'm going to kill you on behalf of heaven." Kushina Uzumaki angrily threw out a tailed beast ball. Obito frowned. His master's wife had actually been resurrected. But what's a mere tailed beast ball? He instantly vanished into the void, dodging the bombardment of the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball blasted across the plains for several kilometers in that instant, creating yet another adorable mushroom cloud. The fact that there were 3 nuclear tests in one day terrified everyone in the surrounding area, and people rushed away with buckets in hand. Is this place even safe to stay? Seeing that the tailed beast ball missed, the enraged Kushina once again activated the complete Nine Tails chakra mode. Kushina, dressed entirely in gold, looked incredibly cool and beautiful at that moment, and Lefan watched with interest as Kushina and Obito fought. Lin was stunned. She asked timidly, what exactly happened?" Kakashi, standing nearby, calmly remarked, "Obito was actually the masked man. He ambushed his teacher's wife while she was giving birth, releasing the nine-tailed fox and wreaking havoc on Konoha. Then, his teacher and his wife sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha." Hearing Kakashi's words, Rin looked at Obito, who was wearing a mask, in disbelief. "This can't be real. Can it? Without you, everything in the world is wrong. I'm only here to change this world. I want to build 657 worlds of absolute peace, free from war. For this, sacrifice is necessary." Looking at Rin's heartbroken questioning, Obito spoke earnestly, "Ha, what a ridiculous joke. If others can sacrifice themselves, why can't you? Don't try to sound so noble, just say hate this world. I want to rule it, I want to make it the way I want it. And to achieve that, I'll kill any god or Buddha in my way. Wouldn't that be more impactful, even more domineering?" Lefan suddenly burst into loud, mocking Obito's words. In Lefan's view, these hypocrites are truly disgusting. They use the banner of "for the world" and protecting the world to do everything that goes against that banner. But thinking about it, it makes sense after all. They don't have invincible strength and can't possibly be enemies of the world. So they still need to fool people a bit. Maybe some people will actually believe it. Even if no one believes it, it's fine as long as I believe it myself. This can also numb one's conscience, making one believe that I am a good person, even though I am doing bad things. Hearing Lefan's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. What kind of person would be so audacious as to say such a thing? Nor if it was someone as invincible as Lefan, he would definitely say something like that, because he's already invincible and can do whatever he wants. Why bother making excuses for yourself? The 50-odd people were stunned for a moment. After all, If what Lafan said was true, then that paradise might be real. Moreover, they might just be going there to enjoy themselves. As for actually wanting to obtain Lafan, then the only option is to rely on your own efforts and a sneak attack. But given that such a person exists, we'll probably never even see him again. Do we still want to go to such a paradise? Although I can live without a man, it feels like something is missing, finally. Everyone sighed, knowing that they had no choice, and that going to such a wonderful paradise was not bad at all. Eat and drink well there and be happy every day. Obito couldn't find an excuse to refute it at this point, since what Lafan said was true. But people are inherently hypocritical. So since he couldn't refute, I might as well not answer. Because my dream is right in front of me. As long as I bring Lin home, I don't care about anything else. I just want Lin. As long as Lin is in the world, that's enough. I don't care about anything else. And I don't want to bother with it, unfortunately. Obito didn't know that his plan was destined to fail. After Kakashi's explanation, Rin was completely dumbfounded. Was this incredibly evil Obito really her ally? Is it that silly, somewhat adorable simp friend of mine from before? No. People like that are not partners. She looked at Obito with a heartbroken expression. I never thought you were this kind of person. I don't have a friend like you, and I never want to have anything to do with you again. Hearing Rin's words, Obito became almost delirious. No, Rin. It's not what you think. It was all a lie they conspired to tell you. I'm the good guy, I'm the one who loves you the most. Everything else is fake at this moment. Obito suddenly used his Sharingan and pounced. Lafan was very unhappy with Obito's unbridled behavior. Damn it, they think I'm invisible. I've humiliated myself for so long in the world of the World Tree. And now that I've come to this lowly and weak ninja world, am I supposed to continue humiliating myself? Don't you know I came into this world to relax and do whatever I want? If you ignore me like this, how can I save face if I don't punish you? Lafan suddenly grabbed with one hand, having already gained a fairly good understanding of the powers in this world. With a sudden wave of his hand, Obito transformed into a belt. His clothes and mask had become looser. And then Lafan suddenly waved his hand. And Kakashi and the belt disappeared, since I'm invisible. And you like Rin so much. Then you should become Rin and live with Kakashi. Lafan muttered a complaint and waved his hand. As for the story of Deiko and Kakashi, please use your imagination. This sudden action completely stunned everyone present. Who could withstand such a move with a wave of his hand? Such a powerful cage-level expert was transformed into a woman. And then, with a wave of his hand, he was sent away. Can't even plan for their own future. What kind of monster is this? Sasuke was trembling with fear at this moment. Fortunately, he was sensible and immediately admitted defeat to Lafan, acknowledging him as his boss. Otherwise, what if the opponent pulls the same stunt and leaves you in Naruto's hands? Who could withstand that? Speaking of Naruto and Neji, they're both so handsome. I wonder if they'll become incredibly beautiful. Sasuke was also somewhat hopeful at this moment. But unfortunately, Lafan wouldn't do that. Lafan would only punish someone like this if they were someone who truly displeased him. Otherwise, it would usually be a matter of raising a hand and killing instantly. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding. Lafan believes this is the best way to handle it, of course. Many people might think Lafan is cruel. But if an ant is jumping around in front of you and causing all sorts of trouble, and you still have a good mood, then you're really something. Everything was quiet. Lin was at a loss, because reality was much worse than she had imagined. Lafan opened the portal, indicating that they could enter voluntarily. Then one by one they went in, until only Maito Uzumaki remained at this moment. She looked at Lafan and said, "Could you bring my granddaughter Tsunade along too?" Hearing her sudden request, Lafan was also taken aback, as expected of a good grandmother. Tsunade should indeed enjoy such a good thing as well. As Yue Fan raised his hand, Tsunade and Shizune were teleported over. She stared at her grandmother stunned, then burst into fury. Who is toying with the souls of the dead? Looking at the enraged Tsunade, Fan smiled. It's me. Tsunade only then realized that she was floating in the air. And then she turned around and looked at an incredibly handsome man. She was completely dumbfounded. She originally thought that the pinnacle of handsomeness in the ninja world was her boyfriend. But she never expected there to be a guy who was countless times more handsome than her boyfriend. My God, how can someone be so handsome? Fan smiled as he looked at Tsunade and Shizune, who were admiring him. He nodded. All right, let's go in. Mito Uzumaki also pulled Tsunade along, saying, let's go. Follow Grandma. Grandma will explain everything to you later. Shizune looked at the stunning red-haired beauty before her. To be honest, it was the first time she had ever seen someone so beautiful. This is simply the pinnacle of beauty, it's only natural. After all, to marry the god of the ninja world, the strongest man in the ninja world, one must be the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Mito Uzumaki is absolutely stunning in terms of looks. Tsunade didn't dare to resist her grandmother. Despite Tsunade's fearlessness, she was most afraid of her grandmother. That's right. No one in the entire ninja world is unafraid of Mito Senju. Even the god of ninja Hashirama Senju is completely unruly at home. Then Tsunade obediently followed Mito Uzumaki into the portal with Shizune. And the portal closed the next instant. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was looking on in astonishment below, shouted, If it's possible, can I go? I'm also a super beauty. Hearing Orochimaru's shameless words from below, Fan was speechless. Do you really think I haven't watched Naruto? Do you think I don't know who Orochimaru is at this moment? Sasuke looked at Orochimaru with disdain. I said, they're at least women. What are you, our guy, doing getting involved? Hearing Sasuke's teasing, Orochimaru frowned. Even though I'm a man, she's clearly a girl. Sasuke was speechless at Orochimaru's shamelessness. He was glad he hadn't followed the original storyline, or he would have been disgusted to death by Orochimaru. Who could withstand that? Fan shook his head. I'm not interested in you. But my henchman might be, after all. He's a good person who likes to help people in need. Now that I killed that transmigrator, you're practically homeless, which is quite pitiful. How about letting my henchman help you? You can go with him. Hearing Fan's words, Orochimaru was completely dumbfounded. What was a transmigrator? Although she was Duoduoge's confidant and his favorite, Duoduoge wouldn't be foolish enough to share his transmigrator and system information with Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is not a good person by nature. Now that he'd heard such strange words for the first time, how could Orochimaru not be curious? The so-called transmigrator is like someone who changes bodies, except that this is a soul that transmigrates from another world. And transmigrators have one standard feature, a system. For example, Sasuke is a transmigrator, and he has a powerful relationship system. Building a good relationship with him will benefit you. If you're smart enough, like dressing up as Sasuke, immortality isn't impossible. Fan then smiled and recounted something very interesting. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, boss, something's wrong. Orochimaru is beautiful, but I just can't bring myself to do it. Looking at Sasuke, who was stunned, and Orochimaru, who looked on with longing. Fan was also smiling. Perhaps this was a strange combination. Looking at the medicine god pavilion again, Fan had no thoughts. Although it was cruel to the lives here, he didn't feel much sympathy for them, because far too many lives in this world suffer from so-called injustice. After gaining absolute power, Fan has also developed a unique perspective on the injustices suffered by these lives. In his view now, it is either a matter of cause and effect or a problem with one's own personality. In fact, everyone has many choices in life, and each choice has countless possibilities and countless options. Of course, the timing of the action is also very important, such as choosing to unite against a common enemy. Therefore, the chosen target and timing must be flawless, because everyone's thoughts can change at any time. Requesting flowers 099701325 Failu 122,491,391. If you can intervene at the right time by seizing the right moment, you can achieve the greatest effect. For example, a person might have a sudden realization about something small, which happens to be a brief epiphany about life. Everyone experiences this. For example, when everyone goes to sleep, they think about working harder tomorrow. But this attitude of working hard only lasts for a moment. If someone can seize this moment, pull him up from his slump, fight alongside him and repeatedly win him over, then that person will naturally be infected as well. So the lives below may seem unfair, but they also have many choices. They are all beauties from various countries, and they already have remarkable status and looks. 0. Although they are now pregnant with many children, as long as they know how to use their identities to form teams and exploit profit and other issues to deceive their many subordinates, they can still return to their homeland smoothly. Of course, if they are bold enough, they can directly say that Juju has ascended to heaven, and that the children in their wombs all possess Juju's invincible bloodline and will surely take off in the future. Although Juju has been in this world for over 10 years, his oldest child is only 3 years old. The reason is simple: he's not stupid, as he doesn't have the ability to protect himself. It's just a pity that he encountered someone like Lafan. If Lafan hadn't come, and with the help of the old man who signed up, it wouldn't have been impossible for the ninja world to agree to a certain outcome in a few decades. But now, with the explosion of the three-tailed beast balls and the disappearance of Dodo, the medicine god pavilion no longer has absolute power. The Reikage and Tsuchikage next door are not to be trifled with. Lafan didn't care and disappeared with Sasuke and Orochimaru. The next second they appeared inside a mountainside on Mount Mayaboku, where a bald man with a muscular physique could be seen disciplinedly doing push-ups. Sasuke was dumbfounded when he saw the muscular bald man. "Are you a time traveler too?" At this moment, Dong Wanqiang was stunned when he looked at the handsome young man in front of him and said, "A transmigrator, aren't you, Uchiha Sasuke?" Sasuke looked at the man in front of him and excitedly said, "That's right, I've transmigrated into Uchiha Sasuke. So these two are also time travelers. You're incredibly powerful, I'm no match for you." Dong Wanqiang looked at Lafan in front of him, took a deep breath and said, seeing that Dong Wanqiang was relatively rational, Lafan didn't attack him after all. Lafan was usually a good person. He only punished those he didn't like. It wasn't exactly a punishment, since he was so high, and my Tito put it simply, "I did it on purpose. I just don't like you guys, and I'm deliberately messing with you. Go ahead and hit me if you dare." And since Lafan himself was so invincible, he naturally could do whatever he wanted. Dong Wanqiang glanced at the powerful Lafan, then at the weak Orochimaru. "Why do I feel like you're not a transmigrator?" Orochimaru smiled as he looked at the muscular, bald man before him and said, "I am Orochimaru, not a transmigrator. By the way, you seem to know something about our world. Is it possible for transmigrators to know everything about our world? You're Orochimaru, a girl. Sasuke is still so young. Oh, I see, this is the time of Konoha's collapse. You are indeed a girl." Dong Wanqiang touched his bald chin and said, looking at the oddball who had no muscles all over his body and not even eyebrows. Sasuke was also a little afraid, honestly. Sasuke hated this kind of muscular guy the most in his past life. In his opinion, such people were like monsters and could not even be called human. He considers a guy to be handsome looking dashing like this. It has to be said that everyone has different opinions. From Lefan's perspective, Dong Wangqiang looks more like a man, while if Sasuke wore girls' clothes, who could tell if he was a man or a woman? Lefan looks much better like this. He's incredibly handsome from head to toe, making everyone know at first glance that he's the most handsome man in the world. It can even make women fall into a state of complete addiction. Hearing Dong Wangqiang's words, Orochimaru asked curiously again, "Oh, so you know about Sasuke after he grew up? Does that mean our world is just a story in your transmigrator world? Or that you transmigrators can foresee the future of our world before you even arrive?" Seeing Orochimaru's bold guess, Lefan applauded, "Very good, you actually guessed it. That's right, Naruto is indeed a story in our world." Sasuke hearing this added, "That's right. There's Boruto coming up. Sakura and I got married and had Sarada. But I don't like this kind of ending, Boruto Sarada. What will happen in the ninja world over the next 10 years? During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Madara Uchiha was resurrected. But the storyline has been changed, Obito. The most important pawn is now Kakashi's man and will only stay at home to be a wife and mother. Without him, naturally no one can resurrect Madara Uchiha." Seeing Orochimaru's clueless expression, Sasuke spoke again, hearing Sasuke mention Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru paused then said, "The Madara Uchiha you're talking about, I've already resurrected him using Edo Tensei, along with other powerful figures from all over the ninja world. And I was curious before why Juju wanted me to use the impure world reincarnation so relentlessly. Now I understand he also knows the plot. So he made me change the plot in advance." Sasuke, hearing Orochimaru's words, felt a chill of fear and said, "If Boss doesn't eliminate Dodo, he will start the Fourth Shinobi World War and then unify the 10 Shinobi worlds. And not that guy Duodua doesn't have much of an interest in unifying the world. He's only doing this to protect himself. If he's really interested in anything, it's hunting down all the most beautiful women in the world. And I can't understand how such a lust-driven good-for-nothing could become a transmigrator. I'm curious, why is it so unfair?" Seeing Orochimaru's angry expression, Lefan smiled and said, "That's just how the world is. There are many things you can't get angry about. Women may be meaningless to you, but for many normal men, women are one of the greatest pleasures in their lives." Orochimaru listened to Lefan's words and looked curiously at the 3 transmigrators in front of her. "Are you all like this?" Lefan smiled. "Of course." Sasuke nodded with a smile. Dong Wangqiang shook his head. "Women will only hinder my cultivation. Only by maintaining a pure body can I elevate my physical abilities to a higher limit." Orochimaru looked at the 3 people in front of her. She wasn't surprised by Sasuke and Lefan, but she was quite interested in this Dong Wangqiang. Lefan looked at the muscular bald man and said, "I think you're a pretty good guy, so I'll let you off the hook. Are you going to keep hitting her? Are you going to stick with me?" Hearing Lefan's words, Dong Wangqiang was stunned for a moment. "Can't I just quietly sign in? This guy is incredibly strong. I've been hiding for decades and haven't even seen a glimpse of him. Why did he take Sasuke as his henchman? Does he possess a mobile phone system? Can you inherit all of a henchman's abilities by recruiting them? Is he trying to fleece me? No. If such a terrifying system really existed, wouldn't he be invincible? With an invincible older brother by my side, I guess I don't need to play it safe anymore, right? If you can show off, who would choose to live a life of quiet desperation?" After careful consideration, Dong Wangqiang finally nodded. "I agree, boss. From now on, I'll be your little brother." Seeing the sensible Dong Wangqiang, Lefan, who was satisfied, then led the others and disappeared into the deep mountains and forests. The next second, Lefan reappeared in Konoha. Looking at his 2 underlings, "Do you know the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf?" The 2 were stunned when they heard Lefan suddenly speak. "No." Seeing the 2 speak in unison, Lafan looked at Sasuke and Orochimaru and said, "All right. Sasuke, you go conquer the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. There are no humans in that world, and I don't think you're interested in animals like sheep and wolves. So Orochimaru can come with you. Oh, and when I get back, I'll join the chat group. You can slowly rule the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf." Listening to Lafan's words, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru beside him. She was quite a beauty. Then he thought of the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, which seemed to be full of animals. No matter what, Orochimaru was still a human. As for disagreeing, Sasuke wouldn't let such an opportunity pass by. Chat groups are powerful cheat codes that can connect to all worlds. If I could get the chat group, wouldn't I be able to travel to any place without any problem? As for returning to Earth, Sasuke had no such idea after all. The basic requirement for a transmigrator is to be an orphan and have no attachment to Earth. Therefore, time travelers don't miss home, because their homes are long gone. With a wave of Lafan's hand, Sasuke and Orochimaru were thrown into a space. As the two disappeared, Lafan looked again at the 2-meter-tall, muscular man in front of him. Despite his imposing stature, he preferred to lie low. As expected, personality and appearance are quite different. Then go to Bald Kyang's world. I'll still let you join the chat group, and you can handle the rest yourself. Hearing Lafan's words, Dong Wanghai was stunned for a moment. But he didn't resist too much. At least he was going to the human world, and he would be invincible there. Thinking that he could return to the human world, he wanted to explore all the beautiful scenery of Daxia in Bald Kyang's world. As Lafan raised his hand again, the Eastern King card was also teleported away. At this moment, Lafan calmly looked at the vast Konoha village. Then it's just a matter of watching the show and wasting time. Welcome, kind-hearted brother who's always ready to help his sister. To this group, welcome muscular, bald, old coward to this group. At this moment, Momoga, who was helplessly hiding in the Asura world, became interested when he saw two newcomers in the group. "Hey, you two young men, why do you have such strange names?" Looking at the chat group that had suddenly appeared in his mind, the vast grassland around him and Orochimaru beside him, Sasuke felt quite embarrassed. But then an administrator spoke up, and looking at the administrator's name, Invincible Brother, and then at his own ridiculous name, Sasuke immediately realized that this name was based on personal behavior. Looking at his name, Sasuke couldn't help but think, I shouldn't have been so helpful since I was little. Hello, Administrator, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. I am currently in the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf world. Similarly, Huan Wangqiang immediately understood and asked, Hello. Administrator, my name is Huan Wangqiang, and I am currently in the Bald Qiang world. A world that never stops, but so be it. My name is Momoga, and I'm currently conquering the Asura world. Sai, my life is so miserable, Ryugu Saiyan, who was still being chased by Momoa's furious. This B*******D had been chasing him for days, relentlessly pursuing him. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was the guardian deity of humanity, he would have killed him with a single blow. However, being chased like this led to a comprehensive improvement in her attributes, and along the way she encountered many ghosts, which she also killed quite a few of them. Naturally, his strength became extremely powerful. And there was another point, while being chased by this peach boy, his group chat points were increasing every moment. So she's happy to be hunted down, and she's been chatting with Kaoka through groups these days. Now that the newcomer has arrived, naturally says hello. My name is Ryugu Saiyan, the Shield Hero. I'm currently in the world of Peach Returns, and I'm being hunted down by the guardian deity of this world. Sasuke and Dong Wanqiang looked at the group chat administrator's name, Invincible Holy Mother Little Sister. They knew this guy was someone they couldn't afford to offend. but they couldn't understand why someone like him would be hunted down. As for why this rebellious, saintly little sister administrator had a boy's name, they couldn't be bothered to care. Sasuke said politely, "Greetings, administrator." Dong Wanqiang asked curiously, "Greetings, administrator, as a newbie. I have a question, what kind of being could possibly be hunting you down?" Ryugu Saiyan also retorted, "He's just a weakling. The main thing is that he's the guardian deity of humanity, protecting humankind. I'm a good person, why would I kill him? Momoga, you weakling, if it were me, I would have slapped that trash to death long ago. Otherwise, if I were in my world, where a fight is more intense than the Earth's, I would have already run away with my bucket." Ryugu Saiyan, "Then why don't you summon a demon god and fight them head-on? Why not just kill the creator god? Momoga, summon your head just in case we can't win. Let's play it safe for now and slowly cultivate this world's magic. It's a rare opportunity to become stronger. How can I not cherish it?" Ryugu Saiyan, "How long are you going to lie low? What if your second sister-in-law gets up and can't see you throwing a tantrum? Why don't you ask your eldest sister-in-law for help?" Uchiha Sasuke asked with great interest. "Second sister-in-law, eldest sister-in-law." Momoga declared that he would never ask the king for help, and he would never go back, unless he found Fang who had turned back into a man. "Otherwise, when I go back, Le Fan will definitely mock me. Who could stand this? Sholtia is such a sensible person. She naturally wouldn't interfere anyway. We are all immortal, can't we wait a few hundred years?" Dong Wanqiang was also surprised. Immortality. For a coward like Dong Wanqiang, immortality is his ultimate goal. So he is naturally happy to hear that he can achieve immortality. Of course, the two were mostly afraid. After all, Momoga had said that the gods in his world were often larger than Earth. Could they risk their lives to fight such enormous gods? How big would a body larger than Earth be? Is it even conceivable to humans? There's also dissuasion. And the name Invincible Wife is just too outrageous. Of course, being clever, they understood the reason after a conversation. It turns out that the Invincible One refers to the big boss Le Fan. And these administrators are all Le Fan's people. Momoga is probably Le Fan's younger brother or something similar, while the group owner is probably Le Fan's wife. Le Fan was probably the real leader of this group. The thought that such a big shot was their boss made the two of them extremely happy. With such a powerful figure protecting them, what is there to fear in the future? Le Fan glanced at the messages in the chat group and said he couldn't be bothered with those two idiots. Let them have fun if they want. As for observing them, forget it. Le Fan wasn't interested, of course. That meant he wasn't interested in them, since they were all administrators and could go to their own preferred worlds. Moreover, since it's his own brother, it's not appropriate to observe his own brother like this. So Le Fan's observation target is Sasuke. In a world populated entirely by animals, with only him and Orochimaru present, could they possibly establish a human race? And then there's Dong Wanqiang, such a tough guy, going to a world where everyone's submissive. Will he strike back with full force then? Protect the homeland? Help Daxia in a parallel world become the world's #1? And then unify the Earths, making Daxia the most invincible being? Of course, Le Fan was also fishing for information. He discovered that the Naruto world was very abnormal, as if someone wanted to invade it every moment. However, because of Dong Wanqiang's exaggerated these people did not enter. Now that Dong Wanqiang has left, will these people reappear? That's right. Dong Wanqiang is a super sneaky guy who has been hiding for decades, and his strength has already surpassed that of Kaguya Otsutsuki. It's no exaggeration to say he's the strongest in the world. But this guy is too cowardly. He's so strong, yet he doesn't show off. If Le Fan had that kind of strength, he would have come out and done whatever he wanted long ago. It's fortunate that the King of Men didn't know this. If he did, he would definitely retort, "No. You're 100 times more cunning than this bald guy." On the vast green grassland, a handsome young man and a stunningly beautiful young woman stood there. Seemingly lost in thought, the girl looked deep in thought, as if she was pondering something. The boy looked on with curiosity because he was looking at the chat group in his mind. This chat group is simply unbeatable. It has everything. With enough group points, you could become a saint in the next second. Moreover, according to the information in the chat group, the truly awesome realm is the Chaos Ruler, which is simply a monster among monsters, who can create countless worlds out of thin air according to the ideas in their minds. If one is the master of chaos, then every thought that arises in one's mind will create a dimension of this system within one's chaotic realm. And within this dimension are countless worlds. What kind of monster is this? It appears whenever you think about it. What's even more outrageous is that, whether you want it or not, countless dimensions and countless worlds are born in your chaotic realm every second. The goal of becoming the Lord of Chaos was too high for Sasuke, because the terrifying number of hundreds of digits made him intimidated. It's almost impossible for someone to become the ruler of chaos by relying on a chat group. No, it's not impossible, it's just that I'm too weak right now. Not even the ruler of the world. Sasuke then lowered his goal to world domination, such as the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf that he was currently in. To become the master of this world, you need 10 million points. Because this is a lower-level world, the requirements for group points are not high. If it were the world ruler of the Naruto world, the price would probably be doubled. So how are group chat points obtained? Naturally, they are obtained by disrupting the world's original rhythm and accelerating the absorption of the world's origin. In this completely undamaged world, to obtain 10 million group points, one would need to sign in for at least 100,000 group visits. This check-in process is too slow, and Sasuke is getting a little hungry. Why not roast it and eat it? This is the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. There are plenty of sheep. Let's go to the sheep village first and roast the fattest and most delicious lazy sheep to satisfy our cravings. Having formed an idea, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru beside him, who seemed to be deep in thought, he had to admit. Looking at the quiet Orochimaru, she's really quite good. Let's go, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the sheep village and get a fat sheep to roast. Sasuke patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said. Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts, sheep village. Fat sheep, I heard that lord say that this seems to be the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Do you know the plot of this world? Of course, there are no humans in this world. It is a world built by animals. The animals here are just like us humans, possessing super intelligence among them. The guy named Grey Wolf is one of the most powerful scientists in this world. And Pleasant Goat is one of the smartest guys, Sasuke said with a serious expression. Orochimaru listened to Sasuke's words and fell silent. Was this really an animal world, as expected? Transmigrators all know the plot of this world. But I'm actually interested in meeting this strongest scientist. Grey Wolf, by the way, just like humans. Is it really okay for animals in this world to eat sheep like this? Orochimaru looked at Sasuke but did not stop him. She wanted to see the animals in this world that were supposedly like humans. Under Sasuke's powerful silver-white Rin Sharingan, he immediately knew the location of the sheep village on the green grassland. At this moment, village chief Slow Sheep was still teaching the children, unaware that they had been targeted. As the two monsters zipped towards them at breakneck speed, the sheep village's powerful alarm system detected them. As the alarm sounded in Sheep Village, Chief Slow Sheep immediately activated the defense measures. But all of this was meaningless, because they were facing powerful ninjas. This is a powerful being with extraordinary strength, not an ordinary weakling. Orochimaru followed Sasuke at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour for 10 minutes, and naturally saw the sheep village in the distance. They even heard the powerful alarm system of the sheep village. They leaped away, yet they were detected from afar. Has the world's technology become that advanced? Or is it that the other party can only detect fast-moving objects? All of this was unknown, and Orochimaru was incredibly excited. She couldn't wait to witness the world's new technology. Sasuke's powerful eyes also spotted the fully armed members of the sheep village waiting for them to arrive. This sheep village doesn't have many members. Only a few dozen sheep, and the leader is Slow Sheep, the village chief. Of course, Lazybones was also among his targets this time. There are also characters like Pleasant Goat, Happy Goat, and Boiling Goat. Looking at these sheep with their fighting prowess on two legs, Sasuke found it very strange. It's strange that a sheep would stand upright like a human. Slow Sheep was very surprised to see the monster still rushing towards him from a kilometer away. After all, this is the animal world, and the strongest creature in the entire animal world is an elephant like Mr. Bao. They had never even seen someone like Sasuke or Orochimaru. What kind of animal is this? And why does it have such incredible speed? This speed is already comparable to the fastest car I ever invented. Slow Sheep dared not be careless and immediately used the weapon he had developed to fire at the target. Indeed, Slow Sheep is also a great scientist, and Sheep Village has a lot of high technology. Otherwise, how could they possibly oppose a wolf pack? Whether it's the sheer strength of an ordinary wolf or the advanced technology of Grey Wolf. Which one isn't deadly, unfortunately? The powerful shooting was too slow for Sasuke and Orochimaru, even though their running speed was only 180 kilometers per hour. But this is just the speed of a long-distance run, meaning that one can maintain this speed for an extremely long time. And Nuo Wang's life has little impact on himself. If someone were to burst into a running burst and disappear from a person's sight in an instant, that speed would require at least 100 meters per second. But that's not even the strongest part. The strongest part is that they can easily dodge the kunai thrown by Jonin. Do you know how powerful a Jonin is? Throwing a kunai can shatter a small tree. The speed and power of this kunai are definitely at the level of a sniper rifle, although it doesn't have the terror of a counter-sniper rifle. But if a sniper rifle is pointed directly at them and they're bombarded, they can easily dodge it. Although Sheep Village has advanced technology, Slow Sheep's high rate of fire still fills the gap. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke and Orochimaru easily dodged the barrage of gunfire. Sasuke was even internally cursing and yelling. What the hell? A bunch of animals are using firearms to attack me. I never expected such a wonderful scene. The world is truly full of wonders. After making a series of sarcastic remarks, Sasuke became so excited that he activated the body flicker technique, instantly boosting his comfort level to an even more terrifying degree. In an instant, it crossed the electric grid of the Sheep Village Gundam and surged into the flock of sheep. Seeing this, Orochimaru also burrowed into the ground and surged into the sheep village. They were stunned to see Sasuke and Orochimaru, who were hundreds of meters away, suddenly disappear. And Sasuke even pounced on them. What kind of speed is this? Why does such a monster exist in this world? Is heaven going to destroy our sheep village? Just as Slow Sheep came up with this idea, a fat sheep was grabbed with one hand. This fat sheep is quite good. Today I'm going to eat a whole roasted lamb. Who objects and who agrees? Sasuke casually mentioned something perfectly normal with a lazy smile. But these words sounded so harsh to all the sheep. This is simply inhuman. This group of people can't understand why this monster would eat them. What a miserable fate for a flock of sheep. Wolves want to eat us, leopards want to eat us. Tigers want to eat you, and even lions want to scold us. In order to protect itself, Sheep Village had no choice but to continuously develop technology and set up countless detection systems while establishing itself on the vast green grassland. That's how they escaped attacks from wolvers tigers. Leopards and lions, now look what's happened. This group of monsters has arrived, and they've been charging straight at the alarm. They invaded carrying terrifying thermal weapons developed by Sheep Village. This is why only Grey Wolf bothers the Sheep Village. Because the area around the Sheep Village is equipped with advanced technology. The Sheep Village knows when other hunters approach. But unfortunately Grey Wolf's terrifying scientist can render these technological methods ineffective. Of course Grey Wolf isn't stupid. He wants to dominate the Sheep Village. So he also cancels the technology network. The villagers of Sheep Village were certainly capable of killing Huitaro. But Grey Wolf threatened that if he died, all the technology in Sheep Village would be paralyzed the next day. Then the back-and-forth drama in the original story unfolded. It wasn't that the Sheep Village didn't want to kill Grey Wolf, but that they couldn't. It's not that Grey Wolf doesn't want to eat the sheep. It's that he can't beat them. This is too shameful as a man. He set himself a small goal, to dominate the Sheep Village without relying on the strength of others. And then he could eat whoever he wanted and drink water. Of course, if you can't beat them, outsmarting them counts too. It can only be said that Grey Wolf is very scientific. But he is very stupid. Is this the legendary high IQ, low EQ idiot? However, Sasuke and Orochimaru don't have this problem. One is a selfish and self-serving transmigrator, and the other is a ruthless scientist. These two guys are the kind who'd even sell themselves for science. You can tell they're no good people at all. Therefore, laziness is a sure path to ruin. Who made him the fattest and most delicious? Looking at the monster he had never seen before, Slow Sheep timidly said, "Our sheep village has many delicious desserts and foods. Could you please spare us, sir?" Hearing Slow Sheep's words, Sasuke smiled and said, "But you know I like to eat meat." Following the instructions, Orochimaru emerged from the ground. When she was lurking on the ground, she discovered that there were many metallic substances buried there. My God, has the world's technology reached this level? Are they really just a group of animals? Can something really be so high above animals? Am I, as a human, incredibly weak? Orochimaru was filled with emotion at this moment. He had always considered himself quite intelligent, but now, compared to these animals, he seemed to be even inferior to them. Am I considered smart? At this moment, Slow Sheep said again, If you want to eat someone, can you eat me? He's still young." Seeing that Slow Sheep was about to sacrifice himself, Sasuke shook his head. "No, you are too old. Lamb should be tender." Hearing Sasuke's words, Laserbones burst into loud sobs. "No, don't eat me. I don't want to die. I have so many delicious things at home. I'll give them all to you. I'll give them all to you." "Don't eat me," Sasuke smiled and said. "I've already told you I'm a carnivore. And you're just a lazy good-for-nothing. Your only value is to be eaten, isn't it?" Hearing Sasuke's unreasonable words, Lazy Sheep cried again, "No, a happy sheep, save me. I don't want to die, unfortunately." The next second Sasuke's hands were ignited with fire-style chakra, and he was instantly engulfed in flames while still feeling lazy. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Pleasant Goat, who was trying to figure out a way to break the deadlock, was completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so ruthless and direct? No, you're just wasting the mutton like that. Aren't you going to add some seasoning or something?" Although Zai Yang knew it was impossible to stop it, he still quickly said so. But Sasuke didn't stop. "Don't worry. I'm a master when it comes to food. After I get rid of the wool and the odor, I'll carefully season it." Hearing Sasuke's inhuman words, Pleasant Goat was completely dumbfounded. He realized that the monster in front of him was not a simpleton like Grey Wolf. "I can't fool him with just a few words. What should I do now? If he eats a sheep every day, the entire sheep village will be wiped out in just a few days. No, what am I thinking? My good friend Laserbones is dead. I can't even think about the future so calmly at this moment. Mei Yang Yang and the other sheep were so frightened by the cruel words that they fainted, while Orochimaru watched the sheep being roasted by flames. These incredibly intelligent sheeponts roasted are not much different from ordinary sheep. Meanwhile, outside the sheep village, Grey Wolf arrived again. It is his traditional virtue to come and supervise the sheep village every day and to attack it. Although I fail every time. But isn't there an old saying that failure is the mother of success? Maybe I'll succeed. And then there's lazy sheep's plump and tender meat. It would be absolutely delicious if roasted. Oh, and there's also pleasant goat's wisdom. I can roast it to help my little grey brain develop. He's not very bright, and there's pleasant goat so gentle. He can help temper my wife's temper. With that tigress's temper, who could stand up to her? Grey Wolf secretly and quietly arrived at the entrance of the sheep village. This time the people of sheep village didn't drive me away. However, when Grey Wolf smelled that long-lost aroma of roasted mutton, he was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Has someone already infiltrated this high-tech sheep village? That can't be right. How could anyone be smarter than me? Even someone as smart as me spent a lot of time breaking through the sheep village's multiple defenses. Little did Grey Wolf know that Sasuke and Orochimaru did not actually break through the sheep village using technology. Instead, it relies on a superpower that this world cannot possess. Actually, the world is still quite normal. Everything is due to the power of technology. Without technology, everyone would be a normal person. Of course, the differences between each race result in varying degrees of strength and weakness among them. For example, elephants have become the kings of the land, while polar bear tigers and rhinos have all been relegated to the sidelines. After all, they are not in the same tonnage class. After elephants come rhinoceros, polar bear tigers, and the like. Fortunately, the top 3 land animals are all omnivores and mainly eat vegetarian food, so they did not affect the ecological balance of the design. The animals were also willing to let them become witnesses to this world, mainly because they were too strong. No one could defeat them based on physique alone. However, this doesn't mean that physical strength is everything. Just like in the normal world, intelligence is the key. Which animal entered the Industrial Revolution first? Which animal took off first? It's obvious that Sheep Village entered the Industrial Revolution relatively early, which is why it's so stable. Of course, not every sheep village was so lucky to enter the Industrial Revolution. Some humble sheep villages remained quite backward. Then it was devoured by the wolf pack. This sheep village can be described as very powerful, and Grey Wolf is an anomaly in the wolf pack, possessing such wisdom, of course, because he was an outsider. He did not share his technology with his tribe. Wolves are a group that prioritizes strength, and they look down on Grey Wolf's technology. Naturally, subsequent developments followed. Now, Grey Wolf stares at the monster he's never seen before. Carrying a roasted sheep in one hand, he swallowed hard, because he hadn't eaten a whole roasted lamb in a very long time. All because he had his eye on the strongest sheep village. Sometimes he thought about giving up on this sheep village and going to other sheep villages to eat mutton to his heart's content. But his pride prevented him from doing so. It has to be said that Grey Wolf is a very silly person. He'd rather starve than let his pathetic pride go unchecked. Look how hungry his wife and children are. As a man, he is a failure. As for the claim that Grey Wolf is evil, that's untrue. Wolves eating sheep is a natural law. But that doesn't mean sheep have to be eaten. But we can't say who's right and who's wrong. If we have to say someone is wrong, then we can only say that the world is wrong. Sasuke had no interest in understanding such profound philosophies. At that moment was looking at Grey Wolf, who was drooling at the entrance of the sheep village. He smiled and said, "Want some?" Without realizing it, Grey Wolf blurted out, "I want to eat." Sasuke smiled again and said, "Be my henchman, and from now on, I'll treat you to meat every day." Looking at the wolf before him, Yin, she asked curiously, "Is he Grey Wolf?" Looking at the strange monster, Grey Wolf asked curiously, "Do you know me?" Even if Orochimaru is considered beautiful in the human world, in the eyes of animals, Orochimaru is just a monster. After all, different breeds have different aesthetics, and thankfully Lord Lafan was generous enough to give Orochimaru to Sasuke. Otherwise, wouldn't Sasuke end up alone in this animal world, living a lonely life until the end? Seeing the scene before him, Pleasant Goat's fear subsided by half. He had initially thought that the two monsters knew Grey Wolf, but since we don't recognize each other now, there's no need to worry about the other party quickly killing us. They probably found out about Sheep Village through some channel. They learned about Grey Wolf's impressive scientific research capabilities through some means. And their purpose in coming here this time was probably to deliberately lure Grey Wolf into a trap. Therefore, as long as the Sheep Village demonstrates the same value as the wolf, the Sheep Village can still be safe. How can we make the Sheep Village represent the same value? Zai Yang kept racking his brains because he was not familiar with research and development or manufacturing. As a sheep eating, drinking, and playing are his daily routines. Even though slow sheep forces children to study, however, it was just some relatively simple teaching, without much in-depth instruction. "Oh, please give me flowers." However, Chief Slow Sheep is one of the top researchers in the sheep world, and only a few sheep villages in the entire sheep world can remain completely unaffected by the wolf pack. All of this is thanks to the power of technology originally. Zai Yang thought that these things had little to do with him and that he could play around for a few more years. But the sudden turn of events has made him regret that he has spent all these years eating, drinking and having fun. If it weren't for this, perhaps I could have become a researcher even smarter than Grey Wolf, and then gained the approval of these two monsters. The current situation wouldn't have occurred, where his good friend lazily turned the monster in front of him into a whole roasted lamb. Orochimaru watched as the lamb was cooked and naturally came over to process it. As an all-around genius, Orochimaru also knows how to do things. Sasuke was very satisfied with the sensible Orochimaru. At this moment, Grey Wolf kept swallowing his saliva. To be honest, he really wanted to take a bite of that roasted fat sheep. But he wasn't foolish enough to believe these two hairless monsters in front of him. Yes, most animals have fur with a few exceptions, but skin as smooth as this simply doesn't exist. They had never heard of such a monster before. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. I've taken a liking to your talent and want you to become my henchman, so we can rule and conquer this world together, and use technology to travel through space." Sasuke smiled and looked at Grey Wolf. These words surprised not only Grey Wolf, but everyone present. Are these two monsters going to rule the world? What makes them so arrogant? No. The power they just displayed was such that even the strongest man in the forest, Master Bear, wouldn't be a match for them. Are we going to rely on the whales? The apex predators of the ocean, but whales. The kings of the ocean can't go ashore. And with their enormous weight, they naturally can't go very fast. Is defeating them solely through technological advancement. But they've now chosen the path of mastering technology. Is this to prevent someone from using technology to defeat them in the future? Where did these two monsters come from? They possess such immense power and even have such a terrifyingly wise king. The once cheerful sheep were now filled with fear. Faced with such a terrifying existence, the sheep world had no choice but to become one of them, or become a whole roasted lamb just like Lazybones. Surrendering doesn't guarantee success, but who knows? It might actually lead to victory. While Grey Wolf hesitated, Pleasant Goat had already arrived in front of Sasuke. "Sir, can I become your subordinate? I also want to see a unified world. I also want to see that kind of world." Sasuke looked at Pleasant Goat and knew that this guy was very clever and liked to play double agent tricks. He had tricked Grey Wolf countless times with double agent tricks. But what does all this have to do with me, Sasuke? If he dares to pull a double agent trick in front of me, I'll roast a whole lamb for him. Of course, the people in this flock are still quite clever. Apart from this laserbones, we should improve their diet in the future and give them pork, beef and the like. Hearing the words of the person in charge, Yang quickly bowed and said thank Yaoxia. The sheep who originally wanted to curse Pleasant Goat for buying race thieves were stunned. If Pleasant Goat hadn't made that choice, wouldn't we all have become roasted whole lambs? Looking at his listless state, it's impossible not to be afraid at this moment. Orochimaru was already sprinkling the seasoning Sasuke had given him onto the roasted lamb. The aroma wafted out, and all the lambs in the sheep village were stunned. What was that smell? No, these are our people. How dare they? These two monsters and Grey Wolf are eating our people right in front of us. Pleasant Goat roared inwardly, I'm sorry, lazy goat. I can't avenge you. I can only watch you turn into a whole roasted lamb. I'm so sorry. At this point, Grey Wolf could no longer control himself. If he could, he would pounce on the delicious roasted whole lamb in front of him. Sasuke swiftly cut off a piece of lamb leg and tossed it to Grey Wolf in the distance. Don't hold back. You're going to be my little brother from now on. Eating meat heartily is just basic stuff, isn't it? Hearing Sasuke's words, Grey Wolf couldn't help but shed tears. After so many years, I can finally eat mutton again. And this mutton is so delicious. This gentleman is so kind to me, giving me such a heavenly delicacy. Without thinking twice, Grey Wolf took a big bite. He savored the fragrant fat of the mutton's firm texture, and that unique muttony flavor. My God, why does such delicious food exist in this world? Eating this food, I could die happy. The sheep were terrified when they saw the wolf's appearance. Sasuke also started munching on it. It has to be said that although Laserbones is lazy, it is indeed plump and delicious. This is the kind of delicious food that should be found in the world. Orochimaru, out of curiosity, took a bite and had to admit it was really delicious. No wonder Grey Wolf wanted to eat this sheep. This is certainly no ordinary sheep, it's incomparable. Perhaps all sheep in this world are this delicious. No. If even lambwich isn't very tasty to begin with eyes like this, then wouldn't delicious seafood be doomed? Thinking about this, Orochimaru unconsciously swallowed. This world wasn't a technological world. It was practically a world of gourmet food. However, Orochimaru's self-control was still very strong, and he quickly regained his senses. Sasuke couldn't control himself at all. Devouring the lamb leg, I never expected this. I've discovered a new world. How could we not share such delicious food with the big shots in the group? I immediately cut the whole roasted lamb into several pieces and sent them to my friends in the group as red envelopes. My kind younger brother, who's always been helpful to his sister, sent her a red envelope, bored. Momoga was the first to claim the red envelope, only to find it was a roasted lamb leg. He was also curious, as this little brother didn't seem very bright. But having some roasted lamb leg when I'm bored sounds good. I took a bite right then and there. The incredibly delicious roasted lamb leg instantly tantalized his taste buds. Momoga, my God, this tastes just like dragon meat. What kind of meat is this? Dong Wangqiang, brother, do you have any more? This is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. It's absolutely delicious, Ryuguin Seiya, I must say. It's really delicious. And the texture is completely different from dragon meat. Human King, indeed impressive. Are you in the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? What an interesting world. But such delicious mutton is worth cultivating. Seeing that even the group admin had chimed in, Sasuke was incredibly excited. This is just an ordinary sheep. Everyone, don't worry, I'll hunt down even more delicious food in the future. Dong Wangqiang, wait a minute, sheep. You slaughtered Pleasant Goat. Sasuke, no, this is Laserbones. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, back in the sheep realm. Sasuke quickly devoured the mutton and then began managing it. Grey Wolf wasn't satisfied after eating a lamb leg. His mouth was watering as he looked at all the fat sheep. However, Sasuke dissuaded him, so he was unable to take action at this time. Orochimaru was very interested in the technology of Grey Wolf and slow sheep, so he asked the two of them to teach him the technology of this world. Knowing the power of these two monsters, the two naturally agreed. After Orochimaru led Grey Wolf and Slow Sheep to the sheep village laboratory, Sasuke smiled and said, if mutton is this delicious, beef must be even more delicious. Pleasant Goat, do you know where there are cows? Hearing that Sasuke was about to kill another god, Xi Yang roared inwardly, you executioner. You'll die a horrible death, but outwardly he still said, over in the great forest there are bison tribes and buffalo tribes. I wonder which one you want to eat, boss. Sasuke now understood the path of the 0-5 simp, as long as he kept offering delicious food and keeping the big shots in the group happy. Wouldn't he be able to take off on the spot? It's a bison, of course, lead the way, Xi Yang sighed. Could it be that this guy rules the world just to eat meat? If that's the case, then this world is truly doomed. But they were completely helpless, because the opponent was simply too strong. But let's take it one step at a time. We can't rush things, and we can't just throw our lives away. As long as we're alive, there's always a chance. It all requires wisdom to defeat this monster. Only cutting-edge technology can do so. But such technology does not yet exist in this world. I must study technology diligently, and if that fails, I must notify other technological groups to conduct secret research and, in time, defeat these two monsters. Sasuke carried Pleasant Goat and ran all the way to the great forest area, where he found the bison tribe at this moment. Bison, each 3 meters tall with terrifying muscles and dressed in fitness apparel, were exercising. Their muscles are incredibly exaggerated. They could even kill a bull with a single punch. Forget that they are cows themselves. What's not enough is killing cows from this world, but normal cows from other worlds. Sasuke was taken aback by the sight of such a muscular body. Would a beef shank like that taste good? Seeing Pleasant Goat being held hostage by a monster, all the fierce warriors of the wild tribe stepped forward. Upon seeing Sasuke's appearance, along with the panda being carried, a muscular bull stepped forward and asked, what kind of monster are you? Are you a carnivore? Me. I'm human and I love eating beef. Seeing such delicious beef now, I naturally feel aroused. Sasuke put down his cheerful smile and said, the muscular bull-seach, over 3 meters tall, looked at the small weak monster which was only about 1.6 meters tall and had a tiny body. This small, 25-foot-tall animal should be a carnivore, such as a tiger or lion, as its stats are not as impressive as those of a bison. It's just that the bison aren't very skilled. But this is a world where all animals have gained intelligence. Bison are no longer on the menu for tigers and lions. On the contrary, tigers and lions turn tail and run when they see bison. Because of the huge size difference, and the fact that bison have plenty of food to graze on, they have plenty of time to exercise. Tigers and lions are even less likely to be their match. This also made the bison very arrogant after all. Among so many carnivores, the only one the bison could not defeat was the polar bear. Animals like sharks, tigers, and lions are simply no match for them due to their superior physique. Seeing Sasuke was so physically weak, come here to cause trouble, the bison naturally got angry too. Suddenly, a muscular bison charged forward. This is the bison's signature move. Bison charge with its massive body and 2 sharp horns. If Sasuke were to be Hythe, would be severely injured. If not killed, of course. Sasuke wouldn't be foolish enough to just stand there and let the opponent attack him. He quickly formed hand seals instantly. The fire release, great fireball technique emerged. A 5-meter-long fireball hurtling towards the charging bison. In an instant, the bison turned into a fireball. Rolling on the ground and begging for mercy, "It hurts. Help, help," hearing their brother's cry for help. The bison rushed to find water to rescue him. But Sasuke wouldn't let them find water. He immediately began using fire-style chakra to control the flames, precisely roasting the wild animal in front of him. Then the seasonings were taken out, and a series of operations began. As for the other bison, they had already run away. After all, the bison's nature remains in times of trouble. They scatter and go their own way, unlike carnivores which are united. As the aroma of beef wafted up, Zai Yang swallowed hard again, then banged his head repeatedly with his little hands to show that he wouldn't eat meat. Sasuke didn't intend to give him any, ate a beef leg himself, saying it was very delicious, and then shared the beef with his friends in the group. At this moment in the reality of bald Qiang Dong Wang Qiang, he left the great forest and came to the human world. Looking at the world's technological level in 2008, and looking at the familiar land of Daxia, smiled. He was invincible and could do whatever he wanted. But his first action wasn't to go to the authorities, but to find a place and then devour some roasted beef. I have to say, the food in Pleasant Goat World is really delicious. Who could resist such deliciousness? His 2-meter height, terrifying muscles, and bald head were immediately noticeable the moment he entered human society. While he was eating roast beef leg, officials arrived and said they needed to check Dong Wangqiang's credentials. Dong Wangqiang is a cunning old fox with a friendly personality and not a greedy person, so he naturally wouldn't harm the other party. However, he had no identity, so Dong Wangqiang fabricated one, claiming that he was Ying Zheng, who had lived for thousands of years. He had spent thousands of years in seclusion. Upon emerging this time, he was astonished by the state of the world and learned of Daxia's weakness. He resolved to rebuild Daxia's strength. Because of this whole series of actions, the officials initially thought he was mentally ill and were preparing to send him to a mental hospital. But the next second, Dong Wangqiang unleashed his unprecedented power, directly changing the entire sky and the surrounding air. Everyone had to believe it, that power that could control the world. Of course, he believe in power. And as for Dong Wangqiang's claim that he is Ying Zheng, the first emperor of Qinthi can only accept it. The two transmigrators were having a blast, but Momoga was still having a miserable time. She was miserably gnawing on lamb legs, miserably trying to survive, and miserably studying the theology of this world. I hope that one day I can become a super handsome guy as big as a planet. Rugu Saenzai became even more furious, and finally had no choice but to slap Peach until he was crippled, then throw him into a kingdom. She couldn't be bothered with what happened after that. She's crazy. She chased after me and tried to kill me as soon as I arrived. Even though I'm a saint, I still have a temper. It must be said that this world is a very good world for Rugu Saenya, allowing him to completely change his saintly personality. Returning to the ninja world, Le Fan sat atop the statues of Konoha's F4, calmly observing the village below. This kind of observation of a city, watching the operations of familiar figures, was truly impressive. As for the others, it was naturally impossible for them to discover Le Fan, because he used a level 10 stealth spell, coupled with his terrifying resistance, making it virtually impossible for them to see him. That damned B*** D stole my brother Sasuke. Third Hokage, I'm going out to find my brother, Fatherno. Hokage, me beloved Gadesno, the outstanding female ninja of Konoha. Konoha's goddess Kurenai Yuhai was kidnapped in broad daylight. Shouldn't Konoha issue a warrant for her arrest? The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was looking at Naruto Uzumaki and Asuma Sarutobi with a headache. "You two idiots, stop messing around, okay? I'd love for that monster to disappear. And you guys still want to go looking for it? We'll talk about that later, right now. The most important thing is how to break the barrier around Kakashi's residence." Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Naruto Uzumaki was stunned for a moment. Yes. A barrier suddenly appeared in Kakashi-sensei's house 5 hours ago. Then a series of curses erupted from his house. It was a woman's voice constantly shouting, "Kakashi! How dare you, Kakashi, you're not human. Kakashi, I'm going to kill you." The sound aroused the curiosity of the surrounding ninjas. But no one could approach the area because it was protected by a very powerful barrier. On the statue of the Naruto F4, Lafan looked at Kakashi's villa. His immense power has allowed him to see through everything in this world. Moreover, he had set up this barrier. And at this moment, he could clearly see Kakashi constantly beating Obito. Poor Obito cried and screamed, trying to fight back. But he was too weak at the moment and could only be mercilessly beaten by Kakashi time and time again. Meanwhile, Obito's shouts and curses continued to emanate. Naturally, the number of ANBU and ninjas at Kakashi's residence increased. They wanted to break the barrier, but no matter what method they used, they could not break it. Every time they heard Obito's screams, the surrounding Anbu and ninja were heartbroken. It was truly a tragic story, of course. Lafan would get tired of watching beatings eventually. At this moment, Lafan was interested in watching Sarutobi Biwako, who had been resurrected and teleported back. This guy actually ran away. It seems he was too ashamed to face Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lafan said that you only have the aura of 2 people, while that old geezer Hiruzen Sarutobi has the aura of dozens of people. What are you afraid of? Then Lafan thought about it and also arranged a special power for her. In an instant, she could see 2 auras within herself. One from Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other from Toto. She couldn't believe it. How could she have such terrifying eyes? Then she started looking at people all over the street, and found that many men had several different auras. She was furious. How despicable. These old dogs always complain about being too tired from work. And when they get home, they just collapse into bed and refuse to work overtime. It's not that I'm too tired from work. It's that I'm too tired from playing outside. Sarutobi Biwako suddenly rushed towards the Hokage's office, wanting to see her husband. What kind of person is her only husband? The husband she loves most. She was very curious. So she secretly infiltrated the Hokage building. As the Hokage's wife, she naturally possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Ordinary ninjas couldn't spot her at all. She was on a tree 50 meters away, calmly watching the window of the Hokage's office. At this moment, she looked at her husband, who was talking to his son and a blonde child. Watching her husband emanate a colorful, bearing her name Koharu Utatane's name, and the names of various female Secret Service members. At that moment, a chill ran down her spine. Was her husband really working overtime all the time, just for the sake of working overtime? Seeing the more than 30 auras clinging to him, her eyes turned red with rage. Sarutobi Biwako couldn't stand this humiliation, and she immediately roared in fury, "Sarutobi Hiruzen! You scoundrel, come out here, today it's either you or me." Hearing the sudden roar, the ANBU and ninja guards near the Hokage building appeared one after another, and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of them. They were stunned. Who was this person? What a nice view. Shikamaru's father felt a chill run down his spine, because the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him seemed strangely familiar. He then asked earnestly, "What is your relationship to Lord Biwako?" Looking at her sensible father Shikamaru, Sarutobi Biwako said, "I am Sarutobi Biwako. For some reason, I was resurrected by a group of monsters. After being resurrected, I gained the ability to see if others are cheating. You scoundrel Hiruzen, Get out here and kneel down to beg for mercy. Hearing the familiar voice outside, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine. Don't be fooled by how many colorful flowers he secretly adorns the outside world. But he was also a true henpecked husband. He was terrified when he heard his deceased wife's voice. Moreover, upon hearing that his wife possessed the ability to see others cheating, and considering all those years of heartless indulgence, he was deeply saddened. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly resurrected the old woman? However, Sarutobi Asuma didn't care about any of that. Upon hearing his mother's voice, he jumped out of the window without saying a word. Sure enough, I saw my mother in a tree a few dozen meters away. It was my mother when she was young. Upon seeing his mother again after so long, how could he bear it? He leaped forward and shouted excitedly, "Mother!" Sarutobi Biwako saw her son, but seeing that he had no life in him, she was immediately heartbroken. They both have full beards and they're such grown men. Yet they're not purebreds. My son is so pitiful. Well done, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sarutobi Biwako was even angrier at her son's behavior. But being a mother, she naturally greeted him with a smile and hugged him. Naruto Uzumaki was also curiously watching this big news. He timidly stuck his head out and looked at the stunning beauty in the distance. That stunning beauty is only 17 or 18 years old. Right, Asuma-sensei is already 27 or 28. How can he call a little girl little Guliang and mom? This little girl is so beautiful. I wonder if my mother was this pretty when she was young. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the mother and child embracing below. He was initially delighted to see his young and beautiful wife. But when she was resurrected, she awakened a pair of eyes that could see others' infidelity. This sent chills down his spine. Who could withstand this? Hiruzen Sarutobi was at a loss for what to do. He had lived for over 70 years. What kind of grand scene hadn't he seen? No. He had never seen such a scene before, where he was publicly dragged out and utterly disgraced. He was completely disoriented and didn't know what to do. Who is it? What grudge do they hold against me? Just bring my wife back to life. Why give her these glasses? Could it be that man? Damn it, I'm sure I haven't offended you. Why are you doing this? Who can withstand this? But the tigress below remained unforgiving in the end. With no other choice, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to get off the donkey, and he was contemplating his final excuse. Biwako, don't be fooled. Someone may have already tampered with your soul, Zhao Nuos. After all, people resurrected using the impure world reincarnation technique always have someone else's soul imprint on them. Hiruzen Sarutobi racked his brains, trying every trick in the book to find a suitable excuse. Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's sophistry, Biwako Sarutobi frowned. Fake no. Why would such a great being play tricks on us? Are you a god of destiny? Ahem, Biwako, stop trying to brainwash me, all right. Whatever you're saying. We'll talk about it when we get home tonight. Kakashi's crisis isn't over yet. And Konoha has a lot of things to do. Everyone, let's all disperse. This is just a farce. Hiruzen Sarutobi shamelessly uttered shameless words. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's shamelessness, Biwako Sarutobi finally came to her senses and chose to compromise. Now that she had calmed down looking at her son beside her, she knew she couldn't let things that were in the past hurt him. But how could Lafan want to see this? Naturally, he would do something underhanded. Hey, really, the Hokage is having an affair. I don't know if it's true, but that girl is really beautiful. And Lady Asuma calls her mom. Could she really be Lady Biwako? It should be. Didn't you hear what the Hokage said? The impure world reincarnation technique can revive the dead. Perhaps Biwako-sama was revived by someone. Yes, I heard that too. Biwako also mentioned that kind of god. But this ability to see the cheating rate is just too overpowered. Isn't it? I hope it's false if it's true. I think many married ninjas will probably not have any more free time in the future. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes my back ache and I'm sweating buckets. If my crazy wife at home keeps demanding I work overtime every day, I don't think I'll die on the job, I'll just die at home. No way, this is terrifying, who could withstand it? A group of people were discussing it, and Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally heard it too. He was really terrified, seeing his wife finally about to give in. He breathed a sigh of relief. But the thought of being over 70 and his wife turning back into an 18 or 19-year-old, who could resist that? Sarutobi Asuma's expression was also rather grim. He had always thought his father was an outstanding man who loved his family very much. But he never expected that his mother would see through his infidelity. He hates men like this the most, those who can't be devoted to a woman, who can't be patient with her. What kind of love is that? Thankfully, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know Asuma's true feelings. Otherwise, he would definitely have complained, damn it. Don't use your simp behavior to describe a man. As Lafan raised his hand, a very beautiful scene appeared in the sky above the entire world. That was Hiruzen Sarutobi in his middle age. In the Hokage's office, when a beautiful woman in a kimono appeared. Her name is basically known to everyone in Konoha. It's called Koharutsurugi. Then in the scene, the middle-aged Sarutobi sees Tsubaki arrive and suddenly rushes over to grab her little hand, Tsubaki. Then all sorts of strange things happened. Sarutobi Baiwako's face turned green in the strange events. Sarutobi keeps saying that his wife is no good, and that Tsubaki is much better, and that he should have married Tsubaki back then. In the dorm transfer family, even Koharu, who was also transferring dorms, felt a chill run down her spine. How did this scene come about? The tribespeople around her all looked at her with strange eyes. No wonder the chieftain never married in her life. The clan chief Son, however, was visibly excited. Mom, does that mean I have a father? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Juan Qingxie-chan knew she could no longer hide it and could only nod. Looking at the scene in the sky, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that he was in a hopeless situation. No matter what he did, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. No, he couldn't even kill himself by G his head against a block of tofu. Deity, why are you going to such lengths? Please, please let me go. I'm over 70 in 2 years. When my son is grown up and qualified, I'll let him become Hokage. I could retire then. Why are you toying with me like this? Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was in despair, Baiwako Sarutobi suddenly slapped him across the face. From this day forward, I sever all ties with you. I don't know you anymore. Go find your gentle and lovely Tsubaki and live your life. Saying this, Sarutobi Baiwako stormed off in anger anyway. She's still young and no longer burdened by family ties. She can always find someone new. Lafan looked at Sarutobi Baiwako's decisiveness, then looked at poor Naruto. After all, highs Hinata Sakura and Ino were going to be taken to heaven every day. After thinking for a moment, Lafan suddenly raised his hand, and a memory appeared in the minds of Naruto and Sarutobi Baiwako. That was a scene from many years later, when the two had become husband and wife, and also when Naruto became Hokage at the age of 17. Then the two lived happily together. Naruto was very loyal and did not look down on Sarutobi Baiwako. Sarutobi Baiwako was very virtuous and fully supported Naruto's vision. The couple has a son named Boruto and a daughter named Himawari. The images kept appearing, as if they had really experienced those love stories. Naruto was never one to keep secrets. Saw this scene and suddenly lunged forward shouting. Baiwako feeling Naruto's shouts behind her, his loving eyes, and the extra 10 years of experience in her mind. She smiled and said, Naruto, please take care of me from now on, Naruto asked curiously. Here the memories in our minds real, it must be. I wonder what this omnipotent God wants. Naruto, do you despise me? I already have a husband and 2 sons. Sarutobi Biwako smiled as she looked at Naruto. Without a second thought, Naruto hugged Biwako tightly. How could I ever dislike you? I want to be with you forever, grow old toge that cherish you. And make you happy every day. The sudden, melodramatic plot twist left both Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen dumbfounded. Meanwhile the onlookers were all excited, exclaiming, "Holy crap, what kind of incredible plot twist is this? It's too much to handle." Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned completely green. Biwako, let me explain. No, you can't do this to me. We've been a loving couple all these years, Asuma Sarutobi, believing his mother was deliberately marrying off another child to protect his father, quickly stepped forward and said, "Yes, Mom. Even if Dad made a mistake, you can't joke about your future. Naruto is still just a child." Naruto looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with displeasure and said, "You're so mean. My father is the 4th Hokage. My mother is the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki. I'm the son of a hero, and you've made me live such a miserable life." Everyone present was stunned by Naruto's sudden words. "I can testify to this after all. I was the one who delivered Naruto. And Naruto is indeed Minato and Kushina's son." Sarutobi Biwako, oh no, I mean Uzumaki Biwako, was saying. Hearing this shocking revelation, and considering that the 3rd Hokage didn't die and wasn't sacrificed for Konoha, no one dared to speculate about his actions, naturally. The surrounding ninjas also questioned why the 3rd Hokage did this. Since he didn't die in battle, it's natural that he couldn't say something like, "I did it to protect Naruto and keep his identity hidden." Everyone knows Naruto is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Is being the 4th Hokage's son really more repulsive than being the 9 Tails Jinchuriki? His scalp tingled and his eyes were fixed on his wife. The woman he once loved most, how could she be so heartless? Not only did she ruin her reputation, but she also deliberately married this brat. What does this mean? Hiruzen Sarutobi got angrier the more he thought about it. But she didn't dare to make a move, because her wife was an elite jonin, and she couldn't possibly kill her instantly. Moreover, countless eyes in Konoha are watching him. If they really make a move, he'll probably be done for. That was something I didn't consider. I wanted Naruto to grow through hard work. Isn't there a saying that goes, "No pain, no gain"? The shameless Hiruzen Sarutobi is determined to be shameless to the end, using the most shameless methods to say the most shameless things. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. If you want to suffer, let your own son go. How can you let someone else's child endure such hardship? Furthermore, the most important thing in the ninja world is building a solid foundation. Naruto, you've made him fall far behind the geniuses of other clans in terms of fundamentals. How long will it take for him to catch up? You're trying to ruin a child, and you keep saying it's for his sake. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's shamelessness, Biwako Uzumaki was furious. "You old thief. How can you be so shameless as to say such a disgraceful thing?" Listening to Biwako's insults, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine. "You had just passed away at that time, and I was probably too heartbroken to think straight. I'm sorry, Biwako, my wife, will you come home with me?" Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's shameless words, Biwako Uzumaki said again, "My name is Biwako Uzumaki now, and Naruto Uzumaki is my husband. I have nothing to do with you, you old scoundrel. You can continue to go find your Tsubaki, Eiko and Ran." As Hiruzen Sarutobi heard Biwako Uzumaki pronounce each of her foreign names with perfect accuracy, his scalp tingled. Naruto, holding Biwako's little hand, said as they walked, "Biwako, let's go. Don't talk to this shameless person." Watching the two leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt terrible. But he couldn't chase after them or make a move, because Kai and Qian Fengfang's eyes were all on him. Moreover, there's still a chance, he smiled and said. This is the ninja world, a place of constant warfare. There are far more women than men. What's wrong with those of us who are capable raising more offspring? I admit I was unfaithful to my wife, but I never forced anyone. It was all consensual, and I haven't been irresponsible towards them. I've contributed to their food expenses and the upbringing of their children. Many women present expressed their contempt upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobai's shamelessness. But many men expressed their understanding. After all, the ninjas living around the Hokage building are all strong, powerful and wealthy, so it's impossible for them to have only one woman. Now that the Hokage is in trouble, they don't support him. They'll wait for the Hokage to give up on himself, then launch a counterattack and everyone will die together. Then Biwako Uzumaki was asked to check each ninja, and most of them were found to have bad records. At that point, they'll have to come home on time every day and endure all kinds of domestic violence. How could they possibly stand it? Therefore, support is a must, and those in power and influence generally support him, which is why Hiruzen Sarutobai is invincible at most. He might be criticized for disrespecting women, but his contribution to Konoha will still be there. The issue that Hiruzen Sarutobai most wants to address right now is Naruto's past. He must give the people of Konoha a proper explanation. This son of a hero has become the enemy of the entire village of Konoha, and it was all his doing. If he doesn't handle this properly, the problems will become enormous. He immediately thought of his dear friend Danzo, who was far away in Daimyo Prefecture protecting the daimyo. It seems he's the only one who can take the blame. Oh, and the Akatsuki organization, as Jiraiya mentioned, can also take the blame, but they can't be blamed for nothing. I need to prepare the copy and then edit the story so that a good and complete story can be presented more perfectly. When it comes to shifting blame, Hiruzen Sarutobai have it figured out perfectly. Did you think I was helpless after being exposed? Don't underestimate me. But please, God, stop messing with me if you keep this up. Even with my incredible intelligence, I won't be able to shake you off. Zero. Hiruzen Sarutobai silently gazed at the sky. That strange video clip from just now had terrified him. Fortunately, the other party knew that Konoha was so big and had children, so they added Mark. Otherwise, Tsubaki and I would never be able to face anyone again. However, since Biwako and I are divorced, I can marry Tsubaki and combine the two families to better consolidate my position. Hiruzen Sarutobai knew how important power was. As Lefan watched this farce unfold, which was still slowly escalating, he became increasingly interested. However, I can't let my little angels be corrupted. With a wave of his hand, Lefan forcibly threw Hinata Ino, Sakura Tenten, Hanabi and the others directly into heaven. He couldn't be bothered to explain the follow-up issues, so he decided to let Hiruzen Sarutobai take the blame. Perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobai's wisdom could cover up the disappearance of these people and get rid of the responsibility. There's also the problem with Kakashi, which is a very complicated one. This is Konoha. This is the kind of time travel I wanted. If a time traveler doesn't disrupt the plot, what's the point of time travel at all? But being invincible is really awesome. Genesis, just keep killing, don't stop. Once my master's stats all exceed 100 billion, I'll go download the Dragon Ball world and show off Bulma, Master Roshi Goku, and the like. Watch me change their fate with a wave of my hand. The feeling of orchestrating and manipulating the world is incredibly exhilarating. But am I getting a little too cocky? Oh well. I'm invincible now. What's wrong with being a little arrogant? Naruto looked at his tiny 30-square-meter single room with a bit of embarrassment, then glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman behind him. I'm sorry. My wife, I've made you suffer. I'll work hard to cultivate and try to activate the Asura bloodline within me. Biwako Uzumaki smiled at Naruto ahead and said, Material things can be bought with money, but a husband like you who loves and cherishes me for a lifetime is rare in this world. Please take good care of me in the future. Hee, you're so good to me, my wife. Okay, let's do a thorough cleaning together. This house may be small, but it has all 5 rooms, however. You're usually too lazy. The house is so dirty and you never clean it. Naruto sighed and scratched the back of his head. He knew from his memory that his wife was a germaphobe, so it seemed he was in for a lot of work.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.